This kid's the only hunter left, and his stats never run out. That's what seals it. He's the strongest there's ever been, no debate. Monsters that would crush anyone else into the deepest despair imaginable. He just swings one punch and wipes everything out like it's nothing. With unlimited stats on his side, he's running an absolutely wild XP multiplier. So every single time he takes down a monster, he stacks experience points, multiplying them by a staggering 1000x. And yeah, his magic skills were absolutely devastating. That can annihilate entire monster races in a single blow. With one brutal lone strike. Right before the dungeons, he was just a scrawny kid getting pushed around, stuck living. He dragged out a shattered life with not a single ounce of hope left. But now everything's flipped, and it's about to get dangerous. And the only thing driving him forward is one insane mission. He's going to conquer the world's deadliest dungeons. And he crushed impossible levels no one else could even dream of finishing. But before we dive in, let's rewind and figure out exactly how his story kicked off. Meet Makoto, the guy getting straight up kicked out of his school that he'd barely even gotten through his first days of showing up. The bullying turned unbearable, so he snapped and fought back. Boom, they kicked him out. As soon as he walked back in, his parents ambushed him with a serious talk. He heard them call out, shrugged it off, and sprinted straight to his room. Later, as he strode through the streets, he sank into deep reflection about his whole life. And he desperately wished he could finally be happy and break free. Suddenly, the earth buckled under him and started to shake hard. And right behind him, this mysterious structure erupted out of nowhere. The second he laid eyes on it, he knew this was a dungeon, no doubt, and stepped inside without a single thought about the danger. Everyone who ever dared to step foot in this place came out either brutally mangled or straight up dead. But the boy stormed in, convinced he'd finally tear free and find his freedom. A system screen blasted into view right in front of him. He pulled up his stats on the dungeon screen. Out of nowhere, a level 1 slime pops into existence and launches a vicious strike at him, but the damage barely even registers. Makoto tightens his grip on the only skill he's got, like it's his last weapon, and then levels up the second he takes that slime down. But his joy didn't last. Right after it hit, it crashed. A massive minotaur crashes out of nowhere behind him. You need to be at least level 20 just to stand a chance. The monster lunges in, but he slips aside at the perfect second and times his fire to land right when it counts. He blasted a fire spell and threw himself out of the danger zone just in time. But after he unleashed that skill, his mana crashed to 0. Leaving him with no choice, he bolted, fleeing for his life. Right as he was bolting to escape, a bunch of slimes crawled out of nowhere and crashed the party. Then he crushed every last one of them with nothing but his bare fists, and somehow pulled off a clutch win, leveling up a few times. A whole day had already blasted by, and his parents were left panicking over his sudden disappearance. But he was still trapped in that dungeon, sprinting like his life depended on it, because the Minotaur was closing in. Now he finally hit level 15 at last. More monsters leap onto his path, right when he least expects it, and he crushes them without breaking a sweat. After wiping out those creatures, he rockets straight to level 25. With nothing but grit in his veins, he charges straight at the Minotaur. No fear, no hesitation. He smashes it with a single strike, bam, and its head rockets through the air. After days of non-stop clashes, he finally broke through and won. 8 months later, the city was absolutely swarmed with dungeons and everyone was clawing for fame, chasing cash, and grabbing for power. At that party, the Minotaur showed up and started wiping everyone out, like it wasn't even a fight. And they were seconds from dying, until Makoto storms in and erases the monster with one brutal punch. The whole crew bursts into loud, tearful thanks, praising him over and over for pulling them back from death. But they can't even wrap their heads around how effortlessly he snatched the victory. Makoto finally bursts out after months in the dungeon and drops the bomb. He's level 10,000 now. Everyone's jaw dropped because his strength was just on another level. Someone drops the info that an 8th-rank dungeon is lurking nearby offering a jaw-dropping $30 million reward. Makoto stumbles on an offer, so mind-blowing it immediately grabs his attention. So he blurts out his goodbye to the group and vanishes right away, and sprints off like a maniac to smash his way through that dungeon and claim the victory. He storms into the item exchange center and dumps every single thing he collected from his hunt, laying it all out like a prize for the world to see, because he plans to get appraised and sold off for cold, hard cash. That's when it hits him. There's a dungeon hidden right inside the shop. The clerk lays it out like a secret. This building rose around the entrance itself. Even with that low rank, nobody has managed to beat the boss yet. Feeling the challenge hit his chest, he decides to take the risk and give it a shot. Inside, a handful of adventurers pushed deeper into the area, hunting for whatever secrets were waiting ahead. And, until their eyes snap upward, and they spot Makoto soaring through the sky. He tore through the pillars, charging straight into the boss room. Makoto spots another blur streaking through the pillars, and then it clicks, this isn't some random foe at all. It's the Slime King, the boss. This slime was 100 times quicker than the normal ones. After chasing it all over for a while, he finally ran out of options. He realizes it, no matter how high he climbs to level 10,000, the Slime King is still faster. So he throws the old plan out the window and goes for a whole new approach. He hurls level 10 ice magic at the monster, freezing everything in its path, and slams it into a full stop, freezing it so hard it can't move at all. Makoto smashes the frozen enemy with a brutal punch, and the boss goes down for good. By crushing it, he shot up, gaining a massive 9,900 levels. He racked up a staggering total of 19,900, and nearly doubled his power so fast it left him reeling. On top of clearing the levels, he also unlocked a brand new skill. Now he can soar so high above the clouds that it feels like he's touching the sky. A few days later, over in Okinawa, it all hits a whole new level. A bunch of hunters rushed in, all gambling their chances on that reward. Then Makoto showed up and started gearing up to head in, until a helicopter slams down right in front of the dungeon. From the chaos, a tiny little girl steps out, flanked and shielded by her bodyguards, bossing Makoto around just to shove her out of the way. Makoto fires back, saying, "I'm just a kid." The girl snaps her head up and declares, "I'm Maria Fangold," like it's the truth with claws. And she's sitting at level 99, the absolute top rank that no one can beat. She storms straight into the dungeon, dropping her guards right outside the door. A few minutes later, Makoto bursts in, and what he sees makes his stomach drop. Dead monsters litter the place. As he pushes deeper, a horrifying scream suddenly rips through the air. Maria bolted through the chaos, screaming for help as a colossal boar bore down on her. Makoto rips into the monster with a blast of fire magic. Maria couldn't hide it. This display left her totally blown away. Once she knows she's safe, she digs in her heels and swears she doesn't need help. Makoto's patience snaps. He whips around, turns his back, and walks away, but she clamps her hands on his waist, and she pleads with him to crush those monsters, because fear is eating her alive. He leans in and straight up, asks what her goal is in this dungeon in the first place. Maria insists it's not about money or XP. She just wants to break through the Red Shadow dungeon. So he throws out a deal. He'll follow right behind her, but she's got to go toe-to-toe alone. She lights up the moment she has him around. His company makes her feel on top of the world. On the dungeon's second floor, they stumble on a colossal giant boar. She asks him straight up if he's got any extra weapons she can grab and use. Makoto's lens is basically a tiny sword, small, sharp, and ready to cut through anything. She doesn't hesitate for a second. She charges straight at the monster, blade first, and then he drives it straight into its skull, ending it with ruthless ease. She's completely fired up and can't wait to slam through the dungeon and get it over with. As they pushed into the third floor, Makoto can't help it. She starts wondering what her skills could really do. Maria claims she's got 4 super powerful skills up her sleeve, like the kind that can change everything. The first skill hits at lightning speed. It's called vacuum ***, and it's level 5 magic, no joke. She slams it against the wall, and it explodes into a massive crack. His second skill hits at level 10, recovery magic, the kind that snaps injuries back like they never happened. That third one is level 1 revival magic. Makoto stares, totally baffled, and blurts out, "Wait, can you really bring the dead back?" She shoots back that she's the only person in the entire world who can do it. Reaching her fourth magic, right on the edge of unleashing something massive. It's a ridiculously rare skill that kicks your experience up by 10 times. She figured Makoto would be shocked, but his face just went flat with disinterest. And Makoto suddenly realizes, it's not just him, other people might have infinite-level skills too. In a condescending voice, she fires off a question about his skills. He figures it's safer to keep his multiplier, 1,000 times, off the table. He was packing level 10 fire, ice, and lightning magic, plus a tiny level 1 flying cloud. She's completely spellbound, and then it hits her. This guy is insanely strong, and insists that with those two side by side, they're the strongest team alive. They kept driving forward, ramming their way up floor after floor. Teaming up in a brutal fight, He hacked through endless hordes of flesh-starved zombies that just kept coming. Giant birds thunder in, their razor-sharp talons poised to rip anything apart. And then monsters they'd never seen before appeared like nightmares that made their blood run cold. They pushed on a bit farther and slammed straight into a massive crowd, just standing there like they hadn't moved an inch. As they pushed straight toward the front, they stumbled on a massive ocean of poison that slammed shut the road to the next floor. Maria whips around to Makoto and demands, "Okay, what are we supposed to do next?" He just hoists her into his arms and unleashes his flying power, leaving every single person in pure, speechless shock. Makoto lands smoothly on the other side, then locks eyes on the stairs leading to the next level. Maria starts feeling something's off about his real power level. They'd been stuck in that dungeon for 10 brutal hours, and somehow they'd already clawed their way up to the 13th floor. After what feels like forever, that crushing fatigue finally starts to slam into him. Right out of nowhere, Makoto yanks a full tent straight out of his bag. She's practically bouncing as she blurts out that she's finally going to catch some sleep, and tells him good night, smiling like it's the end of the world's biggest secret. Then bam, a crew of hunters storms onto the same floor as they come in out of nowhere. Maria boasts that everyone knows she and the others are the strongest young hunters around. But ever since that encounter, Makoto's grip on freedom started slipping, just a little but enough to scare him. 7 months back inside Dungeon Asterisk, shallow Syrian Asterisk hit Kevishura's nerves and grilled him. Had Makoto really stayed out of the dungeon since he left home, calling it childish? "You'd better grow up," he implied. Makoto just stared, stunned by the jab, and one of the girls with them told him, straight up, to get used to remarks like that. Just when everything seemed bad enough, Kaido the Kari showed up to needle Makoto, laughing at how he got expelled, ran from home, and ended up trapped in a dungeon. What a disaster of a life. Hamashiro just shrugged and laughed that 2 idiots would probably get along fine, but the protagonists couldn't wrap their heads around it. Why were these people saying such nasty stuff like it was nothing? Mizukawa Orange, another player, started to come over and talk, then bolted, hid behind Nekasawa Beniko, and blurted out that he only wanted to ask about Makatov. Was he really solo? If he didn't know, Orange said, then there was no point in trying to answer. When they started dungeon hunting, players basically split into 2 types, solo sprinters and team fighters, each one wearing their playstyle like a badge. And even if a team didn't need to register, she still hadn't finished explaining their team name before everything got interrupted. Out of nowhere, a pack of monsters came crashing in and tore into all of them. The whole team hit like a wave and stormed in per. Kamishiro and the others clicked perfectly into place, then Kamishiro snapped, This was the Senku no Giant team, an asterisk-level operation that hit like a strike. They were seriously incredible. The team name was built from the first letters of everyone's names. That was straight up cool, and the nickel just shrugged like, yeah, it's not a big deal. But she and Ranya cooked up the plan, even as Kaido tried to snatch the credit for himself. The moment they started bickering, Koda acted like Makoto could never top something that huge. Then bam, a monster burst in and went straight for Makoto. Kodo lunged from behind, but he ripped through the moment with one brutal strike, leaving it. The whole crew bolted to his side, and he waved them off, said he was totally fine because it was just a scratch. Makoto stumbled, hit the ground hard, and blacked out. A little while later, I was wide awake, totally confused, like, what just happened? And Kamishiro demanded to know how he felt, and the Kodo realized he'd blacked out. He told Nakoto it wasn't luck. It was the venom from the poison bird, the one he'd killed earlier. That beast had a head packed with venom glands, and once it hit an open wound, it seeped in and worked its way through the body, slowly shredding him from the inside until death. Nakoto pushed, asking how he ever managed to survive and kill it. Kamishiro said it was all thanks to the girls. Detoxification magic had saved his life. And while he lay there looking like he was dead, Kader fired up his enhanced attack and hauled Makoto's body straight to 14-4. So he had to blurt out his thanks fast. Makoto rushed to thank them for saving his life, and Kamishiro looked genuinely thrilled, as long as the protagonist promised he'd thank the girls later, too. Makoto was still stunned that detox, healing magic, even existed, and now he couldn't stop wondering what amazing future medicine was hiding just around the corner. Then Kato leaned in and asked, wide-eyed, what kind of magic the protagonist could use. Makoto flaunted his power and Kaido froze in pure shock, because Makoto didn't just wield magic of light, fire, and ice, they were all higher than Kaido's. But the real gut punch? Makoto's level Sebai 1. He couldn't wrap his head around it, snapped around to leave, and swore he'd get even stronger. Right then, And as he talked so loud, Kemishiro dragged the truth out. Some of them were still dead asleep. People like him, chemist or not, seemed to have nothing but empty remarks in their heads, and even when it was easy to understand, Kata still stopped, thought it over, and then apologized. The Kato leaned in and told them, straight up, that both of them felt wildly strange to him. Then not long after, Kemishiro checked his status too. Dead on schedule, there were still 2 hours left before shift change. So he suggested they could talk a bit while they had the time. Kodo blurted out, "So you all belong to the Arya School Sword Club?" Because seriously, their moves were unreal. Kamishira shot back that even with Makoto's shaky skills and basically no real abilities, his rank still sat frighteningly high, which was honestly oppressive. Kodo wasn't sure if that was a compliment or a warning, so she cut to the chase and asked just how strong the Arya Sword Club really was, and how they decided to become players in the first place. Kamishiro wrestled with how to explain everything, training, mental practice, even how she earned the money, and there was no clear-cut method to follow. But he was convinced that was exactly what made them so interesting, and he said that going on adventures with friends was pure fun. And he couldn't even tell when to stop. Every time something caught his eye, he just kept digging deeper. Kamishiro said talking to Makoto was straight-up fun, and Tato was even more mind-blowing than usual. He asked if Nakoto didn't find it just as thrilling to pull others in too. The code of thought dragged him straight back to his school days, like it unlocked an old memory in his head, or when he tore past those people trapped inside the dungeon. But the full truth hit his lips, and still wouldn't come out right anymore. A little later on that very same floor, the code, right there waiting to be used. Odo thanked Renge for throwing herself in and saving his life, and she just fumbled the words, like, it was nothing, really. Makon snapped that what she did mattered more than anyone realized, because without her, he'd be dead for sure. She brushed it off, saying she wasn't special and didn't have some amazing power, so all she could do was help like that. Yet Makon fought back, insisting that saving Wise was the kind of choice that holds real, life-changing meaning. That's why he was so insanely grateful to her for pulling him out of death, and when she blushed and said, "It was nothing," it somehow made it feel even more incredible. Kato even tried to grab a bit of credit, but Beniko Patel shut him down on the spot. Then Makoto got stuck talking to Reng instead. That's when everything turns, chemistry surges, and a notice starts slipping in, sealing the staircase before it can keep spreading. The air turned icy and suffocating on the 15th, like something bad was already closing in. The floor itself was basically the location's boss. Beniko pitched a quick game of rock, paper, scissors, and Kaido immediately went, "Yeah, let's do it." Ligun, completely lost, turned to Range and demanded what it meant, only for her to look just as clueless and admit she didn't know either. Beniko said beating the boss would shower them with insane EXP, so they always played rock, paper, scissors to decide who got to land the final hit, until Kato interrupted, insisting Makoto was already level 71, so it wasn't. It's only fair to let him take the shot, but Renji. He grinned and reminded them that he was already one of their friends. They all nodded like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Abandoning a friend just didn't feel right. Kato hesitated for a beat, then finally caved in and agreed too. Nakoto replayed it all in his head, and once everything was settled, they actually played rock, paper, scissors the proper way. Then they tore down to the next floor. Kamishiro warned Kaido that it was pitch black and told him to stay close, not to wander too far ahead. Then Kaido snapped back that he got it. Just as they were hunting the dungeon boss, the boss suddenly burst in and charged straight for Wrench. Makoto's speed lit up the moment. He shot forward and threw his arm in front of her to shield her right away. She stared in disbelief. He let himself get bitten, and then, without hesitation, he shoved her back and ordered her to step away right now. Kaido bolted straight at the monster to strike, then shot Makoto a look and begged, "Can you handle the pain?" Keigo barked at Makoto to retreat for the next move. No questions, just go. Since there was nowhere else to go, they told everyone to zero in on beating the boss fast, while Renji sprinted over to help Makoto, bandaging his injured arm. Kaneshira asked if he was okay, and the Kodo shot back that the real threats were still far worse. After that boss sank its bite into him, his health crumpled to half, some brutal special effect, no doubt. This was terrifying, especially knowing Kaido was just level 24. Nico sprinted up just in time to catch the boss in the act, biting his shoulder and tearing away his health. To plummet fast, Kaneshiro snapped in and launched a brutal strike straight at the monster. Beniko swooped in from the sky too, attacking it from above at the exact same time. The coveted thanked Renge for looking after him, promised he'd be fine, and then urged her to step in and help Kato instead. She sprinted straight at him, while the rest kept trading blows in the chaos. Kaido kept grumbling about how careless he'd been, and Renj told him to stay calm and not move too much. But Kai shot back that the monster wasn't done with him yet, so it would keep coming. Then he bellowed for everyone to hustle fast, because the boss was closing in on them. Lakoto snapped a light magic spell into the fight, cutting the attack off mid-swing, obliterating the boss in an instant, and he stacked his power, 20 levels up in one wild jump. Renji spotted Kaido getting to his feet, and Worry punched straight through him. Kaido wasn't even fully healed yet. But Kato looked totally lost in his own thoughts. Then he exploded forward and slammed Makoto in the face with a brutal punch. Everyone went dead silent, staring at Kaido like, "What are you doing?" Kaido snapped that Makoto stole his kill like that, and the accusation left Makoto totally stunned. Makoto tried to get it through. Survival comes first in a moment like that, but Kaido stayed blazing with rage, spun away, and stormed off. Beniko blurted out, "What's my problem?" While Kimishiro marched up to Makoto to apologize, admitting he never thought Kato would react like that, only for Makoto to cut in. Just like everyone feared, it turned out exactly like this. So he swallowed his disappointment, thanked them for the chance, and slipped away before the others even caught up. From that moment on, he swore he'd never link up with anyone else again. Later, when Makoto finally woke up, a voice shouting his name snapped him awake, and Then it hit him. Maria was trying to shake him awake. She couldn't wrap her head around it. How could he sleep so soundly, eyes half open, guarding the tent like it was his life? The Coda stared in shock. Maria had swapped outfits in seconds, and that new look fit her like it was made for her. You remembered buying it, but Maria burst out laughing and told you she'd tweaked a few of Makoto's clothes while he was out. She handed him that easy version, and he just shrugged and stuffed everything in his bag without overthinking it. It caught you off guard, but Maria somehow made it look like she'd mastered every household chore. And she lit up from the praise, even if the compliment landed a little strangely. Yet Akadot, Makoto, and Maria pushed through every force anyway. Makatov kept leveling up as he crept deeper into the lower levels. At last, they smashed through the doors and landed on the 19th floor. Maria's stomach dropped because this time, it really felt like they were lost, and Makoto nodded like, "Yeah, we're in trouble." He'd never been in a dungeon that tangled you up like a maze before, and Maria didn't laugh. She just looked freaked out. Makoto swore that mazes were a piece of cake. Just keep your right hand pressed to the wall and let the maze guide you. Then she had to find the exit. Right around that moment, Maria swore she heard voices drifting from somewhere else, and Makoto nodded like he heard it too. And yeah, they definitely weren't alone in there. As soon as they heard that noise, Makoto leaned in and said it felt exactly like a horror movie, forcing Maria to shriek in terror. Then the crowd that appeared, or none other than Makoto's old crew, showing up again after all this time. Maria snapped, "Wait, I know you, I've seen you on TV." 4 of them, just 4 years older than her, and even her own father couldn't stop praising how incredible they were. That's when she decided she wanted to be like them and rise into being a great player. Now that they finally got face to face, everyone froze at the wild coincidence. Then Makoto's girlfriend even gets questioned about the girl he'd been wondering about. Maria Shikmakoto grabbed him by the shoulders, stunned out of her mind because Senku no Gyurun was standing right there in front of them. She hyped them all one by one, starting with the real warrior, KO, whose rare power surged his strength and let him crush enemies, then Beniko, who flickered through fights and made her opponents look helpless with razor-clean kendo moves, and finally Renton, who came packed with a whole arsenal of support techniques. And he helped the team seize victory while the great leader Kamishiro kept the spotlight on something wild. How, even with his young age, raw talent plus relentless effort had sharpened his skills, powered up his martial arts, and kept growing stronger through dungeon runs, until people crowned him the greatest leader of all players for pure practice. This is where judgment, patience, and a whole lineup of other traits get brought into play. This made Makoto blurt out for her to stop talking. "Just a little, please." And right then Benika stepped in, leaned close, and asked what the girl's name was. The girl was so stunned she could barely react. Arrange recognized her instantly. Maria, the magazine model everyone admired. Leaving Makoto completely stunned, Maria nodded along, admitting it was absolutely true. Kamishiro shot them a question. What were the 2 of you doing together? But Maria was practically vibrating with excitement because he'd just said her name. Lakonto stepped in and explained that he'd run into Maria at the dungeon entrance, so they'd teamed up for now to help her out. That's when Beniko fired out the idea, fast and fearless. Kato stared at them like, "Wait, we can team up again." Maria agreed on the spot, but Makoto felt a knot of dread twist in his gut. Because they'd vowed to stay together until the dungeon's end, just like last time, and it all came rushing back. With shaky nerves, he blurted out that he really hoped everyone would actually have each other's backs this time. Kato muttered that they could do whatever they wanted, and somehow everyone else shrugged it off, happy to team up and go along with it. Bonacona had this reputation. On his team, every single person was a celebrity except him. A model and 4 famous players. Yet somehow this guy wouldn't draw a second glance, and honestly, that was exactly the advantage he needed. They burned through so much time together it felt like forever, until it cut off there. Exploring the dungeon, Maria jumped into every conversation, bouncing between team members as the story heated up and in, running into a whole swarm of monsters along the way. Even after teaming up to fight, Kaido somehow still looks like he's having the time of his life. Team 10s surrounds the cargo like they're locking in for a mission. At one point, they pulled over, grabbed food, and fueled up before pushing on. And Kato closed the gap until he was so near he could have almost touched Wrench. She blushed hard, and the whole crowd erupted in laughter, soaking up the moment like it was the funniest thing ever. Finally, the squad pushed through and hit the absolute deepest level the 24 had. Kaida stared at the place and wondered, is this really the boss's lair? And when the rock-paper-scissors winner landed the final blow, he barked, don't touch the stone. Mikado promised that they'd help if things turned dangerous, but Kaido dug in and refused, no matter what. They geared up with Renge on standby, ready to back them up when the pressure hit and patch everyone back to health with magic as they braced for the coming attack. So Kaido was the first to swing and strike the statue. Then Kamishiro surged toward Makoto, so he threw out an apology for letting them in, because really, they were only joining up to stay safe from the boss. The cutter laughed and said it was all good, because it looked like they wiped out the boss in no time. Sure, he had his chance to hit the boss and rip through the dungeon fast, but every time he chased freedom, it still left him stranded and alone. It felt weird as hell, like even without real freedom being with. Honestly, being around everyone felt like pure fun. Every single moment was genuinely enjoyable. Right as he finished that sentence, a massive explosion ripped the air apart. Before Makoto could even catch his breath, all of his friends had already blown it, hard. He crumpled to the ground after the boss's crushing attack landed. Suddenly, he was staring down an irrational. A cruel force tore away every last shred of his freedom. Something so unforgivable it makes your blood run cold. Meanwhile, out in the world, journalist Dakota Coco was hammering out a column on how dungeons look. Right then, she was covering the Red Shadow Dungeon, the one everyone can't stop talking about since it just surfaced in Okinawa. And yep, players were already packed right at the entrance, staring in like it was about to blow wide open. People were buzzing with pure amazement. Young fans couldn't get enough, and the band's even there. Sankabu no Gyurum. Coco's a huge devotee, begging for their autograph the moment they come back, and she's not stopping there. She's craving an interview too, one she can barely wait to do. Meanwhile, the dungeon kept grabbing national headlines, and everything shifted because of it. 5 days had passed since the government dropped that reward, and everyone was buzzing like, come on, who's really gonna clear the dungeon? Makoto was still duking it out with the boss when he suddenly clocked that Renge had, thank goodness, fought her way back to consciousness. He sprinted to her, yelling if she was okay, but her mind couldn't catch up, until it finally clicked. Every single one of them had already been wiped out, badly injured by the boss's monstrous, explosive power. Maybe it was because Renge was farther back, but she somehow dodged the worst of it. And Makoto was right there, yelling at her to save everyone. As he slams ice magic into the air, using it to fend off danger. Time, no matter how hard you panicked about him. After landing his 10th tiny brawl, and unleashing magic along the way, he kept fighting, but nothing, no sword swings, no magic, could land a real hit. Even the fireball he threw got snapped away, and that's when it hit him. Maybe the boss's body was literally made of flame. And this time, Koda didn't hold back. He unleashed a level 10 light attack. And yeah, Imakoto even fought back with light magic too, because the boss slammed its defenses up, and that blast ricocheted right back at Imakoto. In that instant, his past came rushing back like a flood he couldn't outrun. He kept remembering all those times he let something terrible slip by and did nothing to stop it, even though he knew exactly what he'd asked, because it all came back to haunt him. Turns out the one behind the harm was the director's son, the same kid Makoto had fought before. They sneered at the victim, saying someone like him had no business going to school if he wanted to stay alive. Then, before Makoto could get a single curse out, They snapped their rage onto him and beat him senseless while he was left with zero chance to fight back. If only he'd stepped in back then and stopped that boy. Maybe his teachers and classmates would have stayed in his corner. Maybe he'd still be a student at that same school. But Makoto decided guiding Sakurabo wasn't a thing he should even waste a second worrying about. So now that he'd finally found a spot like this, everything changed. He refused to lose sight of the people he had with him in that dungeon. Right before he could spiral into worry, Maria jolted awake and reassured him, telling him to stop dwelling on it. She leaned in and told him, no doubt about it, Makoto was the strongest of all of them. With fresh grit burning in her heart, he blasts level 10 light magic again. After everything, he and that boss of his 4 leveled up way past each other. This time, Makoto swore it would be different. He threw himself into the power act because with nothing left to lose, he had to protect it all. Makoto took down the boss with his own hands, then shot up, 417 levels in one insane leap. Renj pulled off a miraculous save. Right after that, she healed every last one of her friends, and they snapped back on their feet, no longer doubting. Kamishiro let out a huge sigh of relief. Everyone was safe. "Thank you, Makoto," he said, because without your help, this never would have worked. The whole crew raved about Makoto's insane strength and cool vibes. Yes, even Kagawa. Beniko admitted he didn't want to get beaten by him again next time, then muttered an apology for punching him earlier. Beniko insisted he talk louder, and Kato snapped back, grumbling that if they still had the energy to yell, they should focus on recovering and pushing forward. Then Aiko fired off a complaint, claiming he was the most annoying one, yet somehow the ranked Edge Red Shadow dungeon had still been. They burst out of the dungeon, and a massive crowd of players erupted into cheers at the... When the victorious team finally burst back into view, the whole stadium erupted, people celebrating the triumphant return of Senku no Gyuran. Right before the group split, the boss's hand let go of something. An item slipped and dropped mid-moment. With the necklace of exorcism in hand, they demanded their request. That necklace was the receipt that they'd beaten the dungeon boss, and Makoto basically demanded they take the credit, by telling the world that all 5 of them pulled it off. When Kamishiro asked how they'd pull off something that big, Makoto shrugged that he just didn't want the spotlight on his own face. Then he slipped out of the dungeon hold, left the proof in the necklace, and thanks to Maria, Makoto tore through the silence announcing their victory. The crowd erupted in cheers, hurling praise at them left and right, then leaned in, demanding to know how the boss faced that poison and how they survived it. Kamishiro leaned in and hissed to Makoto, asking if he was truly sure about his move. Makoto shot back, "Yeah," because he thought this was the only way to dodge the spotlight. With a quick thank you, he declared he was leaving, and the whole group froze at his sudden exit. Beniko shot back that since he was Ori and Akanoa, he at least deserved to slip away and enjoy himself a little. Makonoi nodded that it totally made sense, and Kimishiro promised that next time, they'd welcome him back as part of the team. Not only a teammate, an actual friend. The coder broke into a smile and thanked him like he finally understood how they'd landed in all this mess. He suddenly remembered how he'd mashed his skills together in a burst of impulse, something he'd never even thought to do on purpose until. Up to this point, it had been insanely effective. Those combos cracked open a whole stack of strategies that felt electric, not just leveling up. Makoto didn't only grow stronger, he sharpened himself by mastering his abilities. Then, right out of nowhere, a voice shouted his name, Maria sprinting straight toward him. She demanded they tell her parents the news together. Makoto couldn't wrap her head around why she needed him at all, convinced one person should be enough. But Maria shot that down, saying the announcement had to be made by both of them. Even with her stubborn streak, she clung to him hard and whispered that every second they'd spent together had been pure, unforgettable fun. They'd adventured, laughed, feasted, and fought side by side, and still, life had secrets she hadn't even scratched the surface of yet. Maria always stayed bright, soaking up her parents' love, until one day she finally understood. The outside world was bigger and more magical than she'd ever dared imagine. And if Makoto was right there with her, everyone would back her up, so she didn't have to stress at all. She just let him tag along while she went straight to her parents to spill everything that happened. He hesitated, remembering the moment he'd stormed out of home and left his parents standing there, and he admitted, Maria really was a good person. Honestly, it had been 8 long months since he last saw his parents after that fight. Yam went home, sure, but deep down he was still their son. And it just didn't feel right to leave things like that, so he had to apologize. Maria snapped her head toward him and said, "If you didn't love your parents, I'd hate you for it." But once he finally became the kind of gentleman she could trust, they were allowed to be united with. And with that, the two agreed to split for now, promising they'd reunite in the future as the strongest team. Later, Makoto tore back to Morioka Prefecture and sprinted home, readying himself to finally step into what's next. The moment he cracked the door open, his mother came rushing in and smashed him in a tight hug. She broke down in tears, screaming that he was an idiot, and then, right as he returned, she pulled him in like, "You're back." Justice's father showed up, smiling like he belonged right there, and welcomed him home. And after 8 brutal months away from home, Cell finally watched Makoto's time apart come to an end. Even if playing didn't light up his life, he still craved dungeons, and couldn't stop asking himself where he'd end up next. He sat down with his parents, declared his dream to go full-time, and proved he meant it. Now that the edge-ranked dungeon was cleared, he was finally ready to charge into the G rank. That day, he stepped out for no reason, then froze when he spotted Maria waiting outside. Throwing his voice in the air, he shouted for a date like he couldn't wait any longer. She caught him completely off guard, and before he could even react, he slammed the door shut right away. Maria wasn't the only one waiting. Range and Beniko showed up too, greeting the protagonist like old friends, and Beniko slapped the promise back into his memory. They'd meet again in Okinawa. So yeah, this is it. The time Maria promised she'd come home next week, which meant tonight felt like a goodbye in disguise. Connell said he was planning to hit a dungeon, and Beniko just burst out laughing like that was all he ever dreamed about. Still, at least for once, they could soak up their youth together. He insisted dungeons shaped his whole youth, so Beniko froze, genuinely stunned. Maria pitched the idea of hitting a dungeon after their outing, and it instantly lit a spark in his mind. But finally, Makoto caved, and just like that, everyone decided to head out. Even though he still had no clue how they'd tracked down his address, Maria just smirked and said it was better he didn't. The whole group rushed into a clothing store, right when Maria and Sis demanded they grab fresh outfits from Makoto. He'd been stuck in the same old clothes for way too long, and that snapped him into asking, "Wait, how did Maria just say earlier that they wouldn't see each other again so soon?" Her nerves betrayed her as sweat broke out, but she nodded along. Then, before heading home and having to stay apart for a while, she wanted to make it right for everything he'd done for her, because through all of it, he'd still been kind. She asked him to let her have this moment and actually savor it, and the cuddle like maybe it wasn't so bad after all. But man, the outfits they picked were totally out there, wildly eccentric. Still, he straight up said they were beautiful, and the other girls froze, stunned by his insane fashion taste. They also hit an aquarium, and Maria sprinted ahead because she couldn't get enough of places like that. Even though it was smaller than the one back in her hometown, she sprinted toward the penguins, while Benika tagged along behind her, ready to stop her from getting lost. Range burst out laughing and said Maria looked like the happiest person alive. Then Makoto leaned in and asked if this was Maria's idea and what she was dying to see at the aquarium. The two of them headed to watch the jellyfish glide by, and they were obsessed with the whole thing. She found them pure magic, eerie, and totally mysterious. There you could find jellyfish from the sea, some even people kept as pets, and on top of that, there was a whole jellyfish museum packed with rare specimens. This time he sprinted ahead, leaving everyone else in his dust. Later in the coda, he swore he'd had an amazing time. Like, the greed part hit hardest, because spotting that rare jellyfish was wild, and it only got better with her right beside him. Darenya's surprise gift to Makoto, a tiny plush jellyfish right in her hands. He told her he'd snagged it from a nearby store, and grabbed a little something for the other two girls too. Range's voice cracks with emotion as she thanks him for the gift, swearing she'll cherish it for the rest of her life. Life went on like that, and it even made the protagonist snort a laugh, because the whole thing felt just a little too extra. He asked where the other two girls had vanished, and Ren shot back that yeah, both of them had been missing from the aquarium for a while. Right when she picked up the call, as soon as she answers, she fires back, asking where they were. Then Beniko cuts in fast, telling everyone they'd been at the amusement park. Only Renge could save her now, because the code would never guess that Beniko could faint from Maria's screaming on the other end, so the two of them rushed to the park to find the girls. There, Beniko lets out a tired sigh, admitting that chasing after kids is brutal, and somehow a few of them are even more energetic than anyone expected. Makoto couldn't deny it. Those two were seriously amazing, and he blurted out, "So how many times have you been to the park?" Beniko only grinned and said, "A ton, we've been many times already." She brings up that crazy loop from the Red Shadow dungeon and straight up asks if he really wanted to split it like that. Leaving him stunned, she even dug up a topic that old. When he nods and says it's okay, even if it doesn't feel right to Beniko, Makoto finally exhales. After all, a man only needs enough money to live easy, so here it is. A chance to enjoy the dungeons, and hey, speaking of that, he talks about the Senku no Gyuren group and asks what plans she'd make if they had a few, and now, boom, the next objective lands on one of the biggest targets out there, and he definitely must have heard about it too. The horrendous mountain dungeon, also called the ranked dungeon or the last dungeon, stands there like the final nightmare. The coveter remembers it like a nightmare. This dungeon was carved into a terrifying mountain near Lake Usori, out in Amori province, and it was downright eerie. 2 months back, the hero charged into that dungeon, only to hit dead-closed gates that refused to budge no matter how hard he shoved. The air felt like a tomb, choking him with chills, and there wasn't a single trace of life around. Medical notes just stopped there, like something was wrong beyond words. Kamishiro, especially, couldn't stop staring at that dungeon, and she was totally fine with it. Yeah, she felt a little scared, but she knew they were out of line for dressing up dungeons while they were trying to forget about the whole thing for a bit, because the subject had drifted way too far. So she tells Makoto to go grab some drinks for them. And he has no choice. He storms off, then comes back a bit later to track down those guys. She's trading flirt looks with Beniko on her bench when she spots Lakota coming back, and she bolts over to him to squash the awkwardness before it explodes. While he was gone, those weirdos made her feel so uneasy, and he asked if they weren't her acquaintances. Like Makoto could possibly believe something that ridiculous. Believe it or not, the guys are furious after Benika calls them weirdos, and she heard the whole thing. She fires back that they're the weird ones, rocking those ugly shirts, even though she clearly remembers Makoto wearing outfits that look just like theirs. They step up and brag that they're the most powerful sibling duo. Yep, the Akura brothers. And then they accuse the kids of paying them to badmouth them, demanding the defiant students get punished immediately, because they just dared to disrespect the level 99 brothers, and now they want an apology right now. Little did he know, Makoto had already hit level 20,000. The brothers stepped up and declared, "It's just us, new challengers." Because everyone was crazy for this trend, 2 players going head-to-head like it was tradition, and the reason they had the crowd roaring was simple. Those undefeated brothers racked up 38 straight wins. So these 2 are trying to cash in on a fresh streak of wins, until rejection hits them again and again, and even their awesome shirts get trashed, all because Benickel belongs to that huge, famous crowd they recognize. And then they go even further, claiming Benickel and Kato are dating, even though both of them shut it down immediately. But the brothers just brushed it off, telling him, "Don't sweat it. If we get hurt, it's fine." They bragged that they had a top-tier team, one that could even use level 8 hue and magic, and Benika snapped back that they were the ones who should worry about getting badly hurt in this mess. The brothers broke into laughter. There was zero chance they were going to lose. The moment the leveling system kicked in, those first stats flashed, and they spelled out his physical strength, plain and clear. Makoto instantly got it. They weren't just curious, they wanted to compare numbers, and that hit him hard because his own stats were lower even though he was the same level. Still, the brothers stand unshaken, guns blazing with confidence, flexing their massive stats and swearing that even at level 99, nobody stands a chance against them. After all that rambling, they finally geared up to fight, and Bitiko snapped, telling them to quit the nonsense and get moving already. Makoto tries to calm her down, but her rage doesn't budge because they'd been driving her up the wall. Their support team rushes in, begging the brothers to chill, insisting they've got no reason to throw a punch like this, so just let it go. Even so, Beniko refused to quit, until Makoto stepped in and blurted that she was only level 94 with a sword, and he didn't want her risking this. He told her to hand everything over to him right now, and Beniko thought it was crazy, until he explained she couldn't beat anyone if they outmatched her stats, and you can't just brute force your way through people like that. Benickel finally nods. She'll let Protonus fight in her spot, but she makes one brutal promise. If he loses, she'll kill him. Nikoda laughs like it's a joke, but the truth hits hard. He knows that'll never happen. At that moment, the support crew finally hits record, capturing the brutal showdown between the brothers and Makoto. One of them charges in first, crashing down with his upper hand advantage. And then came the kick, Makoto laughing through the pain, because after he accepted that challenge, he couldn't complain anymore. But the brothers stunned. Makoto doesn't even flinch from his hits, so he barrels in again and again, desperate to find out if Makoto can truly block every single blow. Beniko couldn't believe it as his punches flew one after another, way faster than she expected. The other brother just smirks and says it was inevitable. If you got caught by even one of those hits, you'd crumple instantly. But the Kodo slips every hit like it's nothing, dodge after dodge, effortless. He fires back with a single punch, just one. That sent the brothers soaring through the air, flying far away. Leoli's jaw dropped, utterly stunned. The protagonist finally clocked it. He messed up big time. He'd already burned through all the strength he had left from Haven't, but the remaining brother wouldn't budge no way his sibling could have lost. Makoto must have cheated with magic, or pulled a dirty trick to win like that. So he lunges in and hurls a 10th level air magic spell at Makoto, revenge burning in his chest. Makoto darts out of the way and realizes, like hue and magic, this casting needs both hands to hold steady, and that sparks his curiosity to quiz Maria about it later. Then he realizes the attacks he barely dodged aren't stopping. They're barreling straight toward Beniko. And just like that, Mac Covidal merrily rockets in, saving her from getting slammed. So now the brother is totally stunned. His attacks got dodged like it was nothing, like there was no way a normal person could pull it off, and yet somehow they did. The protagonist swings a dolphin plushie straight into his face, snapping the fight shut and crushing the whole dispute. Makoto carefully sets Beniko down, asks if she's all right, and blurts out an apology for dodging, completely forgetting how close she was and failing to check if she was safe. But Beniko just melts into a silent blush, unable to speak, until she casually drops the bomb that the dolphin plushie he tossed earlier was actually Maria's gift, and he finally clocks it way too late. A little later, Rania Maria came back, and there they were, chatting with the brothers and the support crew like old buddies. The crew blinked in total confusion, asking, "Wait, are you guys friends now?" Then it spiraled into questions about how that could even be true. She asked the brothers how long they planned to stay, but they blew off the question and stayed steadfast, swearing they'd shadow Maculata for the rest of their lives and treat him like their new boss. Losing for the first time in forever shook them, and now they're convinced that defeat dragged bad luck straight into their lives. They bow and apologize to the two for the chaos they unleashed, then ride off in farewell. Beniko lets out a tired sigh, so much has happened and she's completely run through, time to head home. Maria nods along, but just before that, Makoto cuts in, saying he still has to hit the dungeon, and he straight up asks if they're coming with him. Maria lights up with an excited yes, even while the other two slump around like they've been wiped out by hours at the amusement park. Even with his embarrassment burning hot, Marist and Beniko finally give in and tag along with the protagonist, and the girls jump in too. Not long after, a viral clip drops, 800,000 views already, showing Makoto crushing the level 99 brothers. Heyman dropped it just a day ago. The protagonist is stunned. Those brothers weren't just random guys, they were huge names, and somehow they made a fortune off it without his permission, so now he's left staring at the chaos like, how did this even happen? Right then he snaps to it. Kamishiro is calling his name, saying he saw that Zichikura brothers' video. Nakoda blurts that he didn't want this kind of spotlight right now. Then Kamishiro hits him with, "So when did your levels start catching up to mine?" And it throws Nakodo off completely, like he can't even figure out why that question was asked. Kamishiro finally decides to spell out exactly what he means. No more guessing. He dares Makoto to a one-on-one showdown, dead set on proving, right there with his own two hands, that he can beat him. By January, Makoto doesn't waste a second. He storms back into the dungeon, heads straight for the Jiblu cave on the 20th floor, and stands there alone, staring down a massive horde of dragons. The only boss at first was level 35, and right there but he's having the time of his life out there, fully relishing every second of the fight. And then he mowed through them all at once, blasting through levels again and again with every monster he crushed. But even now, he still had Kamashiro's old words lodged in his mind from back then. Because during that call, Kamishiro started talking about how ever since their first meeting, Makoto's level-up power blasts through me, stacking 1,000 experience points in my favor as everything clicks into place. Back then, it felt kinda interesting, but now, with what level-ups can do, seeing the Kodo fuck the boss in that other dungeon, and after taking down those Akira brothers, Kamishiro just couldn't wrap his head around it. Makoto was clearly past level 99, and the protagonist froze for a second, staring at the whole mess like, yeah, none of this matters anymore, because he couldn't figure out what Kamishiro was really up to. And Makoto was desperate to figure out the real point of the duel. Kamishiro shut him down, saying it was pointless for Makoto to chase any meaning, because Kamishiro had always got everything he wanted, no sweat at all. Even before the level-up system ever showed up, and even after he was still above everyone, right up until Makoto crashed onto the scene. That's why Yin started pushing straight toward Kota now, ready to throw everything he had at him and beat him with his own hands. Hearing Kamashiro's words, Nakoto's blood ran cold. Because Kamishiro said there was never any point chasing a purpose from the start when someone already knew everything. Someone who truly understood Nakoto's real power and could finally stop him. All it took was the right kind of man, one who loved interesting people like Kamishiro and cared about him so deeply. That's why Kamishiro didn't think he needed to strain himself so much. But that didn't mean he planned to barrel straight into the protagonist face first. He had his own life, and he'd do exactly what he wanted. Kamishiro was counting on it. Then after Makoto crushed the horde of dragons, he checked his stats and realized he'd smashed past level 20 feet 1000. He didn't seem to be lying, because even if Makoto were standing in Kemishiro's shoes, she wouldn't know how to beat someone like him, not when everything is hitting her all at once. A girl lagged behind Makoto, and it left him utterly stunned, until she finally got up. I bolted out of bed and sprinted straight at him, breathless, demanding to know if he was the legendary Sakura Makoto. He asks how she even knows his name, and she tells him she watched the video. Yeah, the one that's so Akira Brothers. She's gushing about how insanely cool it is, and Makoto instantly realizes his name has blown up way too far. She demanded to know if he really took down those dungeon monsters, and when he nodded, she broke into a laugh, then froze, realizing she hadn't introduced herself yet. "I'm Aesop Mickey," she said, thanking him right away. She swears he saved her life, but he's totally lost. He can't even remember doing it. Mickey just laughs and calls him humble, then dives into the nightmare. That monster swallowed her whole. She'd be dead for real if Makoto hadn't stepped in and taken down those dragons. But the truth hit him like a truck. He stared in total shock, completely lost. How in the world could another person be trapped in that dungeon with him? Someone with no gear, no weapons, nothing to protect themselves. He finally asked why she keeps staring back like that, and she guessed it was some kind of challenge. The Koda shot his gaze away as she burst out laughing, bragging that she never loses their staring game, and just like she promised, the loser would give the winner something. But he shrugged and said he never promised anything at all, then leaned in and asked if she was alone, since he couldn't see anyone else around. Mickey finally confirms it. No one else ever showed up to explore the dungeon with her. Being trapped in a ranky dungeon with zero tools, weapons, or armor, and somehow making it to the 20th floor, felt wildly suspicious, so Lakoto snapped, "What level are you?" And she bursts into laughter, bragging she's level 22, then slips out, leaving him even more completely baffled. As she keeps laughing and blurts out that she's 18, it feels straight up impossible, because being trapped in a ranky dungeon at level 22 is basically a death sentence. And she won't back down, swearing it's the absolute truth, while Mickey refuses to play along with lies, pulling up her status to the protagonist, until everything snaps into chaos out of nowhere. A dragon swoops in, clamps onto her with its jaws, and hauls her off into the sky. Even with level 22, he was nowhere near strong enough to push deep into that dungeon. It's wild how Mickey somehow pushed that far on her own. Then, while she's still processing it, the drag yanks her back and spits her out like she's nothing at all. Makoto shot forward, grabbing her before she could get hurt. It felt totally wrong, like something vanished without a scratch or a single trace of a fight. He had no idea who this girl really was, MC. Makoto blurted, "Are you okay?" the second they hit the ground, stunned that she came out unscathed. Mickey couldn't wrap his head around it. He pointed out that it was Makoto who saved her life, and that argument just didn't sit right with him at all. After the dragon spat her out and blasted a burst of fire, she burst into laughter and bragged that this was one of her special abilities, and flashed her status right in front of him so he could see every last detail. Most folks would have never guessed, but Makoto clocked her power fast and wiped out both physical and magical damage like it didn't even exist. That's why she walked away uninjured, because Mickey felt invincible, and even when she dared him to try killing her just to prove he could, he backed it up without a scratch on her. Herm shot Makoto down on the spot, swearing he wouldn't do anything like that, but she kept pressing him, so hard it felt like his refusal would crack. With her stubborn persistence, Makoto couldn't really say no, so he figured, if she wants this that badly, then I'll try. He told her to step back so he could test it, and he still couldn't believe what he was about to do, then he flicked her forehead. It was a move that would have wrecked most opponents, but she just stood there unhurt, because her power protected her, and Makoto proved it right then. Mickey couldn't believe it. Every time an attack tried to hit her, a barrier suddenly snapped into place and shut it down, protecting her whole body like it couldn't be touched. But somehow they could still touch, and that was weird as hell. Even with all her thoughts running wild, it didn't make sense for a girl like her to be this deep in a rank greed dungeon, so low level it's basically embarrassing for someone like me. He told her it still felt wild watching her get that far and urged her to pick something that actually fit her situation. Mickey laughed along like, "Yeah, that's real." Then she snapped back that she wanted a lot of money. She caught him off guard when she blurted that she wanted a asterisk ton of it. And then Mickey dropped the real reason. She'd been told to hunt down rare items so she could climb into the high-ranking dungeons. Makoto was stunned, because Mickey didn't look like someone who cared about money at all. With that bright, happy smile, it almost looked like she was fine. But the coveted wouldn't let it slide. The best move was to head to the next floor, and she jumped in to ride along with him. Up on the 21st floor, they split apart, and Makoto just couldn't shake what happened with Mickey. She had an unbeatable way to soften both physical and magical hits, and that should have been reassuring, but it only made his worry spike. He couldn't shake the feeling that leaving a girl like her behind was wrong, so he stopped cold, remembering that the exact same thing had happened before. That's why, when Lakota rushed back to check on her, he tracked her down in a terrible state, screaming for help as poisonous lizards pinned her and dragged their tongues over her. She dropped to the ground and snapped that her sight was slipping. Trapped in a ring of monsters, her body went numb, and she couldn't even move, while Makoto clocked that their name sounded like poison. Mickey dodged injuries like they were nothing, but when buffs or attacks hit her body's condition, she couldn't dodge those effects. After she begged for help, the Kodo finally tore through the two monsters and wiped them out on the spot. She lit up his spirit and praised him for his strength. The two locked eyes for what felt like forever, until Nikoda realized the poison had pinned her in place, and he scrambled for a plan. Maybe he had detox herbs, so he offered them like a lifeline and tried to make her swallow. That moment felt almost like feeding a pet, and she thanked him for it. Pikoto shrugged it off but warned her, straight up, to stop flirting with death or stacking up risks. Her low level had to be fixed fast inside dungeons. She argued back that she couldn't afford to slow down because she needed a ton of money, and to get it, she'd have to push into high-level dungeons. Mickey finally spilled the truth. She needed money fast to wipe out her debts. Her parents were gone for good. After they passed away, they'd left everything to legal guardianship, and she was left holding the weight of the pilot bills. She and her older sister were stuck living on their own, barely scraping by, while her sister busted her tail, paying off their parents' debt and still making sure she had food, supplies, and the education she needed. And whenever she had to step out, her sister always handed her the money she needed too. Honestly, that girl was pure gold. Mickey's always the first thought in everyone's mind, like they put her needs, desires, and dreams above everything she ever wanted for herself. That's why Mickey stormed out to hunt down money and pay those debts for good, so their parents could finally rest in peace. She wanted to help her older sister too, because she just needed her to get a real shot at enjoying life the same way. After pouring all of that out, Mickey burst out laughing, mortified at how long she'd rambled. Honestly, she didn't even know why she'd told him everything. Still, she had to say it. She wanted Makoto to know that the truth was, he might remember Maria saying something like this, something meant to make her parents recognize her maturity and all her hard work from a distance. Before Mickey could even spin away, Makoto snapped onto her wrist, asking what happened, watching her look so off. That's what made his nerves spike, and he stammered out apologies, panicking that he'd made her uncomfortable. If she's cool with it, I want to jump in and help her clear that dungeon, then watch us level up fast. Even as Makoto said it, he froze for a second, because that bold offer to Mickey laugh sounded way too daring out loud. He quickly apologized for pushing such a crazy offer, then promised she'd never forget his help, gripping her hand and smiling like he truly meant every word. If it was the old Makoto, he never would have let something like that slip out. Then Mickey's blazing, no giving up eyes hit him, and suddenly he saw there was way more going on here. Still, letting that girl sit alone in a dungeon like this, that's way too dangerous. Mickey was beaming. This felt like the best kind of fun, like she finally got a younger brother to look after. Even though Makaboto could sense her older sister aura, there was still plenty to handle, and Mickey admitted that being alone all the time felt really, really sad. But with Makoto, already level 20,000, right by her side, she felt rock-solid safe. But what really wrecked him was the moment he realized she somehow had his stats from the very start. He demanded to know how she figured it out, and she apologized, claiming she'd accidentally peaked earlier, so that's why she knew he was deadly strong from the jump. But when Kodo caught just how careless he'd been, she locked in with a vow to match his level 2. He shot back with the reminder that level 99 was the hard cap, leaving Mickey even more stunned. Nicholta figured he should have just stayed quiet and let the common knowledge do its job, because she'd already seen way too much. So yeah, keep this secret for him. They pushed deeper and deeper into the dungeon, and on the 22nd floor, a Doblum sorcerer steps in to face them head-on. Yeah, it's a real tax on the directly code base, but the actual cost of the code itself is still surprisingly low. Turns out the damage was barely a scratch, so yeah, that cleared everything up. The Doblum wasn't trying to destroy anything, it was just hunting Mickey. He saw his opening to crush it, so he let her charge ahead, eyes locked on the action, waiting for that perfect second to step in and stop it. An hour later, Mickey had leveled up a staggering 13 times, shaking with exhaustion. And even Kodo had to admit she'd done an incredible job, still struggling to believe Mickey beat the boss all by herself. She just stared at it, because her invulnerability to damage more than made up for her weak attack power. Exactly why Mickey could pull off victory after grinding through those battles. The Kodo said he'd step in to help, but she couldn't even understand why. She laughed like, "Yeah, I don't need him." When she traveled alone, she would have just sprinted and vanished. But now that Makono trusted her, Mickey finally had the nerve to march straight into her enemies. She flashed him the loot she'd snatched from the dungeon boss, asking if it actually suited her. Then he nodded, and the excitement hit her like lightning. With a killer weapon in hand, they pushed deeper into the dungeon. And by the time they hit the 25th floor, she had already climbed to level 39. Then on the 30th floor, she surged all the way to level 48, stacking up even rarer, pricier treasures. Makodum spotted the stuff and realized with a jolt that this was his first time ever seeing them, and he had no clue what they were really for. Mickey nodded right back, saying the stone bomb should hit exactly the way its name promises. Everything about them screamed, rare find, so selling them felt like the smart play. Because if she could clear her debts with this, it would be her big break to turn these into something real. But right now, the offer register that listed the items for her is stuck and won't work. They shoved on through the floors, despite Mickey's presence, keeping their momentum and pushing forward. He froze in terror, because that monster could swallow him whole. She pictured her sister back home, and that thought sparked pure courage in her chest, like she finally found her reason to run forward and be fearless. To become even stronger, love, because it fuels everything. And she unleashed her tools on every last monster the dungeon threw at her. She refused to freeze again. No way, not ever. Either you try again or you walk away, because fear is holding you back. Even Nakoda stared in shock as her evolution unfolded before his eyes. She was finally becoming something unstoppable. An insane level of power is waiting for the future. She shuddered at her status, then praised the protagonist, and admitted he'd been right all along before offering to let him help, and it looked like she could handle things perfectly fine now. Still, even with Mickey agreeing, she clung to her worries and made it clear she wanted him right there with her. Suddenly, she unlocked a brand new power, first level of magic identification, and it looked like it would help her read monsters and items like a map, making it ridiculously useful. Mickey decided to try it out on the axe she'd snagged earlier. She signed in, and the info hit her like a wall. Barely anything, probably because that skill was still stuck at level 1. They also tried to figure out those mystery items, what they did, what they meant. But nothing clicked, and they couldn't tell if the items were just unidentifiable or if it was because Mickey's level was still too low. Either way, that skill hit a wall, so they shelved it for now. Mickey apologized, but the Kodo waved it off like, "No worries," and said they could keep experimenting with other items as they pushed deeper floor by floor. On the 40th floor, Mickey stared in awe, stunned by how gorgeous everything looked. Makodum even clocked the chill in the air, but he knew they'd finally gone far enough for the cold to hit. The moment they stepped into the room, the doors slammed shut behind them. And then, boom, they spotted a black lighter materialize right in front of them. Standing in the middle of the room and locking horns with the unknown is the recommended level. Bakoda couldn't stop wondering. Was Ed there from the start, or did someone else have the scary one pinned all along? And told Mickey to tap into her identification magic. She shoved it toward the monster and, boom, holy light magic cranked the weakness wide open, and that's all she managed to uncover. She chose to keep that info tucked away for now, because Makoto would need it. Then, out of nowhere, the litter blasted a thunderous roar that shook the whole place. He cranked up his 10th level magic, but it hit like a dead spell and nothing happened. With one roaring blast, it looked like the Liger could slam a magic seal into place instantly. They both clocked it at once. This was the moment they had to keep fighting in this form. Liger barreled straight for Mickey, and she snapped her axe up, ready to fight back. But exploded. This totally caught her off guard. Makodev had figured there was nothing to panic about, that she was basically unbeatable even without him. But once the four-boss situation hit, his gut flipped, and he started pushing. He shoved Mickey aside to keep her safe, then got swallowed by the Liger instead. leaving her in a full-blown spiral of worry for him. Even though the Covenant promised he was okay, she couldn't accept it, like the truth refused to land. Lakota threw everything he had at the lighter, yanking and straining to break free. But no matter what he tried, nothing would budge. Boss Mickey started swallowing him whole and panic shot through her, but Makoto snapped, "Stay back, don't touch the boss," until the fire finally swallowed everything he had. Some coated-up twist left him stuck in. From the inside, it would feel like you were swallowed whole by the Liger's stomach. Or maybe, just maybe, this whole thing is slipping into a totally different dimension. He could still catch a faint echo of Mickey's voice somewhere out there, and then he realized he was way above. He loved her in his heart, but first he had to break out of that chamber and get out alive. Even when he slammed his fists into the ground, it didn't budge. Nothing could break through that solid wall. But it wasn't fully indestructible. Makongo fought to break free as Mickey got singled out, becoming the boss's next target. She lunged in with her axe, trying to smash it down. But it left nothing broken. The Liger lunged at her, slammed her to the ground, and flung her weapon into the air. As soon as she flipped onto her stomach, she accidentally smashed an item and it detonated into a massive explosion. That blast sent both Makoto and the lighter flame flying into the chaos. Mickey spotted the figure, still standing right after the explosion tore through the scene. Then out of nowhere, the two of them finally clocked it. This was Gargantua. Mickey figured it was one of those unidentified items at work, and after feeling it take hold for so long, she realized she couldn't even use her hands anymore, and she was stunned. Koda couldn't stop thinking about it, so he pressed to find out exactly how Gargantua would go down in a fight. Gargantua swung a brutal punch at the lighter, then SUNY. Junie too got gulped down into the jail, disappearing like it never stood a chance. Makoto was trapped inside that chilling chamber. And just like that, an idea struck the protagonist, while Ricky kept hunting for a way to take down the boss, and the Kodo didn't take any chances. He grabbed the Exodia from his stash as a backup, just like that, but the item simply refused to work. Then Mickey realized something was off. When she cracked it open, it looked more like a lighter, and she desperately tried to spark it to life. A glowing magic circle suddenly snapped into existence. 3 hours earlier on the 30th floor, Makoto slid up to Mickey and told her, "I've got something for you." He burst out of nowhere behind her, and she nearly jumped out of her skin, because moments ago he'd vanished completely. She fired a question at him, basically begging to know if it was some kind of magic trick. Then he grinned and said, "Nope. It was first-level teleportation magic, instant relocation, and he just learned it. It was just the first level, so it still drained some MP, and after he overused it, nausea crawled up on him. But no, he didn't have to stress, because with time he'd get used to it." Mickey grinned like he'd spotted something special, and that made Makoto's nerves spike as excitement hit way harder than he expected. Right in the middle of the fight, Makoto snapped at Gargantua to help him, and then Gargantua shocked everyone by talking. He warned that they had to smash either the wall or the floor, or they'd be trapped for good. Gargantua shot back, "No way." Space was carved from a rare crystal, so even if they somehow smashed it, it would creep back together and heal itself. Lakota stared at the Gargantua and asked if it could use magic. Then it answered with a brutal no. But he could funnel a huge surge of magic, like he was the power catalyst that triggered it all. The thing that hit Gargantua, asterisk the power it unlocked asterisk. Let the user set up asterisk 3 kinds of magical abilities asterisk. But every time the magic inside him got used, it would burn out and demand reconfiguration before it could go again. Healing and revival magic could actually flow through him, so the Kodo grilled him about sealing spells, but Gargantua shut it down fast. Those tricks wouldn't work on the Liger. Akato finally gave him his opening, and he made a break for it. While Mickey yanked the lighter and summoned a massive fire beast, she ordered it straight at his Exodia. Then he just burst into laughter and introduced himself, claiming the title, the Fiery Spirit Exodia, summoned from the depths of hell, and then Mickey let out a heavy sigh, saying she couldn't stand him because he reminded her of a god who flowed with power. He flirted with her back in middle school and somehow looked just like Exobia. So Exobia jumped in, apologized, and said he didn't want to get stuck being compared to awkward, weird teenagers. Then he snapped, told her to stare at the monster, claiming it was so terrified of him it wouldn't even come near. And once he'd been summoned, he didn't waste a second. Vicky tunes out Exobia's non-stop talk. And he just tells her, "Make it count, because I can only grant one wish." That's why he was summoned, and he was going to make it happen. She begged him to help rescue Makono, who the monster swallowed earlier. Exodia's shocked, she's asking for someone else. He snaps back that it can't happen, but then he drops the bomb. Makona is still alive, trapped and sealed inside his space. Mikiden begs Exodia to just save him. So she hammers the question in like, are you sure? Because earlier she'd chased anything, money, power, anything at all, but right now she wanted nothing. So Exodia finally agrees, until right at the last second, everything gets ripped away. Exodia declares her wish can't happen because Makoto slips out using his first-tier teleport magic. Then the two team up and go full force against the boss. The Kodo unleashes his 10th level ice magic through Gargantua, blasting Mickey with a shock that freezes her in place, especially when Makoto reassures her he's okay, like he promised. Xavier sprints to Hin, breathing out in pure relief that he made it. He tells her he got insanely lucky this time because Gargantua showed up right when it mattered most. Xavier just lets out a heavy sigh, admitting she nearly blew a precious wish just to keep Makoto alive. She tells you to use the wish for something that helps her, because why not make it work in her favor? He jabbed the black lighter at her like, remember, you can beat the boss alone. Makoto had promised from the start he'd help her clear the dungeon by herself. Mickey nods and tears through the dungeon boss, leveling up to 99, the absolute max. She snatches up the shadow sphere too, a relic the monster left scattered behind it. They only knew the name for now, but Mickey just couldn't shake the feeling it mattered, big time. Exovia shoots the question, are you leaving? Then holds her breath, waiting for Exovia's answer, and when she hears it, Makoto can't help but blink in surprise. That spirit had stayed around for so long. Zodia leans in and asks her again what she wants most. Then Maki reels in Makoto, remembering she said she wanted to wipe out her debts, only to realize she won't even ask for anything now. The spirit bursts into laughter, finding her utterly irresistible. Then he grins and admits he likes Mickey before deciding to go, telling her she can call him back anytime. Makoto whirls toward her, asking if she's really sure, and she nods without hesitation. He said, odds and all, I've already helped you a ton, and now she's determined to tackle her problems by herself. The Kato cackles and shrugs like, yeah, I didn't really do much, huh? And with that, they slam the dungeon's final door shut, then meet up for a massive high five, like they just survived the toughest boss fight ever. Even though they're both dying to know how much they'd rake in from selling a shadow sphere, they stuff their faces and crash first. Then later they sell everything and find out that the shadow sphere is estimated to be worth a jaw-dropping 100 million yen. The clerk admits this is just a rough placeholder, but it's sitting right around that number. The crystals inside are exactly what the world has been waiting to power an energy source. The magical assessment lit up the truth. This sphere is packed with a massive energy source worth hundreds of millions, way beyond what's normal, and it's honestly wild. Sure, the number is based on what they know right now, so the real value could be even higher. The clerk then tells Mickey they need a few days for a deeper inspection, and once they set the right price, they'll reach back out to Mickey and the Kodo. Maki thanks the clerk, and right then the clerk asks if they finished the rent key dungeon. So when the Kodo nods, she grins and tells them they've still got to clear asterisk that exact dungeon first. Even after the Red Shadow players who cleared those unmatched dungeons came back for their rewards, laughing like they'd just won big, the clerk still didn't let up, saying she didn't get their point. She goes, Red Shadow is a special case, so this time they won't be getting 30 million yen. And the Ranked dungeon dangles a whopping 3 million yen once everything's verified. Nakona just shrugs and says, easy, we'll transfer all that money straight to Mickey. Caught her off guard like this again, then he snapped, wait, before she could jump to conclusions. Mickey swore they cleared that dungeon together and demanded they split the money, warning that if he refused again, she'd go full scary mode. And Makoto finally got the message. He didn't want to poke that anger, so he decided to let things stay the way they were. And in the end, they finally raked in a ton of money, and Mickey was over the moon because she could surprise her older sister. She asked if Makoto had made friends with guard Gantua. If he had, then great, because they definitely couldn't sell him, not with how things were before they even got into the dungeon. They had to stop everything, because Gargantua got wedged right at the exit. He was so massive he couldn't squeeze through the door. His work was winding down, and that's when the Kodo leaned in and asked, can you let me protect you when you sleep? Because every time monsters started creeping in, it was chaos, so he even wondered if Gargantua would be down to team up and work alongside him. Gargantua grinned and said it would be his honor. Mickey smiled seeing them finally click, and as Nikoto admitted he should have asked her first, he explained why he jammed Gargantua onto his bat, because the giant couldn't squeeze through the door to escape. In the present, the coder leaned in and told Mickey, Gargantua is still yours, and I'm not selling him, not a chance. Then Nikki jolted as she remembered summon Exodia again. She locked in her wish, and Exodia erupted in excited laughter, ready to carry out his purpose. But just when he thought hope was back, she pulled the rug again. She said she wanted to be his friend. Mickey told her that the boy who'd flirted with her at school was probably just bored or trying to worm his way closer to her and make friends. So she figured Zodia might feel the exact same way. He froze in shock, then told her he didn't need to flex his power to grant that wish, and begged her to stop lumping him in with those silly teenagers. Right on cue, Mickey Dumanity cut it out, stopped calling her little girl, and finally used her real name. As a spirit who somehow stuttered mid-sentence, Exodia drove her point home, almost like a nervous teenager trying to speak to anyone at all. Then she vanished, and the Kodo finally commented that he figured they were pretty close, and that her wish coming true was at least a win, even if it wasn't some huge deal. But if it was Mickey, he trusted her to handle it. Then she turned to him and asked what he was gonna do next. Makoto stared into the distance, thinking about Kimishiro and the brutal fight coming right up. Mickey went dead silent, confusion crawling in, until he finally told her what was about to happen, and suddenly she realized just how insanely strong he was. She even asked if it was about that crew of brothers, but Kavado snapped back and denied it right away. He told him it was a friend he'd have to face, and that's why he froze, because this wasn't a real fight at all, not with any real point. Whoever won wouldn't change a thing. Then Mickey stared him down and said, straight up, just how much he'd changed. Everything's different now that they've met again. Back then, he dodged her day after day, but now he can be her eyes. They don't need a meaning for it, but he can't keep running from his friends. After a brutal stretch of silence, Mickey's cheeks flared red, and he spun his face away fast. Koda burst into laughter because it looked like he'd finally won the staring contest, and she snapped that it was only because they were literally staring straight at each other. Still, he thanked her for her words, and she burst out laughing, saying it wasn't even about that. She just wanted to thank him for everything he'd done so far, too, and with that, they finally said their goodbyes. Nikodo yanked out his phone, replaying her warning about not running from his friends, then stared at Kamashiro's contact like it was about to change everything. Meanwhile, Kamishiro was out there battling monsters solo, pushing himself harder than ever, and his group was getting dragged along with him. Then the four-boss went down in a full-on spectacle. Banika even said it had been ages since Kamishiro took things this seriously, and he couldn't stop staring at how intense the whole act turned out. Kamishiro shot back that he was just thrilled, and didn't bother saying Makoto had already agreed to the duel. Then, on another day, he showed up at Makoto's house, greeted him with a grin, and said that Moomin wanted to bring Makoto to his family's mining site. Makoto blurted out how Kamishiro even knew where he lived, like it was no big deal. Kamishiro just smirked and dodged the truth, hinting someone must have tipped him off, and Makoto instantly clocked it was probably Maria. Then Kamishiro turned around and started teaching Makoto something. A legendary ring known as the Grand Shell, an insane shield that lets its wearer survive *3 straight assaults, soaking up every hit one after another. The ring flipped from red to black right before it started draining its power and value, and then the Kodo demanded one brutal rule. Whoever dropped the ring first loses the duel. Kamishiro agreed. That's how they set the terms for a fight where the stakes got ugly the second anyone got hurt. But Makoto couldn't shake the weird feeling that he could end this in the blink of an eye. So why did Kamishiro have to wonder why Makoto agreed to the duel in the first place, if that's exactly how he'd been thinking from the start? Nikodo snapped back that he had to confront his friends no matter what. That's how his mind was working now. So Kimishiro broke into a smile, stunned by just how far Makoto had changed. He asked if it could have been something like budding love, but the moment the words left his mouth, he shut it down hard in his own mind. No more small talk. Kamishiro snapped and the duel kicked off right then. Makoto was determined to beat him and deal with everything else later, because he'd never once seen Kamishiro go all out in a fight before, and when Kamishiro kicked things off by hurling ice magic. Makoto dodged with ease, but something in the air screamed that this wasn't right. Sure, it was only run-of-the-mill ice magic, but Makodov couldn't read Kemishiro's move at all, so he stopped playing it safe and instantly teleported right behind him. Makoto unleashed first-level teleportation magic and slammed into him, and the sickening nausea hit hard, because the magic still hadn't fully stopped messing with him yet. Kimishiro didn't attack. He just gave Makoto the nod, admitting he'd finally scored. Makoto barely had time to react before he slammed into him again at lightning speed, blasting another ice spell. The Koda got shoved back hard and had no choice but to retreat, not knowing where Kimishiro vanished to. The next second he popped up above everyone and launched into yet another vicious attack. Again, Makoto snapped into motion, dodging that attack like it was his whole life. Makoto dodges every back attack from Kamishiro, while the two of them keep playing a ruthless cat-and-mouse game with him. Kamishiro swung his sword, but every strike missed the protagonist by a hair. Makoto had to swallow his pride. Kimishiro's speed was wild, lightning fast. Makoto barely kept dodging long enough to think up a counterattack. Right as the fight kicked into gear back, Makoto got totally blindsided when Kamishiro saw the teleport coming a mile away, and then he launched his strike. Slammed him with his sword, locking in that point and sealing the score. Kono backed off, stunned that he'd underestimated Kemishiro's brains and clocked his tells. Because right from the start, the sudden ice magic and Kemishiro's smooth, deadly strikes screamed that something was seriously off. The Kodo demanded to know where Kamishiro was pulling his magic from, and Kamishiro just chuckled, caught red-handed, and said it wouldn't be fair to keep quiet, then admitted he'd picked up 4 skills. First came ice magic, and the other only demanded one more shot at his experience points, the magic field. With it, he could work inside a set area right where he needed it. Depending on the user, uses can vary. Kemishiro's field magic even comes with a domain expansion ability, which let him unleash magic all over the area, and right then, Kodo jerked out of the way and dodged another massive ice blast before it could hit. Kamishiro scoffed that Makoto's moves were way too easy to spot, too simple, too predictable. He drilled the point, you can't just swing, you have to read your opponent, and Makoto never hid his intentions. From the way he was steering Kamishiro, it was obvious where Makoto would strike next. Armed with that info, Kamishiro struck again while Makoto was still midair, convinced he could wrap this up in style, effortless. As the rain darkened into pure black, swallowing the sky, Kamishiro drags himself back and remembers childhood. Right from the start, kids in his class begged him for help, gushing that he was pure genius. Those compliments struck a chord in chemist Shiro and lit him up inside. It still made him smile, like he couldn't help it, even while he swallowed all the words he couldn't say, smiling on instinct for everyone. He refused to let his surroundings knock him down, so he kept grinding, just like his parents always preached. Hard work could unlock anything, and somehow that discipline felt comforting, like it carried him forward with ease. Crushed the national high school championships and took the kendo competition, blowing everyone away with pure jaw-dropping skill. He was just a first-year student a few months back, totally normal. Then boom, life flipped, and he was suddenly a professional in his field. He fed them a story that he was a genius, but it wasn't even enjoyable. Kimishiro craved to get stronger and finally feel happy. But every time he pushed himself harder, the gap between him and everyone else crushed his hope. Training should have been fun, but it never was. He wiped out his opponents so effortlessly that praise followed him wherever he went, and crowds stared in disbelief, saying nobody could touch his genius, until even regular people felt small next to him. It was like Kamishiro didn't even live in the same world as everyone else. People kept shouting, "Genius," like it was his birthright. But deep in his chest, he craved a real, no-holds-barred fight, one that would light up his passion like never before. Something real, something that hits so hard it kicks his drive into overdrive and pushes him all the way to his peak. The Kavito finally snagged that level-up scale, plus a cool 1000 EXP. But his fights were so easy to read that Kamishiro spotted every move Makoto was about to make with one glance. But Makoto didn't let him land a single clean hit. Somehow he slipped past every strike. Midair, Kamishiro broke into laughter, praising Makoto like a hero and swearing, "He's a truly good person." But it still wasn't over. Kamishiro kept hammering the protagonist with relentless ice magic. Could dodge every single attack like it was nothing. Lakota came charging at him at full speed, and Kamishiro. Use an attack again, trap him before he can move. Him staring at the doorway, waiting for him to finally show up. So he could finally win, and Kamishiro watched as Makoto geared up. Clutching his nerves, he stared ahead, wondering if he was about to start casting a spell despite. Even with the huge distance between them, he could still blast ice magic. But to his total shock, Kamishiro suddenly couldn't use his magic field anymore. Kamishiro went back to his kendo days. Then boom, Kaido shows up, corners him, and asks if it's really fun training alone like that. But Kamishiro just shrugs, totally unbothered, and that cold indifference kicks Kaido's rage into overdrive. Kamishiro Danitas looked like he truly respected fights. At least that's what Kato said, and he added that you should. Kamishiro Makinwin told him to go all out and respect his opponent, then dared Kato to take a shot, because all he had to do was land a single hit. Right before everything exploded, Beniko shoved himself between them, split them apart, and barked that they couldn't keep fighting like that. If something went down, they'd be in deep trouble. First-year students would have to pay the price, and Kato had no reason to panic or rush things in the kendo club. With their swords, everything would finally be settled. Beniko said Kato was probably terrified he couldn't take Kimishiro, and that spark instantly poured gasoline on Kato's rage. Beniko then leaned in and said, "Let's do this 3 against 1. Kimishiro's genius rumors are exactly what we're talking about. If any of it's true, we still need him to prove it and show us everything." Beniko made it his mission to send Kimishiro out of that match with a satisfied smile. Kaido leaned in and ordered Kamishiro to keep his eyes locked in and pay attention. No distractions. Nothing beats a current genius. When Makoto stepped in front of him, Kimishiro finally understood. If he wanted this to work, he'd have to carve a magic circle. In this specific area, everything suddenly feels brutally hard. With teleportation magic, Makoto snatched that S***T away in a flash. The chemist flips the circle back on you. The punch caught him clean in the face, and Kimishiro didn't even have time to react. He just couldn't believe how Makoto pulled off something like that. As Makoto slammed his 10th level light magic down, it proved that true genius wasn't the only force that couldn't be beaten. And then, just like that, monsters showed up too, the worst kind like Makoto. So yeah, Kamishiro finally had to swallow the truth. Turns out even in a real battle, it hits harder. This was an insane collision, pure chaos and non-stop impact. All fired up to keep going, Kamishiro barrels toward Makoto with his sword, squeezing his magic field tight so his movements stay sharp and deadly right around him. The two traded blows, and Makavata just stared, shocked at how razor-sharp his ice magic had gotten. Kamishiro was blown away by the extra movements. He had to be training non-stop, and he watched as Makoto relied on instinct, slipping out of harm's way before attacks even landed, then fusing his magics just right, proving he was a real opponent on Kamishiro's level. But Kamishiro still kept a trump card up his sleeve, 10th level cloning magic. Then he copied teleportation magic and fused it with his ice spells. And right then, Kojanumas froze, remembering Kamishiro said he'd already got 4 abilities. It looked like Thur was copying skills, but even that wasn't going to save him, because it still wouldn't be enough to win. Kodalinda crashed straight onto Kamishiro's face, and the deadly fight between a genius and a monster raged on, until it finally reached its end. After they reunited, the two of them hit the table together for a massive feast, and the Koda asked Kamishiro if he always ate like this. Kamishiro admitted he didn't, but this time was the exception because he'd told Kyudo he was bringing a friend home, so she cooked like it was a celebration, and once the Koda thanked her and dug in so. He froze, stunned at how delicious it tasted, and Creole burst into laughter, thanking him for the compliment. Then she confessed she'd been afraid it wouldn't match his taste, and if it didn't, he'd have to leave right away. Nakoto was left totally baffled, but Kamishiro leaned in and told him, "Relax, it's just a joke." Then he hit him with the truth. Cleo had been around as long as he could remember, the one who raised Kamishiro like family. Nakoto figured it was just her act, her way of talking. And when FA8 landed, Kamishiro flat-out thanked them for failing so miserably to win. Nakoto shot back that it wasn't really like that, just a tiny difference since Kimishiro had put in the work too. But then Kimishiro hit him with the real point. Makoto usually doesn't have to dodge Mundy's hits, not when the rules clamp them in this hard, and that slick, on-the-nose strategy almost knocked Makoto back, until Kimishiro shrugged and laughed that it was just a joke. Kimishiro made it crystal clear. If Makoto was cool with it, he wanted to officially pull him into the Senku Najuran crew. It left Makoto locked in deep thought, especially with Koryo's intimidating aura looming over him. But Lakota didn't bite, so Kimishiro pressed him. Why not? And the protagonist shrugged it off. If the whole path gets laid out for him in some boring, predictable line, there's no thrill left to chase. Anishira burst out laughing, like he'd totally seen it coming, and the Kodo shot back that it had questions of its own too. He'd heard Kamishiro was gunning for a dungeon rank, so if he was chasing it, it had to be something way bigger than just finishing the run. And that thought made Kamishiro grin as he leaned in and asked Makoto what dungeons he fought. They'd only started showing up a year ago, and the only ones allowed into the leveling system secrets and the knowledge of monster loot left behind for players were the chosen few. Meanwhile, Invent Mickey's older sister. That young man clocked the fact she was still hunting for her little sister, and somehow Mickey still ended up being the absolute cutest thing in the world. The young man demanded, "Why not just video call Mickey?" But she kept staring at her photos like they held the answers. Micah finally admitted she couldn't reach him at all. Apparently, Mickey was trapped inside a dungeon, and Mika was freaking out, so bad that her sister had stormed out of the house to clear a rank key dungeon, and to make it worse, she also had some boy with her. That was straight up unforgivable. This boy dared to mess with her precious Mickey, and now he was demanding a face-to-face showdown in the Code of Faces. The young man told her to calm down, called her theory seriously impressive, and still couldn't wrap his head around her being right. So Mechalaf bolted and ran off, yelling that he wished he'd heard this earlier. Then she snapped that they should forget everything they knew, because in this era, anything at all could happen in this world. Then she threw on her blaring coat, and as the dungeon researcher quizzed the young man during the chaos, she heard him admit he'd tried working the dungeon, right down to the part where he felt the vibrations. Meanwhile, Kamishiro wouldn't stop. He kept pushing for one thing, to understand every single secret behind those dungeons. He was convinced the key to the whole answer was hiding somewhere inside the dungeon. He was determined to conquer. The guy got it, admitting he'd never even thought about things like that. Yet somehow, no matter what, it was the dungeons that had brought them all together, and that's how those friends were born. Kamishiro burst out laughing and told Makoto, "You've changed a lot since we first met." And Makoto just sat there thinking, yeah, maybe that wasn't even a good thing. Kamishiro insisted it was a win, no question, because as long as he stayed a player, he'd never be able to dodge me or the others. That part was locked in. Because Makoto was about to bump into even more faces from right here, starting next. He stepped out of the moment, and it sparked a deeper change inside him, pushing him to grow even further as a person. Meeting all those people sounded like it might put Makoko to sleep. Still, Koko stared ahead with hope, craving to see what the future had in store for him. He watched the days crawl by, and suddenly whispers started slinging player to player, rumors spreading like wildfire. People were buzzing about the most powerful woman alive. She'd cleared a rank key dungeon without backup, just swinging her axe to carve out victory, then stormed dungeon after dungeon alone, and always had a savage, bloodthirsty monster prowling at her side. The wildest part was everyone said she was gentle and kind-hearted, and that one fact made the rumors feel even more ridiculous, like the truth was slipping through the cracks, But Maki didn't live up to those wild rumors, because right then she'd just lost something, and that tiny thing in her bag on the Exobia side was screaming, calling her a whining child and barking at her to hurry up and reach the next floor. But she nailed him with a hard stare. Exodia must have felt the insult because he snapped that he hadn't eaten her hamburger. Mickey then pressed him, asking how he even knew it was a hamburger if she'd never told him. Exodia praised her for catching that detail, but Mickey snapped, claiming he was the only one there, so she grilled him. Did he eat her food while she was asleep? Exodia paused, then denied it. They argued until Exodia finally decided to duck out and hide. She was too stubborn to deal with it, while Meki let out a heavy sigh, nodded along, and swore she'd ignore him from now on. She dropped deeper toward the 15-4, and the moment she hit it, a thick, suffocating mist swallowed everything, right up until every last one of her 4 limbs was. Lark's 4-boss 4 slammed them in restraints. Mickey felt her senses slipping away, poison was eating at her, and the mist kept tugging her eyes shut. But she refused to quit, so she fought for a way through it. Then Exodia burst in, ready to save her. He's tearing through the 4 bosses like they're nothing. But right after he dropped into the water, burning even as he suffered, he realized he was a fire entity, and he warned her, "Don't look this way," so she wouldn't see him then, So she snapped her attention to the monster right in front of her, and went all in on the fight. Snatching her axe, she bolted straight at the 4 bosses. She unleashed her 10th level light magic, and shattered it clean out of. Then he sprinted over to make sure Exodia was still standing after that brutal fall. He calmed down only when he saw he was okay. And just a bit later, the two finally tracked down the item the team's 4 boss had dropped. A memory mirror that could spill secrets about what happened long ago in that exact spot. Becky grabbed it and hunted for a place to rest, but Xavier stopped her cold and told her to wait for a second. Her clothes clung to her like rain had teeth, and then he finally blurted the truth. After he granted her wish, he'd vanish and be reborn somewhere else, with his memories wiped clean so all that's left is the hunger to carry out someone else's command. But Mickey wasn't like the rest. He wasn't treated like a wish-granting tool, and the men who'd thrown him away finally looked like fools, because she'd shown him real dignity, and he felt grateful in his bones. Mickey said she was thrilled to hear that, but she couldn't shake the confusion. Had he always been this intense? He grumbled that he wasn't finished, even as Mickey spun away and told him they'd talk later, leaving him there while she went to the mirror. because when she peered through it, something was waiting inside. A hulking monster came charging for Mickey's burger, snatching it off his plate, until XOD rocketed in and shut the whole thing down. Then, like he couldn't wait a second longer, he scarfed it down right after that. He pushed forward, forcing Mickey to face Exodiac and demand answers. She could see the panic in him as he tried to claim it was all a mistake, but she kept pressing. Why did he lie? And the hurt in her chest wasn't rage at him or burger, it was heartbreak. Right after, Exo threw out an apology, admitting he'd been dying of curiosity about how it tasted, since she always acted like every bite was pure bliss, but he worried she'd hate him for it. He reminded her she didn't like lies, and he promised he had a real map, then went on to say the burger was honestly amazing. And that lit Mickey up, because she promised they'd make even more together later, and she even apologized for missing the fact that he had been enjoying Ian too. And after they finally made things right, the two of them charged up the stairs, Mickey peppering him with questions about what he said earlier. He told her to drop it, but even as he brushed her off, Mickey could tell Exilia was dying to know. When the silence stretched, Exilia finally blurted out the truth, and that he'd never, ever grant her a wish. The two burst out of the dungeon, and he finally stretched in pure relief, because they'd cleared it safely. She was dying to tell Makoto everything, but the moment she tried to send the message, nerves started crashing in her chest. He acted like it was a question about what was wrong, then pushed her to just call the boy and talk it out. Not even Mickey could figure out why she was blushing so hard. She just couldn't place the feeling, especially when Makoto's voice came through the line, like her click-to-call, had somehow dragged her into this, leaving her practically forced to ring him with shaking nerves, and it didn't take long for Makoto to answer. So the two pick up the phone and start laying it all out, voice to voice. Phone in hand, he chased the vibes through a spring day in April. It had been a whole year since Dungeons first burst into that world. Ever since Mickey and Makoto first stepped into the Blue Cave dungeon, a full 2.5 months had gone by. Makabito barely even paused. He just threw himself into clearing as many dungeons as he could, and the grind paid off. He unlocked new abilities like impressive status, self-recovery, and 7-fold magical efficiency, then crushed it to reach level 40,000. Because of that, McCulloch ended up grabbing way more attention than he ever wanted. Girls couldn't help but stare at him. Some even caught themselves thinking he was kind of cute, until more and more people started recognizing him, and lately it got even wilder. They'd swarm him, ask for autographs, and step up to him including the very guy Makoto had already clashed with back at his school. That cool dude, he clocks them instantly, spying like he's got secrets on his mind. He'd heard rumor after rumor about the protagonist, and every single one sounded crazier than the last. The guy from the Senka of the No Giant group who helped set things in motion for Mickey's rise. The same legend who fought those Akuro brothers just to grab fame. So yeah, seeing him doing fine now is wild. After all this time, it's like Nakoto is still treated like he's got no worth. Then the boys' peers roll up, laughing, acting like Nakoto's only okay because he's cleared a pile of dungeons, while they swear they're still tougher, still higher, still more deserving. So they're just trying to snatch his wallet. Easy money, no big deal. The guys cracked up because McCoveter kept shut and looked like he was seconds away from dying of pure terror. But he just shrugged and said, "That guy hasn't changed a bit. After a whole year, he's still a total jerk." And the coda vanished out of nowhere, shocking every boy who'd been staring at him up until then. It looked like he was daring himself to stare down at them like they weren't worth his time. So the protagonist slammed his teleportation button and vanished far away, because he refused to waste time dealing with those people by bumping into the wrong stranger on the street. The two locked eyes and held their breath as the moment stretched, and then the guy staring at him suddenly realizes who Makoto is. It took him a second to place Eswin, same school class as before. Back then, adults had judged Makoto's behavior after he tried to stop the bullying and ended up throwing himself into a fight with Sakuraba. But according to his classmates, nobody even saw the bullying happening, and Izuyu himself insisted he wasn't being targeted in class. Still, Komnal got it. The whole story was twisted, blame got dumped on him for starting a fight at school, and that lie snowballed until he was finally expelled. Back in the present, Eswin finally got to breathe easy when he ran into the protagonist again, since he'd been seeing his name everywhere around the city, and he nervously thanked him for his words. The protagonist lit up too, and Makoto asked if Eswin had become a player, and Eswin nodded, admitting he'd dropped out of school to do it. He couldn't help but admire Makoto's courage, and he finally apologized for what he'd done back then. But he refused to tell the real truth to the teachers, and that silence crushed everything, getting Makoto expelled. As Ewan shot back that it was fine. But he made it clear the real villains behind all of it were Sakuraba and his crew, the ones who started this mess, and he even called out that some adults were at fault too, which shocked him. Then he brushed it off with a grin and joked that Makoto's got to have girls lined up after him. He wanted to brush it off as just being honest, but yeah, today it's all about making up, and the two are finally happy to mend things this way. That's when I even blurted out to Makoto, "Where is he?" Like dead serious. Dude, it could have been his friend or a classmate, or just some pathetic kid who got crushed by bullies back in the day, a total loser. When the protagonist heard the question, he went blank and admitted he didn't even know how to put it into words. But you step in, cut him off, and suddenly everyone has decided to say goodbye. Makoto just stood there, watching him storm off. A little later, confusion hit him hard, because even still, he scanned the map and the dungeon he'd been dying to visit wasn't even on it. Tokyo was a maze. Right then, Mickey called him. Meanwhile, his union marched right past Sakuraba and the others, still hunting for Makoto. Not knowing where he'd vanished to, they wandered past you and wondered out loud, "Do we actually know him?" Sakuraba heard him, burst out laughing, then chased after him, ringing the boy in a tight circle while they mocked him as nothing but a bunch of useless people, and Sakuraba even suggested, "Let's just have a nice chat." Meanwhile, Makoto was on the phone with Mitty, and the chatter turned wild, because Mitty insisted Exobi even stole a bite of her burger that very day. He grumbled because nobody could resist food that delicious, and Makoto totally agreed, while Mickey ranted because honestly the two of them were just idiots backing the same side. Mickey lit up when he saw the protagonist laughing non-stop that day. The Kodal blinked in shock because the guy felt totally different. He was never this calm, he was always in a foul mood. And when the sheer member asked about his past dropout, he admitted he'd tried to shove it all down and pretend it didn't matter, but it still clawed at him deep inside. Back then, Makoto could barely do anything, so the bullying of their classmate just kept getting uglier and uglier. Until now. He finally reached out again to that person from the past, got the chance to talk to him, and the relief hit so hard it felt like he could breathe for the first time. And while he was busy catching his breath, Izumi-san, something parallel was happening too. He slammed right into you, then mistook Sakuraba for the nobody you promised, mocking him because he couldn't stay that character the whole time. Sakuraba's jaw dropped in pure shock. They were all staring like, "Wait, we're level 99 too." And still, Izuin had somehow already sprinted past that mark. At that, you and him ripped open a taunt. Then his current power level hit 10,000, way beyond anything either of you could touch. Some time blurred into nothing, and then Makoto jolted awake, voices cutting through the dark. They were like, "Is he okay? Did he not die?" Strangers hovered in panic, asking if he was still breathing or just delirious, and then it hit them. They needed some potion, and the Kota figured he'd been poisoned somehow. They slipped inside the G-rank endless desert dungeon. Nakota remembered spotting an eggplant, but it wasn't some normal veggie. It was a level 3 poisonous monster, and it blindsided him. When the players saw the protagonist snap back into consciousness, they bombarded him with, "You okay? Can you move?" Because they thought he'd been paralyzed for ages and that covenant was thrown for a loop. He shot back that he was fine, because he had a special gift that could snap him out of any abnormal status. Then realized the whole crew just wanted to burn a rare item to rescue him, and everyone else freaked out that a power like that even existed. Right then, the players introduced themselves as Atsuka Eiji and Hiroko, his wife, and Mikoto stepped in too, introducing himself to the pair. Did you tell him this dungeon was way too deadly for him? Especially after Makoto explained he's level 99 with. Hiroko couldn't help laughing at it, because after all that, it was wild to see someone at that level get poisoned so easily, and Eiji even asked to pull up Makoto's stats just to verify it. They were only worried about him, but that concern slammed into Makoto and made him freeze before he could move. The couple flashed him a reassuring smile, telling him he had nothing to be ashamed of for hiding his low level. Everyone starts somewhere. The protagonist still felt his face burn at being treated like that, but he swallowed the embarrassment and insisted he'd finish the dungeon no matter what. So they finally got why he wouldn't back down, but pushing forward alone in his condition was way too dangerous. It's not that he needs convincing. His drive to make it to the end is pure steel, and yeah, leaving the Kodo alone could spell trouble. Even though he tried to refuse, something eerie still crawled into his gut. They hauled him along, panicked about whether he'd make it, and they clung to Kamashiro's warning about meeting even more people ahead. He couldn't stop thanking the couple for their kindness, admitting he'd been alone for ages, and maybe, just maybe, this was the perfect chance to finally step out and go with others. The couple practically beamed as they escorted Makoto to the finish of the dungeon, swearing they'd look out for him and keep him safe. Then Makoto instantly got uneasy when they started treating him like a kid, constantly messing with his hair. So that couple's crew finally climbed up to the second floor, and right there, they ran into Branch and Pass. They chose the middle road, pushing forward to keep Makoto safe, and they practically warned him, "Stay sharp, this place is pitch dark inside." On the way, the protagonist peppered Agi with questions about how she knew the dungeon so well. And she grinned. She and the others had been inside it a bunch of times, leveling up little by little and snagging better loot each run, aiming for the 30th this time after barely reaching the 20th the last time. Hiroko chimed in that they'd studied together back in their third year of college, saved every penny for their wedding after their dungeon days, and planned a huge, elegant party. Then Hiroko turned on Mikado, "So who's got your eye?" But he shut that down fast. Still, she kept digging, joking that there was no meat to worry about, and even promised she wouldn't tell anyone, which made the whole thing feel suspiciously close to the truth. And the moment he admitted he was asterisk into someone, Agi practically burst with excitement, until Ihai told his wife to calm down a bit. They pushed the plan to squeeze more info out of Makoto for later, and that decision hung over. A kid remembered the details, like it was burned into his brain, that when his father remarried, the girl who used to be his friend came back with the story. They had some kind of friend too, and the deeper they pushed into that dungeon, the more monsters they ran into. Theiji and Hiroko gear up to throw down, forcing Makoto to stand back and wait while they take on the fight themselves. They kicked things off with level 5 explosion magic, and Makoto couldn't even process how they were seeing what they were seeing. You see that blast? Massive explosion scattering clouds of dust so thick they choked the air. They crushed the monsters, cleared the chaos fast, and pushed their magic onto one exact spot, pure teamwork that left him barely visible. Suddenly, an earth dragon tore out of the shadows and appeared right behind Kodo, shocking the couple wide open. It was supposed to be hiding underground, but in under a second the code shot out and instantly erased it, before Hiroko could even lay a hand on the monster. One moment it was there, the next her magic suddenly went empty, like an explosion spell had blown it apart. Scary as it was a blessing. Looking back, she couldn't believe it. Nakoto had been swallowed by sand out of nowhere, and the couple panicked because he'd fallen way behind them, ending up like that. But Nakoto just popped up like it was nothing and checked what the monster dropped while they hurried to catch up. He tore into him, yelling that he couldn't just wander off alone like that. Staying that far from them for so long was asking for trouble and putting himself in serious danger. And that's when Makoto shot back that he was fine. But he couldn't stop thinking about how insanely kind they'd been to him. When Hiroko finally caught her breath, she had to swallow the truth. Makoto wasn't just tough, he was seriously strong. She was convinced she'd heard his name somewhere near the Benjin, and she'd even held back telling her husband, because she wanted to picture his face when he finally found out. And yeah, it would have been adorable. But right now, she couldn't hide it. She was genuinely happy, thrilled to have Makoto by her side, and ready to take on the 4 bosses together. Still, her nerves were screaming because she had no idea what was waiting around the corner. When Makoto asked why they'd picked this dungeon if she felt that way, she just said it was simple. Because no matter where EG took them, she loved just being by his side. So even when fear and doubt clawed at her about what came next, her happiness crushed every worry. Makoto admitted her husband truly was kind and independent, then snapped a warning to not let AU's looks fool him. She admitted that he'd been a total crybaby back when they were kids, always clinging to her and begging her for help from the moment they were little. Before she even had time to blink, ED was at her side. Then they started walking together because they knew each other so deeply they could feel their marriage coming from day one, and that's exactly how it happened. A strange, fate-driven love story. His proposal wasn't romantic fluff. It was a vow to protect each other with their lives, the kind people love to roll their eyes at. In Makaroko, though, she nearly keeled over laughing, especially when she saw the sparkle in his grin as he listened to their love story. Then she said she should be furious, but the protagonist just laughed it off and wished them the best wedding ever. She thanked him for his kind words, and then he leaned in and told her he had a gift. Right on cue, he reached into his bag and handed her a dragon pearl he'd snagged earlier. And the moment Hiroko saw it, her eyes went wide with pure shock. Makoto confirmed it, shooting an apology like, "I can't do better right now," and Pug lit up, thanking him for the gift. Then she asked if he'd come to the wedding, and that question sent him over the moon, so he happily agreed. Right after the squad hit the 29th floor, they found an unmarked spot in territory they hadn't mapped yet, and the Kodal immediately clocked Hiroko, who looked on the verge of snapping. That's when they spotted a monster closing in, and he automatically threw himself in front of Makoto like he always did to shield him. But then, out of nowhere, there it was. A tiny monster rated level 55, and Aegean had never laid eyes on anything like it before, and somehow it didn't look all that strong. But they still had to stay on guard. Suddenly, Makoto's eyes snapped to a blazing light that tore through the darkness. Then the two vanished. No, not even that. He got yanked straight into a totally different world, even though he was sure they were still trapped in a tunnel. Suddenly, he stumbled into a wide-open space, like everyone had been scattered. He whipped around and locked eyes with a level 80 monster. And he ended it in one ruthless swipe, because this monster was the kind of nightmare that would have been a whole four-boss gauntlet in any other dungeon. And before long, he ran straight into another monster, this one screaming level 110 in every way. 10, finding monsters this strong was pure shock. Now he had to track down the other two, and fast. But after Makoto wiped out the monster, he froze, because he didn't level up at all. He gasped because the monster wasn't dead at all. It latched onto his feet and clung there. The self-destruct sequence detonated and blasted him flying across the world. Shock slammed into him at how much damage he'd just taken. But somehow, he still ripped through it and skyrocketed up 90 levels. The space was cramped, and the monster wasn't nearly as brutal as the ones he'd faced before, like the game was quietly hinting at something. Side by side, the couple finally crushed the monsters and opened a clear path to hunt for Makoto, and Hiroko couldn't stop worrying. What if he was okay? Then Makoto's voice burst through the distance, and everyone finally breathed easier, because they realized they were all safe until Makoto spotted it. The monster they'd been battering still wouldn't drop, even after the first hit. Rocco lunged, snapping onto her like a lifeline. The two guys sprint in to save her, and the Kodo slams his teleportation magic to close the distance fast. But the monster detonated into a deafening blast and... Anyway, Hiroko was trapped inside his body. His body crashed to the ground. IG bolted across the room to catch her, and the entire crowd froze, stunned to see her there. Her life bar hit 0 in a blink, instantly. In every dungeon center, status levels stand guard and protect you. Guard your armor, blast enemies with magic to heal, and restorative items were a must in a world where not even healing could be guaranteed. Nothing else lined up, but one truth wouldn't budge. Humans were so fragile that one wrong moment could end them forever. As IG broke down in tears, Makoto snapped into action. He knew a revival mage. If IG let him teleport Hiroko's body, she might be saved, but before anything else, IG demanded Makoto inspect her up close. He stared at her bar, and it sat in D at 0. Because usually when it hits that spot, you're already dead, and your body slowly vanishes. The whole thing lasts only 3 hours, and IG didn't even know if revival magic could save her. It takes them 3 whole days to finally reach this moment, and the whole time Makoto's nerves are on fire. He snapped that they could still go for healing items, maybe even that old potion, try everything until something clicks, but every time they did, you just kept crying. Tears streaming, she choked out gratitude for everything he'd done, yet somehow it still felt like there was nothing left to save. Then the Dragon Pearl Enkothel had handed Hiroko earlier flared to life, shimmering brighter and brighter, until all at once. Finally, Hiroko jumped out of bed and demanded, "So, were you asleep?" She sat there stark naked, and Makoto snapped his gaze away. Red-faced, Hiroko blushed as IG kept crying, and he pulled his wife into a tight embrace. She just froze in confusion, not getting a single thing, while fear clawed at her over what was happening. Koda couldn't stop wondering how the Dragon Pearl had pulled it off, so he dug in from the side. A little later, they finally laid it all out for Hiroko, and the moment she heard, she went wide-eyed because she'd apparently died. The Dragon Pearl had brought her back, but she couldn't recall a thing, even though she'd been struggling to breathe. Then she clocked it. The two of them were still tense as hell. "Get up!" she snapped, pointing out she was fine again and stressing out wouldn't change anything. With that, she pushed to leave. She was ready to hit the next floor. But AG refused to back down, demanding they turn around and head back right now. They should head home and bury the dungeon in the past, because what just happened felt like a miracle, and Agi couldn't shake the fear that it could never be pulled off again. Hiroko trusted him to keep her safe, then wiped his tears herself, begging him to stop breaking down like that. She even admitted her own carelessness caused it all, and somehow still smiled through the mess, grateful all the same. They showed up for her, all of them, and she didn't let them forget it. They were the players, and this was the final dungeon. No backing out this time. They had to shove through and finish it, whatever it took. The coveted one finally let the couple in on the truth. He admitted he'd been pushed even higher than they ever imagined. Even with those numbers staring him in the face, he still let someone die. He swore it would never happen again, then told himself he'd move on, because if he didn't, nobody else would die. IG stood there utterly shaken, like his whole world just cracked open. Doc thanked McCulloch for all the support they'd given him, because after leaning on them so hard, he couldn't stand to show them that pathetic side of himself anymore. He also thanked Hiroko, insisting his wife was the one who spilled the truth and laid out exactly what they needed to do. Now his mind was made up. The three of them would finish it. Team up and clear the dungeon. Because the 30th floor of the Endless Desert hides a four-boss set with an unknown level. And while Hiroko's nerves were screaming, Makoto shoved fear aside and volunteered to take point. Every floor boss came with nasty tricks, so he kicked things off with ice magic, freezing their options first by zeroing in on stopping their movements. But it didn't do a thing. Wait, the boss's shield flicked his magic away like it was nothing. They fired the Kavita to find out the boss wasn't just dangerous. He could also sling ice magic, and the version he used was totally different. The boss looked like he could copy abilities just by watching, like that Kak's moves were suddenly his to steal. And somehow it still hit hard, because right then, Yuji and Hiroko threw in their decision and jumped straight into the fight. The battle erupts, and the whole crew surges ahead in a full-on charge. But Caldera got Hiroko to her side and told her to unleash her explosion magic, and he jumped in with his own attacks to back her up. He slipped behind the boss, then everything turned because he ended up being. He got slammed backward by the counterattack, so even his reflect ability could fire outside his shield, and if it landed on him straight, it hurt like hell. Honestly, it would have been smarter to guard his right arm during the blast, but he threw magic straight at the explosion, trying to bounce it back. It looked like the only thing that could stop magical attacks was steel, actual weapons, nothing else. When the Kodo tried fire magic it felt like his magic got yanked away, right on the spot. The boss swung in with its sword. Makoto snapped his guard up in time, but it still couldn't stop him from getting slammed back. It was a sneaky strike, but the kind you could bounce right back at them. No matter what they threw at that giant monster, it just shrugged it off. Magical blasts got reflected by the dagger and sword, physical hits bounced right off its armor. And Hiroko's own explosion magic plus ice spells only proved one terrifying thing. It wouldn't go down. Aji didn't just wade into this chaos. He stepped right into it, grabbed his sword, and told everyone it could absorb and stash magic away. When the powers hit, they wouldn't land as brute force. They'd snap into magic attacks instead, and he could only pull that off once. Makavita blinked into Hiroko's side and told him he had a master plan. Keep pumping magic non-stop straight into Iji's sword. Meanwhile, Hiroko just kept blasting with her explosion magic, forcing Iji to take the heat, while the boss's reactions lagged behind Ayu's hits, like it was choosing to focus on countering Hiroko's spells first. That move cracked the door wide open. It was the only way to land a real hit, better than just letting Kodo keep running and getting his magic bounced back, until he realized Kuroko had stopped casting, and the word just caught in his throat as the spell trailed off, like cull. She crumpled with a bloody nose, totally wiped out after burning through every last bit of her MP. Eiji's worry for his wife hit him hard, and that fear yanked his focus away. So Makoto had to burst in immediately and rescue him. Eiji declared it was time, one clean strike to end the boss for good, then hurled his sword straight at Makoto, who poured power into it with both hands. Fire and ice magic crackled in the air. He drove in a crushing blow, but even that didn't look like it was the end. As the boss leveled its sword at Aji, Makoto shot out in front and declared he knew exactly how to bring it down. Then he shoved Iggy back fast, warning that staying behind him was way too risky. Right then, the Koda finally clocked it. Everything they'd been doing split physical blows from magical hits, and that mistake just clicked. But the boss keeps countering them, somehow so far from being enough to defeat it. They had to strike at the same time, with both forces hitting in perfect sync. Makoto then blasts fire magic, lending. He crushed the monster with a punch, ended it for good, and jumped up nearly 1,500 levels in one insane surge. That's when he finally saw it. His arm was wrecked from the attack, battered nearly beyond use, but it was still just enough to slam the battle shut with everyone left alive. Even though Eiji and Hiroko were wiped out, Eiji grinned anyway, because everyone was safe and they'd finally cleared the G-rank dungeon. Everyone broke into a smile only. Only Egypt could still move. So after a while, they finally burst out of the dungeon and marched straight for Tokyo's massive dungeon center, a giant building looming ahead. Makoto gritted his teeth and pushed forward to explore the place. But the couple pleaded with him to slow down. Everyone was wiped out after the fight and needed sleep. So he bowed his head, apologized, and admitted he'd let his excitement get the best of him. When they finally stepped in, Iji scooped up his wife. She'd passed out from exhaustion after all her hard work, and carried her inside, explaining that the center usually overpays for research and that it draws in tons of players. 1 hour of waiting is the norm, and yeah, the dungeon ordeal's weight was crashing down on them now. But they were still buzzing, dying to find out how much money they'd pulled in after everything they'd fought through together. Iji still had to care for Hiroko's tired, adorable face, soaking up that moment like it was everything, while Makoto sat there, going quiet in his own head. Then he pressed Iji about whether he was really retired, and Iji nodded and confirmed it. Dungeons meant nothing to him, because it was Hiroko that made every step count. It was straight up embarrassing, so he blurted to Makoto, "Don't tell her." Makoto just chuckled under his breath without saying a word, then his mind snapped to something else. He begged them to keep it locked down and not spill it to anyone else, and Iji nodded along, because at that point there was literally nobody they could tell. Then, finally, the call came. They were summoned. Iji Valkyroco and the others closed in on the attendant, who coldly said the fourth boss drop was only worth 500 yen. Yet that sword screamed danger potential, because the moment a user equipped it, the user scouts would drop hard, since even with its reflective power it was cursed. Everyone hovered like hawks, terrified that Ivan might grab the cursed items. But for now, nothing happened, and the danger stayed quiet. Makoto finally asked if he could keep the sword, and Iji nodded and let him, because Iji was the one who'd taken down the boss all by himself. Then, on top of everything else that pulled in more than 6 million yen, the couple was over the moon. But Iji still pushed the idea of splitting it with Makoto too. This blindsided him so hard that he demanded they split it into 3 parts, because that way, it was simply the smarter move. Even while he appreciated Eddie's kindness, all he could think was, put that money to use and give them the greatest wedding ever. Hiroko's heart melted at his kindness. Then the attendant leaned in and revealed they had something special for the 6th-ranked player, Makoto. Makoto looked totally baffled, then quickly explained that rankings can supercharge players' motivation, so she hurried. Rush over and check the latest list right now. With the crowd of legendary names, Makoto landed in 6th place. Mickey storms into first ahead of every other standout in that world, and Makoto cringes at the spotlight. But Hiroko can't even process it, because the guy in first is only 18, barely out of his teens, while Kamishiro, Heido, Inaiko, and Reng are all stuck in 17th, and Maria sinks way down the rankings. That twist was wild, especially since she was just a model who hadn't climbed nearly that far. But it turns out the ranking was stacked purely on who actually stepped into those dungeons and cleared them. The deadliest player would be crowned by the battle tournament about to be sponsored soon, and the crowd's hype, and the attendant involved, was about to explode. Pendant told them they needed to pull Makoto into the mix too. Top-ranked players got first pick, and they'd already lined up the prize for whoever won the honorable spot. The protagonist shot the invitation down on the spot, but Hiroko shrugged and accepted it anyway, even with the color objecting non-stop. Then she told him plainly, "If you're that against it, don't go." But he had to keep his options open. She couldn't afford to miss this chance while he was still at his peak, especially with nobody knowing when death might strike out of nowhere. And Makoto was still reeling from that terrifying thought. And as soon as he joined the terming, he could already hear people talking in the crowd, calling his name like they'd just seen him in one of those Kura Brothers videos from the past. Plus, he'd just cleared another dungeon, and everyone couldn't stop buzzing about what he'd do next. A huge crowd swarmed him, and Iji's mind totally blanked. He was stunned. He blurted out, asking if Makoto was really that famous, then stammered out an apology for how bossy he'd been before, desperate to figure out how to make it right. Makoto didn't give a single thought, and Hiroko erupted in laughter, agreeing that Iji was pretty darn adorable. Makoto had to swallow the truth about AG, and his reaction, then a little later, they peeled away from the branch with 2 solid leads, promising they'd send a wedding invite to the protagonist's shun. Straight up telling him he could always reach out if he needed anything. And Makoto listened as they warned him to be extra careful from here on, especially with relationships. And yeah, he actually nodded along with that parental-style advice. They thanked him again and again, beaming like, "We're so glad to have you around." Once they were gone, Makoto finally let it hit him. Everything was over for real. And just when he thought he could slip out for a breather and prep for the next dungeon, a girl suddenly closed in on him, breathing right into his ear, and caught him completely off guard. He yanked back in shock, and the girl burst out laughing at his totally ridiculous reaction. He came off really shy, almost like a little cutie wrapped in nerves. Makoto blinked in confusion as she closed in again, asking to take a picture, until she got shut down, and that's when she threw out the idea of forming a team. He tried his luck with the team again, got shut down once more, and backed away from her. Then she kept poking fun until he finally snapped and bolted. A little while after, Koda got a video call from Maria, and after forever without seeing her, she greeted him like no time had passed. Confusion hit him because her video looked so dark. Then he blurted out that he only saw her calls after a while, apologizing that the signal simply wouldn't work inside the dungeon. Maria waved it off, said she understood, and brightened up all over again because Amakuta replied to her the moment he could. He didn't hear a word from her, because the moment she came back to Japan, the players' tournament was about to kick off. They called it the Battle Tournament of the Best Players, and one of the sponsors was her own father, so that's why she got promotional materials before anyone else. The cutter only stared off into the distance, but one thought kept hitting him. She was a real talent, because he couldn't forget seeing her on TV just a few days earlier. Maria leaned in and asked if he was really going to join the tournament. He shook his head and said, no. But Maria's eyes lit up anyway, because she was already picturing how awesome he'd look on that stage with everyone else. Then she asked if he was headed to another dungeon, and the Koda guy nodded hard, showing her the place on video and catching Maria by surprise. She pointed out it was an F-rank dungeon, a place she'd heard other players tried to clear, only to never make it to the bottom. That's why it was still standing, untouched for now. Maria had been waiting for someone to finish it, and when the Koda finally landed, it hit so hard that she burst out laughing, because he hadn't changed a bit. Maria answered the call and, with bright excitement, told him she'd gotten a lot stronger too. Then she pushed the idea that they should hit a dungeon together soon. Mikoto didn't seem too thrilled, but Maria insisted she meant it, and the protagonist only laughed like he was teasing. They traded goodbyes, hung up, and Maria's voice carried one more wave of embarrassed rumbling from the other side of the phone. Meanwhile, Makoto clenched his resolve and stepped into the dungeon, where he was about. He ran straight into a level 100 monster, the level they warned you about, a paralyzing butterfly whose name alone screamed danger, and in this world, poison was his worst enemy. But Makoto wiped it out in seconds, leveling up again and snagging his usual plus 1,000 XP. Then sharpened his skill so he only needed the 150th of what he'd normally get to rank up, meaning he shot through levels faster than ever. The recommended level suddenly felt useless, because that monster was paying out way more experience than anyone expected, and once Nakama thought it through, he remembered there was a site that mapped exactly how much XP each monster type drops. But he only knew. He knew it by name, and it hit him like a flashback, the way he'd answered Iji and Hiroko, and how that moment lit the fuse that turned him into a player. He shrugged and said it was just interesting, then admitted he genuinely loved it. It felt like the safest kind of freedom. No spotlight, no pressure, no one demanding he be special. Just a place that actually let him exist as he was. He didn't have to chase money or fame, not even after he cleared that dungeon. But then it hit him. Everyone else acted like they were hunting something bigger, something above themselves, risking their lives to reach it. And then there was him, just messing around and enjoying the ride, wondering if that even counted. E.G. fired back that in the last year, medicine had surged forward by using tools that didn't just boost people's lives and health. They also wiped out other, incurable diseases. All of it happened because of what players hauled out of those dungeons, and everyone's hard work, especially Makoto's. So yeah, they're basically holding modern society together, helping people across the world, and that's why Ihai wanted Makoto to finally feel confident. Forget everything, he kept on slaughtering monsters in the... They tore through the dungeon, scooping up every single item those foes dropped as they went. Hidden in the mix were the final treasures, one last unicorn horn potion and a twilight short sword. But he had zero clue what those things were even for. That's exactly why Mickey's ID skills were worth their weight in gold when. Every time he leveled up, there was a slim shot his magic would get stronger, either by picking up brand new tricks or by widening the skill's limits. On paper, leveling meant better odds to grow the skill tree, so he could unlock fresh abilities. But Makova's situation was totally different. He'd racked up tons of levels and still barely had any real skills, clinging only to basic fire, ice, light, flight, and teleportation magic, and it left him wondering if this was exactly how the infinite leveling system worked. If he could pull it off somehow, that'd be amazing. Like, he'd find a way to make it happen down the road. Suddenly, a sound snapped his attention. He spun around, baffled, because he was certain he'd heard it. When he whipped his gaze to the other side, he spotted the Scorching, a terrifying, high-level monster known as Medusa. It came down to the wire, and Nikoto crushed it with one savage punch. But right when he tried to move, he froze. His body refused to budge. Medusa's power froze him in place, and he couldn't believe he'd landed in this nightmare all over again. And he mentally apologized to Iji and Hiroko for letting his guard slip again. He figured he should just lie low, nurse the damage, and then push back out as soon as he could. Rage boiled in his veins as he suddenly spotted that same girl from earlier at the branch, standing right in front of him, smiling even while he got petrified, and then, when he snapped back to normal, she couldn't stop praising him, stunned by how fast Makoto could recover from something like that, and she even kept on taking some. Ivana snapped a question and pushed, "Who are you?" And the girl just stared there beside him, even as Mikavata squirmed in sheer discomfort. She introduced herself as Yumsaki Kurara, said she was already 15, told him they could chat like normal people, and even tossed out her blood type was O. Then she mentioned she was level 79, and Makoto couldn't figure out why she was fixated on him, acting so hungry to join his group that Kurara ended up laughing when he brought it up, like she might actually get in. She confessed she only became a player so she could get right up close to Makoto. With her invisibility and ninja-quiet steps, she slipped past monsters like they couldn't even smell her, and then she raised a second trick. Level 6 identification magic, the kind Makoto would love. Kurara pushed hard for him to let her into his group, but Makoto only hesitated, eyeing her a little and thinking, honestly, he had no reason to trust a girl he'd just met. That doubt hit Kurara like a punch, and her hope sank fast as it looked like he might refuse again. Even though McConnell hadn't spoken a word yet, she still pressed him with that question, the one that came from the infinite leveling system. She blindsided him completely, and he couldn't stop wondering, how did she figure it out? Kurara grinned and told him she had a level 10 mind-reading power, laughing at his reaction because with it she could peer straight into anyone's head, down to the thoughts and the code behind his identification ability, even the skill he'd shown earlier. She stared right back and couldn't help but wonder, was that look a threat? She burst into laughter, saying it wasn't like that at all. She'd just learned this power moments ago, and every word she'd said earlier about becoming a player because of him still rang completely true. Akoto understood what it meant to say yes, and when he agreed, Kurara was left staring in shock. He shot back, "Yeah, even if monsters can't sense her, it's still too risky to let her roam around by herself like that." And honestly, he didn't even know why she was there, but Kurara didn't sound like she was lying, and that shocked her. So how was he so sure? Could he be reading minds too? She was absolutely loving the way Makoto kept reacting, and even if it looked like it was about him and his sister, it was. She quickly pivots the conversation and basically admits, "Since we're here right now, I guess I can at least enjoy this dungeon." They walked side by side. With her invisibility still on and those ninja-like steps never slowing down, it made Makoto feel like he was strolling through the world solo. So Hitam couldn't shake the question, was she even really there? Until Kurara submessed him, laughing at how cute his reactions were, then reassured him not to worry, because she wouldn't do a thing. He nearly forgot, like maybe she couldn't read minds after all, until the unease hit him hard because Karara had warned him not to act so Megan of Vortex, and she didn't have a choice. The blinding aftershocks of her power were still running, locked in at a level 10 skill. Makoto tried to empty his mind, but random thoughts kept crashing in, and just when he thought he could focus, he still ended up popping up. He went for food, then Kurara shot him a question, "Are you hungry?" Right when she started to jump in surprise, a massive monster lunged right into their path. Makoto ordered her to step back, then froze, because she'd vanished again, until he swung once and smashed the monster with a single brutal blow. She blinked in shock, because his magical efficiency was insane, and level 10 offensive magic really was the stuff of legends. Then she caught it. Karara marched up to Makoto and asked about the new skill he'd pulled off, and it turns out it was a super admirable status auto-recovery ability, only now it came with a nasty consumption cost, which made Karara think it sounded totally pointless. Makoto just shrugged and said it wasn't that big a deal, though yeah, it was still an awesome skill. Once someone hits level 99, their magic won't grow anymore and they can't learn new skills, unless they reset their level, which unlocks fresh abilities. Kurara asked, half panicked, if resetting right now was really a good move because he didn't get what consumption even meant, and honestly, he had no clue where to start either. That's when he snapped to it. Right there on the ground sat a healing seed. Plant it, and in half a day it grows into a medicine tree loaded with healing herbs and magic. He immediately thought it'd be perfect to have Kurara check the rest too, and the catch was brutal. She'd only do it if he said it out loud, not if he just thought about it. Carrara then snapped her skill into place and scanned every item. Because the last potion could refill life and MP to the max, the unicorn horn could summon a unicorn for a short time, and the twilight sword. One swing could blind an opponent on that very hit. And just like that, Coda thanked Carrara for teaching him her skill, and Carrara grinned and said she loved being able to help. She blindsided him, because there she was, right in front of him again, and then she broke the truth. She'd been hammering the invisibility skill non-stop since that morning, and every single MP in her tank was finally drained. Makoto told them to take a breather and rest, but she couldn't shake the feeling that it might be too soon. Still, she smiled because the protagonist genuinely cared, and she'd seen it firsthand when she helped him out with the items. But his mind kept slipping back to the real worry, that mind-reading ability. Carrara burst into laughter since her magic was still running, and Nakoto snapped and grumbled when his thoughts got caught so suddenly. Then he planted the seed, and Nakoto eagerly watched it, right as it began to grow out of nowhere. Carrara ducked behind him, leaving him totally baffled about what she was thinking. Until it hit, she was just curious. She wanted to know about that giant thing that showed up out of nowhere, and the protagonist filled her in, calling it Gargantua and insisting he was actually a nice guy. The moment Gargantua appeared, he bowed and greeted Carrara politely, then told them he'd been there to protect them while they slept. So Carrara's confusion instantly flipped into surprise and pure delight. McCullough told her she could sleep first, so she slipped into the tent while he stayed outside to say it. Once she was alone inside Carrara, she let her hair down and realized just how deeply she liked Makoto. Her heart pounded like a war drum, like it was about to burst out of her chest. She couldn't even believe he was real, or that he was this incredible. All at once she realized she'd been a little bold before, but this time she was genuinely thrilled because he'd come over, talked to her, and her brain wouldn't stop showering him with praise. Yeah, she was going to make the right impression from here on out. Then suddenly, Nakoto stepped into the tent. He asked about Carrara and slid her a taste of what he'd been cooking, because she wanted to eat, and he wasn't about to let her wait. Blushing hard, she yanked the tent shut in seconds and shoved him out, then snapped that he had to wait while she finished scrubbing off her makeup, and she even called him an idiot. Even Gargantua chimed in that Makoto had been way too insensitive, leaving him totally baffled. He just apologized to Carrara, and she still couldn't shake the question. Did he really? Honestly, I don't get a thing. None of it makes sense to me yet. Moments later, she jolted awake and stepped out into the world. After a quick scan of her look, she stepped out. She couldn't believe her eyes. The human tree had shot up like crazy, and it happened fast. Nikoto said, "Give me a bit more herbs and we'll be ready to go." Then he asked Carrara if she wanted to help, and she nodded instantly, ready on the spot. Gargantua rushed to help her client, then leaned in and asked if he was okay after that sleep. Gargantua noticed Makoto's dozing off and called it out, and Carrara had a bad feeling she'd been too careless, letting him push on without proper rest for so long. They stormed up to the 8th floor and ran right into a magical slime. Time no several of them. Carrara swore she'd take the lead and deal with them herself, but the numbers kept pouring in until it was like she'd been left all alone against an endless swarm. The swarm of slimes was so thick that Makoto couldn't see a thing. Then his panicked calls cut through the mess as he asked if she was Kay and where she was, while she was right beside him the whole time. She watched him act so careless and snapped in her mind, "You're going to get her hurt." With her mind-reading power, she saw the truth. He was thinking that the fence of magic might still be dangerous while Carrara was trapped in the zone, but he had no choice. He had to get them out now. He had to bring her back safe. Just then, Nakabata burst out of the slimes and started hunting for Carrara, and she appeared a moment later. She caught him off guard again, dropping the teasing and proving she could do way more than flirt. She jabbed a finger at the king of magical slimes, and the whole place erupted with excitement. Makoto chose it because it promised something massive. Then, in the blink of an eye, Carrara felt the protagonist slip out of reach and disappear from her side. He couldn't believe he was even able to keep pace with that lightning-fast giant slime, so he snapped into his teleportation and bolted straight to the boss. But Carrara could. He couldn't make out either of them from that far, but a massive impact thundered as Makoto smashed it. Then something insane hit. He jumped over 10,000 levels in a single rush, and even he couldn't believe it topped his wildest expectations. His offense kept climbing, pushing his skill levels even higher. Then not long after, Carrara barreled in to check on him, and he nodded, showing her the item that someone had left behind. A magical drop, one of the rare ones, supposed to jack up your stats by a full 100 points, and Carrara nearly lost her mind. because Makoto had the exact same magical identification ability as her. She hesitated, panicking like, "I'm not needed anymore," because she felt so weak and couldn't even help in a single battle. So now it wouldn't be fun to stick by him in these moments, not when she felt completely useless. But Nikono didn't care one bit about the usefulness of anything. Of things like that, they were having a blast, and honestly, that's all that mattered. And that's exactly why Karara paused before. The sheer fact that I had him completely off guard. She told him, "Don't look at me right now. I'm a mess, my makeup is all." With a single smear of ink, Makoto clocked it. Those same words she'd said earlier in the tent were echoing back at her. And just then Karara finally yanked herself away, cheeks blazing as she realized what she'd been doing. Colorado played dumb and refused to look at her face, like it might set her off, while exhaustion from zero sleep started chewing at him. He apologized and told her she'd have to talk to Bergentua for now, and then she stormed out of Karara even more pissed than before. Now I'm convinced he hates her after what went down, because she was so hyped at first, but she totally overstepped her line. It was crystal clear he'd never even glance at her again. Yet Gantua noticed Karara acting like Makova was suddenly her whole world. She shushed him at once, and Gargantua waved it off. Makoto had already crashed into a deep sleep, just closing his eyes to rest. So yeah, she had to agree, because Makoto was incredibly special to her. She remembered how, back then, the two of them didn't just share each other. They were also neighbors and childhood friends, inseparable, always tagging along and playing together. That coat kept her close at all times, guarding a shy, introverted kid like her, never letting her stray from its side. While everyone adored her, the Kodo had tons of friends. Yet every time he was around, he ditched them without thinking just to stay with her, and that constant choice left her drowning in guilt. One day, Karara gulped down her fear, gathered all her courage, and asked him why they always had to train together. He straight up asked her if she didn't like him, and Karara shot back a nervous denial. She said she loved spending time together. But then she admitted she felt invisible, like a useless crybaby, like a distant kid with no place in anyone's world, and somehow, Nakota didn't see any of that at all. He kept choosing people who made him light up, and somehow she fit that exact spot for him. So when Karara was around him, she felt that same warmth and happiness bloom. Makoto also told her, "If you ever catch feelings again, don't hide, work up the courage and confess to the one you like." That day, Karara felt like the whole world turned brighter, like her joy was glowing from the inside out. But sometime later, Lakota's family packed up and moved to another city for work, and they never returned. Still, it was Makoto who gave her the push to face the change, dive into new lessons, and grow. Now her name as a player proved it. Kagencho clocked that, but then he added, it looked like Makoto didn't remember her, and he asked straight up if she ever planned to tell him about it. She told him it had been way too long since they last saw each other, and yeah, it would feel awkward, big time, and the girl she used to be still embarrassed her. But she didn't want to drown in the past. She wanted to start fresh with the memories they could make right now. Sure, she'd changed, but she was still herself, no matter what. So she made up her mind to get close to McCulloch as Yumsaki Korara, and came back again, groveling with a sincere apology for not watching his mouth earlier and being tactless with his words. Out of nowhere, someone closed in on them. Was it really you? Who stepped up to them, peppered her with a blunt question, "So you a player?" and flashed a look so intense it practically dared her to say no. With a sudden strike that hit like a thunderclap, the protection Gargantua built to shield her didn't even last. It got ripped apart in an instant. He lunged for Aizuin. Then the moment a spell struck him, he just froze where he stood. Ice froze him in place, and Gargantua snapped at Karara. "Run now." He ditched Cubito behind him, sure he'd be okay all on his own. But Izuin snapped the tension in half. Sienna Gargantua tried to go for a petty toy, yet the attack fizzled when the Kodo teleported, snatched Karara, and bolted. She demanded, "So what's going on right now?" Right out of nowhere, an attacker showed up, and Kodo snapped back that it was way too dangerous, urging her to curl up tight and keep her head down so she wouldn't turn into the next target. It before-eyed you and could chase them with the code. He looked around after waking up, and just like that, left Izu standing there, confused and completely puzzled. About when he finally shows up, the protagonist. So reply and say it. Aizuin is the one who needs to step up and explain. Hijuin just said he was there to finish the dungeon, but Makoto pressed him, demanding answers about that attack he'd launched earlier on the people who ran. Once he realized they were Makoto's friends, he snapped back with an apology. No reason to stay mad, because he'd only been there to take the dungeon for himself. While Arian's world of monsters and people felt identical to him, Makoto snapped. asking if Arian had always been the kind of guy who obliterated everything in his path. Then Izuin clocked what Makoto was really after. The road that brought him here, but he didn't get the chance to strike. Makoto blinked in behind him and shouted that it could latch onto that spot too, and the human had no idea what to do, because it felt like both of them were leveling up with the same power. But the Kodo's stunned look was all the proof Izuin needed to pry the truth open, and that left him scratching his head. If they could do whatever they wanted with this power, why was Makoto unleashing it to the max? Nope, the protagonist shuts it down, insisting that doing anything literally at all just wasn't possible. And you admit it too, because Lakota really looked like he was holding onto a totally straightforward human mindset, which made it feel like Izu and he'd quit acting human, and that's why he never hesitated to kill Makoto if it came down to it. Seeing Makoto refuse to back down, Azu's confidence crumpled, and he slammed his attack to a halt. It figured he could finally get Makoto since they're so alike, but then it hit him. He started to understand exactly what Sakuraba had been feeling. Yeah, it was true. Makoto looked kind of plain, and that thought hit hard. He shut you out and vanished from his sight. Then, moments later, Gargantua rocketed right back to Makoto's side. And they finally dropped down and rested again. Kyuda cooked up some food, and Karara rushed to apologize to Gargantua for everything she'd endured while protecting her. Then he brushed it off, telling her it was no big deal, because protecting her was his job. Protonus realized that even after all the bullying, Izuin still looked happy, and hearing another player say it right now, that hit unsettlingly hard. Kavina couldn't believe what Izuin had turned into. After all, pain should have hit him harder than anyone, especially when Makoto once stepped in for him before. And stopping Sakuraba didn't seem to help Izuin at all. When Karara caught sight of Makoto's worry, she leaned in and said the food smelled amazing. She snapped him out of his thoughts, saying it was almost ready, and then she asked if he'd cooked before. Makoto froze because the moment she said it, he realized he'd totally blanked on the food. He snapped out of it, seized control of the kitchen, and pushed through to finish cooking, because he realized his focus had drifted. Karara blurted that her mind-reading power was still on and working, so she basically knew everything. Then the color burst into a nervous laugh. Karara then snapped, saying that jerk from earlier had suddenly turned on them, attacking out of nowhere and ripping off Gargantua's arm like it was nothing. And then she was furious about how he even had the nerve to throw those vile insults and compare them in that brutal way. She smirked and said she could read his thoughts, so she had to be seeing it too, the rage burning inside him right now. Kara told him mind reading only let her peek past a heart's outer shell, not the delicate secrets buried deep inside. But she still knew exactly what he was like because whenever a lonely kid needed someone, he never hesitated. He reached out with open hands. Makoto locked eyes with him and blurted, "So that's true then." She let out a shaky, nervous laugh, and then Gargantua casually dropped that he'd been alone in that dungeon for ages too. Even Sheldon Makoto wouldn't let anyone bleed in silence, and that's exactly why Gargantua put its trust in him. The code got what he was saying, but even then he couldn't shake it. He wasn't sure he'd ever really lived through loneliness firsthand. He just couldn't crack Izuin's hard enough to actually understand what he was feeling. He shrugged it off and pushed for the plan. Forget the drama and clear the dungeon before Izuin. Karara nodded and said they just might be able to reattach it. Makoto watched them somehow latch Gargantua's arm back on. He swore an item existed that could do it, and Gargantua waved it off like no big deal, then still pulled off magic even with a broken arm, which was honestly insane. They pushed deeper into the dungeon, and Karara unleashed her bow, standing her ground and mowing down monsters with every arrow. She dodged the crushing blows by slipping out of sight with her invisibility skill, until she finally crushed her opponent and won. She wiped out her targets, and the second Makoto saw it, he lit up and praised her hard. Then he leaned in and asked where that bow and arrow setup on her wrist even came from. She grinned and told him it was a magical wrist item. It boosted all her status points by 100, and that's exactly the kind of magic power Kotal had given her. It was basically a level 100 item, and the cotter snapped right into gear. She just used it smart and got insanely strong. She burst into laughter, then teased, "Head pat." The cotter blinked, totally thrown off by the sudden request, and couldn't make sense of it. They kept strolling like nothing was wrong. Then she suddenly spotted something stuck on the wall. Kara stopped mid-pointing at the button on the wall and demanded what it did. But Caldera snapped that he couldn't see a thing, leaving her even more baffled. She glanced back, and in a flash the blue button was gone. In the Kodo, remember this, some things might only show up to people who can't be seen. Carrara kicked her invisibility skill on again, and this time she finally got it. She called him a genius on the spot. He guided her hand over to the spot where the coat's button should be, shut his eyes, and felt it. A real, round bump like a hidden button. They warned her to stay sharp and not mash it like a maniac, because if she pressed wrong, something terrible could happen. Still, they pushed harder. Carrara snapped, "Okay, what happened?" And Makoto shot back that it was her fault, so the two started squabbling until they finally noticed. Makoto spotted a brand new path and knew it had to be a hidden system tunnel. So he made the call and pressed the button. Carrara shot ahead at full speed, buzzing with excitement even as Makoto warned her to be careful about what might be waiting inside. Runner, as they burst through the gate, a huge open stretch of land swung into view. She stepped into that monster-filled area and said it felt like a dungeon nobody else had ever managed to finish. She decided to back him up from the rear, while McCulloch charged forward to slaughter the monsters. Before long, he kept wiping them out, one after another, fast and relentless, leveling up one by one, like every wind pushing him higher and higher. Right as another monster lunged in from behind, Carrara whipped an arrow through the chaos and dropped it. And he thanked her for the help, and her heart lit up with pure joy. She grilled him about whether his level shot up a ton, and when she learned he'd hit 40,000, she nearly lost it. Makoto just shrugged and said it was probably his proving skill, and right then her own level surged to 1,250. It felt like a glitch in the system was handing him power-up after power-up, and Carrara just quietly watched him, smiling like he knew exactly what was happening. Makoto finally pointed out they should grab the loot first and then charge into the next four, and she got an instant yes from her. Soon they hit the 20th floor, and the cold slammed into them so hard it felt unreal. This was the chilliest level yet, and Carrara's instincts screamed the same thing. They were nearing the dungeon's end, the deepest point of all, so it meant they were basically at the bottom of everything. Their journey was about to slam to a stop. Lakota said the boss room was right up ahead. Ijun was missing, and 3 different entrances yawned ahead like traps, maybe a trick, maybe a secret shortcut waiting to be exploited. Makoto mused that the boss room could be the kind of place where fire magic fizzles out, letting them snack on those cut-off 8 heads. And honestly, that sounded way better than the other bosses he'd already survived. At least this one had a shot. With magical identification, he scanned the situation and she asked him to stay put while she watched his stuff, holding his bag and every item, so he could finish up without a single worry about her safety. That took Makoto by surprise, but it was still smart. She slid her wrist item onto him, unlocking her bow and arrows, then told him to see it like she was quietly backing him up from behind. She screamed encouragement as he pushed through and cleared the F-rank dungeon. She swore she'd be the first to congratulate him. Then Koda doubled over laughing, as long as he didn't get cocky. They traded goodbyes, and Carrara teased that the moment he cleared the dungeon, she'd come back for one more head pat. Plus Gargantua chimed in, and the whole thing had them both cracking up. When Lakoto burst into the boss room, a colossal monster, Yamada Norachi slammed into his senses, with multiple dragon heads roaring down at once. It lunged straight at him the second it saw him. He sliced off every last head in a single unstoppable strike. No hesitation, no mercy. He killed it on the spot and shot up 21,000 levels in a single burst, leaving Carrara stunned as she watched from a distance. Right then he ran into his Yuan. She was nearby too. The moment it started, the two launched straight into a non-stop brawl. Even when Makoto begged him to stop, Isu just snapped back. "Shut up, Makoto," refusing to back down. Makoto snapped his power, teleportation, and right on the next, and slammed Izu into the ground, pinning him there. Makoto stood there with his hands behind his back, making Ejin crack up as he finally realized the new magic. Because Makoto wasn't playing around anymore, he was using his real power against him. Ejin even clocked it, and Makoto pushed back, asking why Ejin wouldn't let go when the dungeon was already done. But Izu shot back, refused to answer, and then bam, he hurled a twisted magical blast from right behind him. Azuman slammed a hit into the dodge, and the coat flew off, right as Carrara, who'd been watching the whole time, saw it happen. Pinning Koto against the wall, you grin and laugh. He burst into laughter, calling himself genuinely entertaining, because Yuan's power was so shocking that even Makoto had to sit there and listen as he kept rambling. Makoto slipped out of Awan's grip, breaking free in a flash, with a teleporting strike that hit out of nowhere. He struck from behind, but the move didn't land. He got caught and slammed hard into the ground. Izuma traded lightning punches and kicks across the space, taunting Makoto the whole time. "So what's it like to lose to someone who used to be below you?" but my code of good sense says you better back off, because those strange attacks are coming for him fast. They felt like the floor boss was copying every single move he made. It felt like he was wrestling his own mind, until a punch slammed into his face. Blood kept pouring out of him, and still Makoto snapped to the truth. Aizuen's power and speed weren't truly on his level yet, so it wasn't a mismatch of strength at all. It came down to skill. Well, Makoto finally realized that Aizuo. He had to copy down every stat and level. Is that you, charging in and smashing him with a headbutt, just to confirm Makoto's suspicions after he activates his skill? With a single touch, Iju instantly locked in on them. His power, their levels, and even their overall stats started matching up. It would keep burning until every last drop of his MP was gone. Yeah, that's why his stats looked unreal, like nearly 8 times what a Suin should have had. Because even if Makoto bragged, the truth was brutal. Deep down he was still weak, and now he was getting crushed. The Coda told him they just had to sit down and talk, but I couldn't wrap my head around why Izuen was acting like this. It only fanned the flames of his rage. Izuen snapped at him to stop spouting nonsense, because every word was making him even angrier. Angrier, Makoto admitted that when they first reunited, he'd been thrilled. He honestly believed they could be friends. But then the words coming back were so dumb that it felt like they were blaming him, maybe even calling him a great hero for all the good deeds, or maybe they just wanted him to get praised for saving Aizu back then. Did you, so he said, that from the code of that day it might have been nothing but a fairy tale. He hadn't suffered a thing. But for your eyes, everything that happened after that passage of time had been completely meaningless. Then you'd carry that resentment for years, without even catching that it was there. Makoto got slammed again and again, hit after hit without mercy, while Carrera stood there powerless, watching it all unfold. Then Makoto blasted his level 10 white magic, and Eju threw up a shield to protect himself. Makoto snapped that he'd take down Azul, right here, right now, if that was true. Izumin fired back instantly, calling him a hypocrite and saying he was all talk. Carrera remembered Makoto admitting he just couldn't figure out what an Iwan's heart was supposed to be. All she could do was stand back and watch, unable to jump in, just as the two traded devastating blows, one impact after another. Carrera's full power crashed, and she slammed to the ground. They kept hammering the same spells over and over again. Bells clashed again and again, ringing out like they were trying to shatter the air, and it left. She was left staring at the silence, totally stunned, wondering what in the world had just happened. They were tearing along at full speed, and she couldn't keep up, or even see them clearly. Meanwhile, Makoto couldn't care less about anything else. He just needed to know what was racing through Izuen's mind. As they kept smashing blow after blow, Izuen burst out laughing, saying Makoto was finally showing his real self, exactly what he'd been craving from the very beginning. Is you making a comment like, Makoto's just like everyone else? You probably didn't realize it, but that infinite leveling power was the greatest gift this world could offer. Like someone handed it to him for a huge, unstoppable purpose. It felt impossible that this was all coincidence. While he kept hammering the code, he insisted they'd both been chosen, and pushed their powers even farther, like they've finally unlocked the next level. Still, Makoto kept taking blow after blow, hit after hit, without backing down. Kodo snapped into existence with a teleport, and blurted out that, "That's when it hit me. Izuen was right about one thing, he was a full-blown hypocrite." Mikoto finally admitted it. His personality was a mess, he was weak, and he survived by slipping into underhanded tricks in a world that never lets up. Because when the pressure hit, he either fought with violence or bilayed the moment things got dangerous. Back then, he ditched every human connection, because life suddenly felt way too dull. But somehow, time flipped the script. He changed for the better, and life finally stacked the deck with good people around him. Are you frozen in shock as he finally realizes that something huge happened, and it completely changed the Kodo. Even after she tried to strike him, now the Kodo's strikes came flying, faster, sharper, and dead-on every time. The Kodo started slamming back every attack with an even fiercer surge of power than before. And even his problem, he pushed himself to match that speed and power. Makoto teleported out of Izu while he couldn't even keep pace, right as it happened, and everything snapped out of his hands. In sight before every attack landed, then it vanished and reappeared again. They intentionally pushed themselves into your line of sight, daring you to take the hits like it's a game of Counter-Strike. After a while, Izuen's power and speed started to feel outright dangerous, like every move was too fast to stay comfortable. Karar's jaw dropped when a blazing, glowing light burst out the moment he crushed the monsters. But now it was coming straight from the Kodo himself, So she remembered how his consumption ability works and couldn't help wondering what it really asterisk meant. Makoto told Aizu that in this whole world, nobody could ever make sense of things the way he needed, so he'd do it himself. Then, with his consumption-level power, Makoto chose to burn every last thing inside his own body. Are you laughing right now? Because that covenant proves he had the courage to back it up. Right in the middle of Makoto battling monsters with Kurara, he realized his level wasn't climbing nearly as fast as it should have. Maybe he accidentally triggered the consumption ability. But he didn't stop there. He kept hammering every possibility while training deep in the dungeon. A skill that, once the Kodo's level dipped, would supercharge all his other stats for a blazing short burst. The lower his level dropped, the harder his stats surged, and Makoto never planned to lose to Aizuin. He was going to throw everything at him to bring him down fast. Aizuin couldn't make sense of what was happening, but somehow Makoto's stats kept climbing, and I realized right then, if I wanted to keep up, I had to copy Makoto's abilities again fast. The fight erupted, but there wasn't a second to breathe. Makoto surged in like a blur, too fast and too strong, and slammed into him with overwhelming speed. Does the desperate need for a human hit, so they can touch Makoto as fast as humanly possible. Makoto wasn't giving him a single opening, none. Pummeling his opponent with relentless blow after relentless blow. He didn't even get a split-second chance to lift his eyes, to finally force a real, physical connection. Finally, Makoto lands the final blow. The final punch crashing down as you know that feeling when you level up for the first time. Me, you, and pure hype in our veins. The higher his level climbed, the stronger he felt. So he vowed to reinvent himself, never get bullied again, and then grin as he tore through his opponents at lightning speed. He swore nobody would ever mock him again. Then at level 99, he stood there staring down what came next. He stormed into a boss way stronger than him at a recommended level of 120, and it was pure madness, because level 99 was the absolute ceiling. It should have been impossible. Adrian had no clue who or what forged those bosses, but one thing burned in his gut. It wasn't fair. The light felt like some cruel trap, like the past was gearing up to repeat itself, and he refused to let that happen. After you've clawed through all that hardship, the real you is the one medic Sodia can finally save. Who demanded his wish, because he could actually make it come true. Ewan didn't even pause. He pushed to shatter his level cap the moment he wanted it gone. He finally gets the exact same power as Makoto, because once he has it, nobody will ever stare at him like that again. Even when he spotted Makoto on the video, trading blows with those Akuro brothers while pulling off the exact same moves. It quickly hit Izwane that Makoto had the same powers, but Makoto's were on a whole other level, and that only left Izwane staring in disbelief, wondering why Makoto even deserved strength like that. In Izwane's eyes, Makoto was a reckless fool chasing the wrong kind of justice, and somehow that made Izwane feel even more pathetic. Now that Makoto's power was unstoppable, no one could stop him anymore. I swore that getting treated like I was inferior would never, ever happen again. Ever since, Izjuva has been tearing through dungeons, snatching prey from other players without a shred of doubt just to get even stronger. Both of them got targeted by the very same bullies, and somehow they both ended up with the same deadly power. But you couldn't help wondering, were they just as lonely, just as bruised inside? That's why he turned to Makoto and demanded, "So tell me, what do you really think of me?" From the moment Makoto answered, he couldn't find a single reason to get back up off the ground. Even as blood poured out and your vision started to fade, you took control at Makavadu again. From Makoto and only Akodo to keep pounding him until 8. Will calm your rage and then leave you in the dust, utterly losing the fight. Finally, Makavado smashed Izwane and took the win. Kurara sprinted toward him, her voice cracking, worry flooding her face as she closed the distance. Answering, she demanded to know why he was bleeding so hard and why he looked that terrifying. Nakoto admitted he'd already burned through his level consumption skill earlier, then pushed himself way past the limit. Now he was wiped out, and she couldn't wrap her head around why he'd gone that far. Makoto finally admitted the reveal was real, but at the same time, he said his level was just one right now. Kurara gaped in shock, then the leader dropped the confirmation. He double-checked his stats and got the answer, yep, it was true. But in the end, the trade paid off. His stats were terrifyingly stronger than when he started. Karara broke it down fast. Stats don't stay fixed, they swing with the conditions, and the wild part was that I was way stronger now than I'd ever been at level 1 the first time. But she soothed him, telling him he'd bounce back and restore his levels fast. Then the Coda shot back that he wasn't worried, and Karara retreated to vow an arrow item. Karara was dead set on protecting him this time, but the Coda shut that down, saying it wouldn't happen, while Karara and Gargantua kept pressing the point, worried to death for him. Eventually, Makoto finally gave in and even asked for help to carry Izuin, leaving Karara stunned that he'd actually step up for him. The Coda warned, "We can't leave Izuin in that dungeon. One wrong turn and you'll die." Side by side, the crew fired up the teleport and vanished together. Port Stone slips out the dungeon to make its return. Later, Izumin jolted awake in pure shock, only to realize he'd been dumped outside, while Makoto shrugged like it was no big deal and said he was pretty heavy. After a crushing stretch of silence, McOder finally broke it, claiming he needed to talk. "So I make a promise to you. After that, I'll never try to kill anyone again." Again, Kavar added a piece about Izuin's thoughts, and it hit him like a punch, leaving him both startled and desperate to make sense of what happened when she was attacked. He locked eyes with her for a second, then her heart's voice hit him with brutal words. "You're annoying, you should die," and something about fleeing from everything she couldn't face. Wait, was that mask supposed to be her flex, or did she just threaten to snap her own neck to prove a point? She fired back that she truly hated him for snapping Gargantua's arm earlier, then added that he wasn't born evil, just poisoned by his toxic world. And that somehow made Aju even angrier, like her pity was an insult he couldn't swallow. The cutter will confirm it. Back then, you really were someone worth pitying. The real tragedy wasn't the ones who'd bullied them back then. It was the people who actually deserved pity. He demanded to know why Izuin wanted to become just like Sakuraba and the others. And Izuin snapped back with a growl, calling Makoto out for dragging out that same justice nonsense again. Makoto shot back that if Izuin kept wallowing in self-pity, he'd make sure to knock him down and beat him again. Ijin clammed up, refusing to meet Makoto's eyes. Kodo brought up what Karara told him, that Izuin wasn't a bad guy at heart, and then doubled down, sure that Izuin would figure out exactly what to do with his life from here. They ditched him as they took off, and Karara smirked that Nakoda was seriously interesting. Then she teased him for trying so hard to keep the team together, calling it a little cute now. Now the Coda burst into laughter as they remembered the very first time they met. He spun around to ask Karara something, and then, like the thought just snapped into place, he remembered his. He had his childhood friend in mind, but he hesitated. Was he about to cross a line? So he backed off even when Karara's eyes lit up, curious about what he was going to ask. She probably read his thoughts anyway, then burst into laughter. He laughed, teasing her like, "So you totally did, or you definitely didn't, huh?" Makoto chuckled, and the two of them tore out of the dungeon side by side. Later, Maria spotted a poster that screamed the news. Kato was joining the upcoming term. On May 23rd, she was buzzing with excitement, ready for the big day everyone was about to gather for. Makoto stared at the bracket and realized this was the first tournament with such a tiny cast. Everybody spent day one in the prelims, and only the domain players got to move on, while the big names sat pretty with special tickets waiting for day two. When Lakota showed up at the venue, he felt completely thrown off, until Maria suddenly wrapped her arms around him, grinning like the sun had found her. After what felt like forever, she admitted she'd missed him like crazy and fired off. "Did you catch the opening ceremony?" Then Lakota blinked, because she looked a little taller than he remembered. He answered her right on the spot, then spilled the details, so there'd be no confusion. He'd told everyone to meet him there. Right after that, Mickey and Kara rolled in too, coming to greet him. Muriel's jaw dropped when she realized those weren't just strangers. They were his friends, and Makoto told her to calm down, insisting they were just dungeon friends, and that made her stare deeper into what their connection really meant. Korra snapped tense the moment it hit her. Nobody had told her this before, and she'd assumed it would just be the two of them so she could cheer for him in peace. Then Makoto clocked Mickey's hair and watched her beam as she explained, "I just tied it up. My older sister helped me." He flashed a compliment, saying it suited her perfectly, and that's when Karara's gut twisted, because the two looked way too close for comfort. She started wondering if Makoto had a thing for Mickey, then tried to read his mind, but her own nerves were stretched tight the whole time. She clenched her resolve. No way was she getting outshined by a girl she'd just met. So she snapped the conversation in a new direction and asked how Gargantuan was doing. And when Makavado blinked in confusion, he said he was totally fine, because they'd seen each other just a week ago. Barginto greeted the girls with huge warmth, especially Mickey, and that sweet welcome instantly made both Karara and Maria squirm. Soon enough, Beniko and Range finally rolled up too. Maria hugged Beniko, and the two of them shot a quick chat as the rest of the crew rolled in to join the talk. Kamishiro and Kaido hang back as the chatter swirls, and Benicum scoots Range closer to Makoto, pushing her right into the moment. Because Range had something to say. Range tells Makoto she'll be cheering for him tomorrow, and he lights up with a real thank you. The sweet exchange hits like a spark, and the tension among the other girls around them spikes instantly. You started wondering what anyone could possibly enjoy about all this chaos. And Ipsomia shot back, not a damn thing. With unfamiliar girls all around, they both admitted how stressful it was, and somehow it turned into this awkward little bond. Then Nakoto slid up to him, pointed at the Shiro, and demanded to know if he'd brought the item. Kamishiro shoved a sword into his hands, right there in front of him. The sword was in his hand, and Makoto dropped out cold, though he looked a little crushed that Kamishiro wouldn't step into the ring again. Then Kamishiro shrugged and said what he'd already told him. He kept his schedule packed in Tokyo. Still, that stung too, because he'd been dying to square up with Makoto face-to-face once more. Keo slid over, pointed at Makoto, and basically told him, there's still time to get out of here. Miriam realized she had to slip backstage, and everyone agreed to split up for their spots. Banika even asked what they should do in the meantime, then suggested all the girls head out for drinks to really get to know each other. Nervous Karara nodded, then yanked Mickey along with her. She couldn't get enough and insisted on hearing every last detail. The girls split off as Makoto stayed with Kaido, and he kept asking where they were really headed, because they'd been walking for ages. Kaido leaned in and asked Makoto if he'd heard, since today was the day the top rankers finally lined up for everyone's prep, basically a warm-up before the real competition tomorrow. Then McCullen and Novus Maria stomped around, pouting, and asked if something was bothering her, like she was trying to hide that she wasn't okay. She pointed out that Makoto had somehow made a ton of friends, and he nodded back with a grin. Then it hit him he had to give her that gift, and he thrust a magical pouch into her hands. Maria couldn't stop grinning, because the pouch was exactly like the one Makoto had. She remembered how she'd told him in Okinawa that she wanted something just like it, and now he actually remembered. Moments later, they reached the venue, and Makoto told everyone to wait outside while he went in alone. Inside, he had everyone gather, then he waited as the others filed in, because soon someone was going to arrive to talk to them, and they'd have time to sit back and stay comfortable. The rankers welcomed Makoto, Rank 3's Ryudo Tatsumi, Rank 8's Bizin Yesimune, Rank 2's Momonakour, and then of course Kata came in as Rank 10. Ryudo shot up, spotted you there, and noticed the top-ranked guy wasn't around. So he declared he wanted to go face Mickey, but then Makoto was right there, and his curiosity instantly latched onto him. Ryudo clocked him as the first guy in that whole crew, then noticed Makoto had already cleared both the G and F rank dungeon runs. Ryudo had assumed Makoto wouldn't show up, since that little bird swore he hated drawing attention, so he couldn't believe it when he asked what dragged him here. Makoto's heart pounded as he remembered finally hitting level 130. 13 during training, and it floors Karara because he'd fired off his level consumption skill again without flinching. Makoto grinned and said it was way more fun that way. No more dodging the pressure, just grabbing the rare chances to clash with other level 99 players. Back at level 99 himself, Makoto didn't even flinch. He stepped into Ryudo's challenge and accepted it on the spot, which sent Ryudo's excitement sky high, knowing that ultimate duel was coming. Moments later, the Torment operator, Kajiri, slammed onto the scene to announce the matchups for the next day. Ryudo stormed straight toward Kaido. Gokutsu Chikura locked into a fight with Kori. Lakoto went toe-to-toe with Chikiro, and Bizin squared up against Seru Oji. The one-team survivors were gearing up to square off against everyone who clawed their way through the preliminaries. Even though Nakoto wasn't exactly pumped to run into another Tsuchikura, he still took the matchup. As Kawajiri stepped away, sending them off with luck, Ryudo let out pure frustration, because if they didn't both make it to the finals, he'd only be able to face Makoto. He warned Makaboto not to lose before then, but when it came to Kato's name, he shrugged, because he clearly hadn't even bothered to remember it in the first place. After that, Kato pushed for them to leave, and Makoto smirked like, I was just waiting for you to finally say it. Kato blasted out that he'd never be beaten by Ryudo, then turned around and roared that Makoto better not fold early in the matches either. At that exact moment, Kaori swept in from behind them. Kato ignored him, so he cut straight through the crowd and spoke directly to Makoto. So she fired off, "Who are you exactly?" and it left him completely stumped. She struck and then, out of nowhere, she declared she wanted to win, leaving Kato utterly baffled about what just happened. Kori made it crystal clear the Kododo didn't matter, She wanted to win, not just hope fate would hand her the victory. Kato joked that Makoto looked like he was stuck with a bunch of weirdos, and Makoto shot back that Kato was just as strange. Then his phone buzzed. The girls outside messaged him to come over once he was done. Makoto told Kato, asking if he wanted to tag along. Kato hesitated, swearing he didn't know the other girls. But after one teasing jab, Makoto leaned in and talked him into joining. Time flew, and then the 24th finally slammed into place, the day of the term, when everyone couldn't wait to see the whole event explode into action. Koko and Kalajiri were buzzing with excitement, like they couldn't sit still. Kalajiri kicked things off by laying out the rules. It was a head-to-head showdown with a strict 30-minute clock, and the battlefield had 0 limits. No weapon rules, no armor restrictions, and no limits on what abilities they could unleash. Every fighter has to wear a bracelet that screams an alarm the second their HP falls under 5%. Victory could be won 3 ways: slam your opponent off the battlefield, force him to surrender, or pray the bracelet's alarm goes off. But this battle. Even if HP hits 0, that field would keep it from dropping below 1. And Arena had the tools to block instant deaths, so no one needed to panic, because 20 level 10 healers with magic were stationed right nearby. The prize was a mysterious level 10 item, a rare rainbow egg. And when Hiroko and Iji realized Makoto's fight still hadn't even started, surprise hit them hard. They'd shown up way too early. Miki marched up to the couple and they both froze, then gaped, wondering if they were really friends of Makoto's. Hiroko quickly blurted, asking if Miki was Makoto's girlfriend, and Miki instantly snapped, denying it so fast she looked downright confused. She decided to walk them over to where the others were huddled, cutting through the crowd as a unit, and the girls stared in pure confusion like, who are these two supposed to be? But Hiroko's jaw nearly dropped when she realized every single one of Makoto's friends was a girl. At this point, it was basically impossible to argue back. Yeah, the whole harem accusation was hitting way too close to home, and Hiroko lit up like she'd just won. Meanwhile, Koko blared out the first matchups, kicking things off with Kari versus Mise, right there on the spot. A mysterious powerhouse, plus Gyuketsu Chikura, the guy famous for his videos, that's what made Turnen explode onto everyone's radar. Makavido, lock in, watch the battle explode on that screen. Buki snapped that he wouldn't pull his punches just because Kaori was a girl, because this was the arena, not a pity party. He aimed to beat her there, seize his revenge on Makogo, and then he barreled toward her without a second thought. But she just stood there, completely frozen in place. Still standing there, just moments away from unleashing a colossal dragon. Goopy froze in place, shock slamming him so hard he couldn't even process what just happened. But one wild swipe, boom, the dragon slammed Goki into the arena floor and ended him on the spot. Corey's full-on domination showcase for. Back in these days, rare summoning magic was basically a ghost story. Makoto couldn't deny it. She was a terrifying force, and it genuinely blew him away. Right then, a man stepped up to Hastings and pushed. So, Makoto, you ready to introduce yourself as Takanishi? Takanishi sized up his opponent, and when he realized Makoto was swinging a blade, excitement lit a fire in his chest. The attendant leaned in and told them their match was kicking off in just 10 minutes, then urged them to get ready to step into the arena. Lena Makoto shot back to Takanishi with pure adrenaline. He was just as fired up to face him. He looked on nearby. Sito Oji dropped the bombshell that Takanishi was married to Riko, was sitting at number 4, and even with all that, Takanishi still hadn't really shown what he could do. Keep to the left while Makoto blurts out his rambling talk about how Corey looked like a princess trapped in a dragon's lair, then boldly claimed he alone deserved to be the prince who rescued her, promising he'd make his act so dazzling it would steal every last breath. McConnell was already gone. He'd sprinted off for the arena before anyone could even finish talking. Anna, right when she didn't expect it, Karara burst in like a storm, and she demanded to know why she'd shown up out of nowhere. And she told him straight up, I'm here to help you manage that stress and to sit down and talk with you. Makoto asked if she was okay, and she shot back that she was totally fine now. Then leaned in, all curious, and asked whether he was planning to swing that sword he got from Kamishiro in his upcoming fight. Makoto replayed his earlier chat with Kamishiro. Kamishiro straight up asked if he planned to jump into the competition at level 99, and that question lit a spark in him. Makoto flipped it back and asked why Kamishiro wasn't entering. Kamishiro didn't dodge it. He said something crucial was going down at the exact same time, which totally screwed Makoto over. Then somehow it opened the door to an insane new proposal. Even though Makoto wasn't exactly sword-skilled, Kimishiro had still tried to school him before, and sure, Makoto was a little slow on the uptake, but the kid had real potential waiting to explode. That soaring question was basically about to shut off all those lazy passive skills, like magic efficiency and magic resistance, so it could flip the script and give active abilities a sweet deal. Their MP cost would be cut in half, like you'd only ever see in video games, and Kaneshiro was probably already laughing while Makoto stared at it. Right in the present, Karara said Makoto looked happy now, and when Callie, all cute and sweet, smiled at him, it totally caught him off guard. Makoto thanked her for offering to return the bow and arrow, but he told her he didn't need it, at least not yet. Karara burst out laughing and said he could stay confident right up until the moment the battle actually hit. She wanted one thing nailed down, that Makoto would never mess up in the shears while she made her move to win. Then, after all that build-up, he finally charges onto the battlefield to go toe-to-toe with Takanishi. And Koko decides, right then and there, to jam the match in immediately. Everyone knows the dungeon weapons were built for monsters, not humans. Sure, they hit hard, but they can't slice or injure a person, so everyone better listen up. That's why you need to pay attention right now as ladies and gentlemen step forward. And honestly, Nakavito was basically the original dungeon pioneer. So when Pilka asks what attacks they might unleash, you can feel the curiosity hanging in the air. Until they get blindsided, because he looks like he's about to make the first move. He makes his move, then crashes straight to the ground, leaving everyone staring, completely baffled, wondering. So the coda clocks it. This top-tier ranker wouldn't pick that move for nothing, and now the whole crowd is scratching their heads, dying to know what's going on. Takin asks, and he admits it. His body moves too slow for his brain, so the Kodo pushes himself up, fighting to stay balanced. Nakana snaps forward and charges in with his sword, but his opponent catches him off guard. Takanishi's strikes were suddenly booming with power, and he was quick enough to slam right up to Makoto. Eden slashed the ground with each jaw-dropping strike, and it was clear he wasn't just a swordsman, he could carve the arena in two. The commentators started firing off their remarks like they couldn't hold it in. I thought it had to be some crazy technique, like strength was the secret trick. Turns out it wasn't skill at all, just raw physical power. Takanashi asked, loving the look on Makoto's face, because Makoto was grinning, totally blown away at how insanely high everyone's skill level was. Takada was itching to square off with Makoto. This time he took more photos than ever, like he couldn't stop capturing everything. Just when you think it's over, he barrels back in and keeps on attacking the protagonist. Morgan unleashes even harder sword strikes, and Makoto gets pinned on the defensive. Meanwhile, Carrera scanned the crowd, frowning. She couldn't spot her group anywhere, and panic started to rise as she realized they might have switched seats. So now she had to hunt them down all over again. Again, when a woman called out to her, pointing to an empty seat beside her, Carrera snapped back a quick thank you for the offer. She plops down beside that woman she can't help but find stunning, and then she keeps her eyes locked on the fight. Shocked by what he was seeing, Makoto lashed out with his fire magic. Magic S trying to push back, slipping out of that move. Normally dodging like this would burn through a ton of MP for teleporting, and then Piri and Takanches go in with their attacks. Magic didn't faze him. He was still standing there perfectly still, charging straight into the Port of Venus with reckless fury. Fire blazed in his eyes as he unleashed even more attacks. She turns to him and praises his lightning-fast reflexes. And Kodo snaps back, guarding himself with his very own blade. He admitted he'd seen enough speed-based moves to be familiar with that kind of attack. They swore they were watching a never-ending war of dazzling, beautiful strikes. The weapons smashed together so hard the crowd went stone-still, stunned by every second. AG starts getting jittery. Hiroko can't shake the question of why Makoto isn't using his abilities. Maria beams and calls him super cool. Reng stays silent but sharpens his thoughts, and Beniko nods along. Because yeah, Makoto had to be running low on MP or something. Mickey spots it. He looks way happier now, while Karara keeps her eyes glued to the fight too. So yeah, whoever says this was just a bad habit has no clue, because that old man was obsessed with it even since he was young. That kid who kept doing what he loved, no matter what came at him, lit up everyone around him, turning battle into pure excitement. And Karara even says Makoto felt the same way too. And since the two were clicking, the fight still raged on for a full 10 minutes, each challenger slowly bleeding the other's HP drop by drop right there in the arena. In that arena, you can't help but wonder how anyone ever expected a battle this legendary. Makoto's drenched in sweat while Takada stands there and she blurts, "Why aren't you using your magic anymore?" Takada grins and snaps back, because this way is way more fun. Locked in a brutal duel with nothing but her swords, using magic would have been pointless. So when it hit just how deep they were in it, Takanashi burst into loud laughter. He'd been craving a fight like this for ages, and then he bursts forward, driving in one massive blow meant for Makoto. We try to fight back, but they get blasted away like we just got hit by a truck. Lying to himself, too damn close. If he just aimed a touch higher, that hit would have landed dead on. But Takanishi wasn't finished. He kept launching attacks from below up like he had nowhere left to go but forward. The color knew he'd be waiting for the exact moment he'd drop to the ground, only for him to be shocked when something crashes in as you leap right toward him in midair. He barely slips out of the attack, spins like lightning and counters on the spot. But Koda realizes his reflexes, sharp vision, and lightning-fast body control are on a whole other level. At level 80,000, staying lower felt perfectly comfortable for him. After a few more back and forths, things finally heat up. The fight turns into a blur of exchanges, but Kodo snaps in a kick that slams into his opponent's chin. With one brutal swing, his sword got blasted clean out of his hands and sent flying into the distance. Takanashi struck with it, and then he just grinned, loving the chance as a real opening yawned right in front of him. Kurara froze, staring at the strike that could end Makoto's life in one hit. After all, he'd already pulled that exact move before, splitting the arena clean in half like it was nothing. But instead, he grabbed the ribbon Kurara had given him, to slam his sword back into place. So he finally armed himself, ready for whatever came next. He slammed into his opponent's barm at the exact same time, stacking hits until the attack finally counted. Canada should carve out enough room to finally lift his sword and strike. A blade pressed to the protagonist's head, and the killer growled, "It's over." But the moment his bracelet alarm blared, reality hit hard. Turns out the fun was never meant to last. So that's how Makoto snatched the second round win. The commentators swore his opponent had stumbled, almost shattering the moment. And this time Makoto crushed it, snapping into action, grabbing the upper hand, dodging and deflecting strikes before they could even bring him to the edge of death. Everyone cheered his win, and Takanashi. She spilled the exact moment Kodo's reaction hit like a shockwave. He didn't look the least bit pleased, and he snapped that he wasn't trying to get the player to laugh. Then he stuck out his hand for a handshake. They're craving a rematch right now. As they waited for the workers to fix the stadium, the announcer leaned in and told everyone to forget the downtime. He'd recap the latest events instead. A little later, Takanashi slipped out of the arena, only to run into the same wonder from the stands. Rachel, the fourth-ranked player who'd been with Kurara earlier, and she told him straight up that his old habits really don't quit. She stared at it in disbelief. Then Rachel pointed out that he was still battling with that sword that cuts his power in half, so she wondered if he wasn't even trying to lose on purpose. He laughed and said he couldn't help it. He pushed through and somehow had an absolute blast, and then the two of them finally agreed to head out and grab something to eat. Meanwhile, Kurara strutted in to brag that Makoto's win was all thanks to her, smug as ever. Then she actually told him congratulations for taking the round. Makoto shot back, "So why are you here again?" Kurara blinked and admitted she got lost, couldn't find the group, ended up there by accident, and it totally threw Makoto for a loop. Even with that knowledge, Cell couldn't forget his clash with Kanashi, and that memory still clawed at his heart. Ryuta grinned because it was pure fun, and he tracked every move, then realized Kodo had planned everything down to the last detail. After forcing his opponent to jump through all those hoops just to pull off that scene, Ryuta was called to the battlefield a little later, straight into a showdown with Kaido, who was in a foul, dangerous mood. Benickle slid up to him and said Renj was tied up, calling Kemishiro to report Makoto's win, then asked if he was running into trouble being stuck there alone. Kater snapped back that it wasn't true, even though Benico knew stress had to be eating at him, so she'd come over just to talk and ease his mind. But Kater brushed it off, saying it wasn't like that. Just push him harder. He's the weakest of the bunch. And Benico slams a kick into him, snapping that it's obvious he's stressed out, then presses him for what the heck is wrong with his attitude. His attitude screamed, "I'm about to quit," but he shot back that none of it was going to happen. He was here to win as hard and as much as possible. Benika nodded, saying that mindset was the right one because he was exactly the same guy she always knew. She wanted to prove he didn't just talk. He backed it up with results, and she had no doubt Kato would win the match and then smash Mikoto too. And just like that, he nodded along as the announcers started shouting the names. And right then, Rudo and Kaido stormed into the spotlight. Ryudo couldn't stop wondering about this so-called #1 team that cleared the dungeons. Everyone said only Kamishiro was truly terrifying, so seeing Kaida mixed and felt unreal. But after the test, Ryudo crushed it and proved himself. Sardinki unleashes level 10 summoning magic to hammer the Cyclops' arms into something even stronger. Keta didn't flinch. He yanked his blades out, shot back that Ryudo was just running his mouth, and promised to prove him dead wrong by showing off what he could do. Kato burst aside to dodge the blows, then ate that second punch anyway. Ryudo's summoning magic let him hammer his opponents with non-stop pressure, trying to drive them out of the arena and slam them into defense mode. Then Kaori flipped the script. Her summoning had fewer uses, but the control was razor-sharp, letting her choose exactly what would happen. Ryudo figured you'd want to yank your opponent and hurl him out of the stadium, but the Cyclops wasn't built for that. Its true weakness was a weapon packed with contained magic, and it just so happened that Tato had exactly the right sword. So he kept hammering his opponent in non-stop strikes while Ryudo barked, "Give it up right now." Since his power hits with flat, apathetic force, he never bridged the gap to stab Kaido straight on with his sword. And that's why he just slams Kaido instead, because Ryudo can't stand the idea that hard work can beat genius. Then it launched him like a cannonball, sending him flying far off into the distance. Kato plants his sword into the ground and tries to steady himself. Even with everything that's happened, Kato can't help but wonder, is that really all Ryudo's got? Which makes Ryudo snap at him to stop being so annoying and with terrifying speed, the Cyclops yanks a sword from his grasp. They launched Kaido flying through the sky and charged in with a sword, slashing at him. Then he snaps into action, slashes back with his own sword and sprints straight along the Cyclops' blade. Kaido shot up the memory of Beniko's furious lecture. Keep swinging that sword and you'll stack wounds until you die. But he refused to back off, even when the danger screamed louder, and that stubbornness only lit Beniko's frustration on fire. Kaneshiro snaps that keeping his balance with a sword that huge is brutally hard, and he's like, why can't I just switch to 2 swords instead? That would be way easier to control. Kato knew he was the weakest of the bunch, but he refused to quit. He kept pushing for victory no matter what. He tossed aside his massive sword and drew Taita II instead. Then he dared his opponent to try handling him now, even though it practically steals the Cyclops out from under them. Cyclops roars, then hurls its mighty hand so hard it tears through the air, blasting it far away. Ryudo boasts that every item he summons is under his perfect control. He can even bring them back from the dead and unleash them like deadly weapons. Attacks Kaido, hurling him straight to the ground, and Ryudo spits that he can't be this blind to the pointlessness. Then Ryudo flashes back to the moment he was recruited to join a team, and he was pumped, but his past was littered with moments that taught him one brutal truth. When the situation hits, it crushes talent. But all those dungeons didn't just build his skill. They cashed it in, turning his real talent into cold money. That's how this world really works, and no matter how much he rambles, Kaido cuts him off and barks, "Shut up." A thunderous punch from the Cyclops slammed into him, and Ryudo froze in pure shock. Because when he finally spoke, it was obvious he knew exactly what was going on. Yeah, they were powerful, sure, but without talent, it was basically impossible. Every one of his friends crushed it, and he knew as long as he hadn't won yet, he couldn't afford to lose. Kato didn't just have talent. He grinded his way through every failure, and that's exactly how he pulled it off. He finally busted through and slammed a punch into Ryudo. He grits his teeth and tries to fire up his light magic. But Kaido won't let that happen. He tears up the sheep instead. He slammed his sword up into a shield, trading brutal blows with Kaido until Saito suddenly drops to the ground, leaving. Ryudo was left completely stunned. The commentators demanded a pause, saying he should already be out of MP. Because this wasn't a game where you can just tank it, hit 0, and keep going without frying your brain with pure, non-stop stress. It was terrifying to witness, especially since the M and MP weren't for magic at all, they were for your mind, so everyone had better guard their safety or else. A wild, no-holds-barred clash between 2 players ended with Ryudo snatching victory, but the damage was brutal. Kato couldn't keep fighting, so when he finally woke up, Beniko told him he'd been rushed to the recovery room. He collapsed the moment they carried him in, and the room went quiet after he fainted. Outside, the babble wouldn't stop. Fuji had already lost to Bizin, and Beniko shot the news that Ryudo said they could get strong only because of Kaido. Then Kemishiro's defeat showed just how relentless Kaido was, and that drive lit a fire in all of them because, yeah, Kemishiro clearly admired Kaido too. Beniko heaps praise on Kato, calling him cool in the most everyday way. Then even points out that Kato looks like he's about to cry, a claim Kato swears he'd never, absolutely never, admit. Meanwhile, Makoto was gearing up to go toe-to-toe with the dragon's summoner. Right in the middle of her curry, Mickey suddenly showed up and asked if she could let him sit there. Looks like those two haven't had a real, calm talk in ages. Our MC leans in and asks her friend, "Once you wipe out those debts, will you really keep playing the game?" But Iso bursts out the truth. She wants to help her sister, claiming she's picked up real tricks from those high-level dungeons, and she's totally fired up to back Exodia too, pushing to get his memories back, while our hero is left totally baffled by the whole memory mess. Then the girl flashes a grin and asks, "Did you forget to mention this?" She explains that once a wish is granted, Exodia disappears, gets zapped into somewhere else, and comes back with his memories wiped clean. Our MC calls the guy a special case. He's not a monster, not an item, and ISO backs him as a straight-up solid buddy just like that. The kid can't help but wonder if he's gonna blow up. Like, really? You do this without asking me? And then they remember, he'd said he's only a tool to grant human wishes, and just like that, he vanished. Iso digs up a long-ago funeral from her past, swears some stories should stay buried, but it'd be heartbreaking if she couldn't hold on to the good times. Right then, to the MC's shock, she blurts out that she's got something she needs to ask him. With no doubt left, the girl finally admits she wants to team up with him. She says it's not another short hustle like before. This is the real deal, and our MC's head in ready for whatever's bigger. Iso's is buzzing with excitement as Makoto cuts in. It's not even that he's dying to jump into PvP with her. The boy's practically buzzed with excitement, ready to dive into tougher dungeons, hunt down Exodia's memory, and take on one massive quest. With a grin blazing across his face, he can't help thinking this is going to be an absolute blast. That totally fires up his friend, too. The guys are soft for her, and she finally admits she was scared to begin with. Our main character worries that if it's anything like last time, it's gonna get annoying fast. He shoots his friend a heartfelt thank you, and ESO practically short-circuits from the embarrassment. She fires back, saying she's crazy grateful too, then turns the moment sweet, wishing him good luck on his next match and cheering hard because they're teammates. Makoto nods, tells her it's go time, and she practically sparkles, grinning like the world S on her side. ESO heads for Exodia, and Exodia's practically glowing, because here comes his ray of sunshine. Then, out of nowhere, the narrator suddenly dives into the tournament, laying out this insane showdown between the very best players. She keeps going, insisting the top 4 spots are already sealed tight, and no surprise at all, those guys are already the top-ranked favorites. Finally, she drops the tournament's grand prize like a bombshell. That rainbow egg is pure mystery. Nothing, not even a level 10 ID magic, can crack it, and then she won. He's staring at these players like, can you even survive all this hype? Because right in just a few minutes, everyone's already ripping straight into the quarterfinals. RMC clocks his fresh crew is about to go wild, right when he rams into music waiting ahead. He strolls over, itching to see what's going on, and gets hit with a surprise before he even realizes it. Because he's spotting this giant dragon just lounging there, while someone casually pets it. He can't help wondering what that girl is up to as he keeps his eyes on her. This kicks him right back to Iso, and to the bond she shares with Exodia. But just like that, a voice blasts through the crowd, shouting, "Gear up, quarterfinals start now." On one side, the guy who wiped out a rank 2 in a blink. Now the dragon had seen it. Summoner Mamono Kari sets her sights on our fave, and she's still out there grinding in the tournament with that shop gear on. Crowds erupt as the battle finally ignites. Out of nowhere, the girl blurts that she's jelly because he's shouting for Makoto, and RM just stares, completely clueless about what she even means. Suddenly, Momono roars into action and summons a colossal, vicious dragon. Makoto's fired up, and the narrator can't wait to see what the kid does next. So he's right there, narrating every single move as it happens. Our hero doesn't waste a second. He kicks off the fight by unleashing ID magic as his very first move, spotting the one chink in its armor, just not the full height of its power. But just like that, the creature lunges and starts the attack. The hit lands with brutal force, nearly crushing our hero, while some people in the crowd are cheering like it's the best show in town. Makoto's locked in on one mission, and nothing else matters. He wants them gone from the arena, so he summons a level 10 flight spell, right then, but then bam, right out of nowhere, he smashes straight into a see-through magic barrier. Momono glares and snaps, "I'm not into this, back off, Diddy." Meanwhile, that dragon's at it again, battering the air with its wing. He rockets into the air like a maniac, twisting away from every hit, and then boom, he spots a shiny crystal on the creature's head. That's it, he thinks, and he snatches for it. He grabs the He snatches his bow, lines up a shot for the monster's Achilles tendon, and panics, because this has to be the kind of critical hit that ends it. Then it hits him. This dragon and that Momono are basically best friends, and yeah, he definitely can't keep staring like that. And now we're back to the epic chase, dodging that monster like a pro while it's left scratching its head, utterly baffled. Our hero threw his weapon down like it weighed 1,000 tons. Then bam, it was time to decide. As our hero storms toward battle, the dragon and its master move like one, pure fire and rage blazing from the beast, while our hero slips in with deadly ninja moves. The narrators were hyping it up, like that dragon's relentlessness was a never-ending tick-tock loop, and Makoto was dodging like he was in dodgeball mode, hunting for the exact perfect opening. Then boom, flashback. Someone grilled Makoto about what the big tournament prize was. Meanwhile, that dragon's locked in. There's something about this guy that feels dangerously interesting, but the girl's fired up. She's like, I'm winning this, no question, while the dragon just grins and says, you'll see it when we finally stand face to face. Crowds roared with noise, announcers shouting back and forth like, our boys are taking to the skies. No sweat, the drones have our backs. That dragon kept blasting fire like it was dropping tracks on repeat. Then, boom, the surprise hit. Makoto rips off a teleportation trick and vanishes, leaving that dragon staring at an empty spot. Both dragon and master stared like, whoa, didn't see that coming. Meanwhile, the announcers were freaking out because teleportation magic is super rare and burns through a ton of MP. Now Makoto barrels straight toward his real target. His sword slashes his MP costs, but he's burning out fast, because dodging dragons is no walk in the park. He's setting up the trap, luring the opponent right into it, and if a barrier shows up, he slips straight through by teleporting inside. He clocks that he's got only about 3 huge spells left before the opponent pulls out of their deep thoughts. At last, he finally reaches the girl, and she drops her weapons and says, I give up. Wait, so that's what it takes to be a hero. And it's not only him. Even the announcers are left scratching their heads in disbelief. Then they slam the verdict. Makoto's the winner, and he's just standing there like, huh, while he bolts after her. But the tournament's still roaring forward. Next on the stage, Ryudo Tatsumai. Back to Makoto, he finally catches up to the girl, and she's blown away. Why did you do it? Makoto demands. I'm not sleeping until I get the answer. But she blurts, why didn't you go after my dragon? Makoto pauses for half a breath, then blurts it all out. He's jacked up to take on that dragon, but he also knows those summoned monsters might crawl right back into his life. But he couldn't pull it off, because he knew they were besties through and through. The girl's absolutely froze in shock, and it rips her right back. Finally, she thrusts her hand out for a handshake, then spills the real reason she quit, flashing a dragon pendant and bragging she's a total dragon fan, but what's coming next? But she snaps that if Makoto doesn't make it to the finals, she'll be crushed, and he shoots back, swearing he'll win. Then she strides away, smiling like, good to know. And right on cue, someone calls Makoto. He's pumped to see Aji and Hiroko, and the little girl barrels in for a huge hug. Aji can barely hold it together, blaring that he's proud Makoto's in the finals. Everyone's like, dude, you're seriously awesome. Aji asks Makoto if he understands what's going on, but our hero is still catching up, like it's taking him forever to get the picture. As he tries to wriggle out of the hug, Aji calls him out. Makoto snaps back that he could totally beat him in the finals. Makoto's stunned since he didn't even know Aji was out there, and that fact drives him crazy. He missed the fight, but it wasn't some sneaky decision. He truly didn't mean to. Makoto was dying to see it. Aji's eyes widen. He can't believe it, while everyone else keeps buzzing with chatter, totally fired up. Makoto shoots a truth bomb. He's not exactly losing it over everything, but he's still crazy curious about Ryudo and just... Right then, the fight finally snaps shut. Bison Yashimune takes the victory, and in the arena, his opponents get knocked flat one after another while Bison just keeps teasing him. Bison snaps, what a waste of talent, and then bam, it's official. Makoto goes toe-to-toe with Bison in the finals. 2 people are locked in, eyes glued to the TV as the action explodes on screen. Nagato's bouncing with nervous energy, while Makoto's flawless and not messing up a thing. Mika just lounges there, watching the championship like it's a Netflix binge. The girl cracks a joke that if Makoto wins and tries to flex for Mickey, she'll slap his face on milk cartons. Then, if he loses and makes her sad, she'll do the same thing. And just like that, she pops up grinning, swears she's just kidding. But yeah, you can't help wondering if she's really kidding. She says cracking open dungeons ranked E and up is getting rough, so maybe gamers should take the wheel instead of leaving it to the scientists. She stares at the rainbow egg, biting her fear. Can Makoto really carry humanity's fate? While Nagato just shrugs like, relax, it's all good, dude. Makoto realizes he's been yapping for way too long, and now he's totally lost, with zero clue where the waiting room even is. Out of nowhere, while he's just strolling along, he slams into some random dude, then brushes right past him like nothing happened, while the other guy stares like, wait, you mean you? Suddenly it hits him. Those guys don't have any special skills, and yeah, it's been like that all along. Then he blurts out that in that match he got absolutely crushed, fully owned, no excuses, by. Bison seized control of his summons and he's like, what the heck just happened? Then he snaps, hey, don't slack off, give it your absolute all. A little later, Makoto snatches his weapon, gives it a quick check, finally locates the waiting room, and spots his opponent just lounging there like they've got all day. They lock eyes for a heartbeat, and with that quick spark of confidence, the guys grin like, nice to meet you, you're gonna be my opponent. He eyes the guy up and down, saying he's got a wild fighting style, then calls him out for burning all that energy just to show off. That guy seriously figured he'd roll into the finals against Takanashi or Momono. And now that Makoto's the one standing across from him, he's convinced the whole thing is basically already won. Our hero locks eyes with him and holds up his most deadly poker face. Makoto admits, I used to think the same way, like just having fun was automatically enough. Looking back, his friends and fans are packed there for him. Then he drops the bomb, he has to. And now he's closing the deal for everyone, so he's ready to face whoever steps up and beat them all. His opponent's like, yeah, I get it, but you still can't beat me. They square off again, eyes locked, adrenaline roaring as the fight-'s about to explode. On day 2 of the tournament, right at the finals, her voice roars across the stadium, and then she brings in a guest commentator. The famous teen model and event ambassador, Maria Fangold, and the crowd goes wild because everyone's buzzing. She's got an army of fans. Then the narrator leans in and asks what she thinks the finals will look like. She says she's praying for RMC, but admits it feels pretty unfair right now. Bison locks in, fully remembers every single person who cheered him on. Then he whips his head back to our hero, drowning him in an icy, unblinking stare. The presenter seals it shut, and now it's finally time. Makoto steps into his ultimate showdown with Bison. Now it's kicking off, and right away, there's a cheeky JoJo reference tossed in like a wink. The finals explode into action. Those guys are already charging in, while our heroes blast into the sky with flight magic. Makoto's staring in disbelief as his opponent's magic lights up the whole place, and he can't believe what he's seeing. Then boom, he gets blindsided by a lightning-fast strike, but he twists away at the last second. But Bison pulls a sneaky move. Boom. Our hero gets hit dead-on by that energy and gets launched flying. He barely throws up his arms in time and leans on magic resistance, and Bison tells our MC not to panic about his MP. Because he tapped a magic circle that guts the MP cost down to just a fifth, and it works for anyone nearby. Makoto finally realizes why he feels so weightless. Fueled by that, he rips out a level 10 fire spell, crams the blazing magic into his palm, and hurls it straight at the Bison. Right after that, he whips out teleportation magic and vanishes, then reappears behind his opponent like a jump scare, and the dude goes, thanks, man, leaving Makoto standing there totally baffled. Bison wasn't about to leave him dangling. He leaned in and told him, I've been waiting for this moment. The guy swings and smashes our hero with a brutal hit that lands like a thunderclap. That epic hit launches him into the air, but he snaps back fast like it never touched him, and charges his magic back up again. A Bison explodes into view behind him with lightning speed, but then he spots him and blasts off with his fire magic that way. His opponent slams up magic resistance and keeps hammering him with attack after attack. That hit yanks our hero back in a hurry, sprinting to avoid any trouble that's about to land. He's totally blown away. The guy can sling magic with his feet, but the real juicy part is what he's got to tell us next. He clocks the pattern right away. This guy only pulls magic after someone else does it first. So when he remembers the guy seized summoning magic, it clicks. That's copy magic. And here's the catch. He has to witness the magic up close before he can steal it. Even then, there's a ceiling, because he's not straight up blasting fire or lightning himself. Bison unleashes his level 10 copy magic like a cheat code, duplicating everything in his path. With it, he can spot every awesome power our heroes have. He's like, bro, I couldn't even spot this stuff in the waiting room. There's gotta be a whole bunch of secret skills nobody's talking about. He's got this curious ability he can't even see, but he shrugs it off because he's got a whole toolbox he ** can use. Then the moment he throws down against brutal opponents, his copy magic goes full beast mode. Feeling a little too cocky, he decides Makoto's skills don't stand a chance against him. Our hero clocks that the dude's magic is on another level, steals the technique, and gets absolutely fired up. Now he's scrambling to figure out how to take him down. In his memories, the boys are on that interview, trembling with nerves and fumbling for answers. But his parents are pushing him to land a steady job, the kind of safe dream anyone without powers is supposed to chase. He figured once the doors opened, life would finally be chill, no drama, just rumors about dungeons popping up. Then, in the chat, he shot the question, "Are you guys from Tokyo?" and completely blindsided everyone. Then he straight up dares them to come along and hit a dungeon with him. Now we're back in the brawl. Bison's winding up to unleash a spell, and our hero is scrambling just to stay in the fight. A gigantic energy ball rockets in, screaming toward him at full speed. And just as the clock's about to kill him, Makoto suddenly realizes this isn't the only one. Just when he's juggling all those spheres, his opponents come crashing back in, again and again, and Bison seals the whole thing by blasting him with a level 4 fire spell. RMC clocks that the guy's stuck with a 10-level magic cap, so the moment he chains spells, he has to break that limit up between them. Still, it left him scratching his head. How in the cave was Bison firing off 3 spells back-to-back? Chaos erupts, and out of nowhere our guy takes a hit straight to the face. But he refuses to budge, shrugs off the attack, and blasts back with magic on the spot. Now it's a blazing fire magic showdown, face-to-face with ruthless lightning magic. Makoto gets blasted straight into the air as his opponent cranks up a terrifying power-up. Bison is locked in, pure focus blazing, adrenaline roaring, ready to wreck whoever steps into his fight. The commentators are calling the boys the winners, but right now, they're barely hanging on as chaos keeps hitting them from every angle. In the stands, one friend hunches over and covers his face in pure nerves, while another blurts that his buddy better watch himself, because Makoto is getting shoved onto the back foot, and every single one of his pals is strung tight with worry and tension. Just then, Momonokari burst in with wide eyes, totally thrown off. While Exodia insisted it was a bold play, she snapped, "Are you really doing this?" And the creature immediately wondered if she meant Makoto. But nope, she's zeroing in on the four-eyed kid. Elsewhere, a guy's just standing there, chilling hard. Someone hits Kamishiro up, asking, "You watching the fight?" He blurts out, "Wait, is this Bison?" And Kamishiro's shocked the kid even knows him. Then the man drops the truth. The boy helped him clear a couple dungeons, and yeah, he's a mercenary who squads online, racking up a perfect 100% success rate. He breaks down his magic as a perfect copy, and it comes with recovery that's straight up unreal. Kamishiro hears that and can't help but get seriously intrigued. So yeah, Bison basically knows abilities better than anyone, an absolute expert on power-ups. But of course he's stuck facing Makoto, and that's a problem. He's facing him again. This time the guy rains attacks down from above with magic, and our player feels a little let down. Then he hears the shout from below, "Got it." And just like that, while Makoto, brand new to the weirdness, calls it out with a curious grin, he swears he's about to try something he's never tried before. Choked in all that smoke, Bison clenches his instincts and refuses to lose his edge. Because if he doesn't finish the boy right now, regret is going to hunt him down. Meanwhile, our hero hatches his plan, blasting off shots, teleporting in and out, then firing again and again like a one-man storm. With that, he can strike from every angle, and his fire magic is flawless because it nukes magic circles clean off the board. The young guy barrels forward, suddenly realizing that if his magic level had been the same as before, he'd never have dared to think of something like this. Then he snaps through teleportation, blasts with fire magic, obliterates the magic circle, and rockets to a brand new position. With that tiny fireball blazing in his hands, the boy locks in and fires off wave after wave, flooding his opponent in a raging swarm of flames. Then he detonates level 10 boosted fire magic, burning everything in his path. That duo is locked in, totally hyped, while the commentators scream their heads off, because Makoto just went full magic mode on his opponent. And that old dude's smiling like he just nailed the perfect hit, way too happy with how everything played out. In the smoky chaos, Bison's scrambling to regain control, and that's exactly why Makoto's the real OG. Our favorite player barrels through the shadows, leveling up like nothing can scare him. Meanwhile, the kid's already standing up on the Bison like it's nothing, and everyone's buzzing. Makoto's got that natural seeker energy written all over him. Right then, our hero slams in a perfect hit and drops the opponent hard. The young dude gets launched into the air, and then boom, fireballs rip through the air everywhere. And once he finally regains his bearings, he realizes they're locking onto him, homing in like heat-seeking missiles. The kid with glasses gets clocked again, this time by wave after wave of attacks. Now he looks totally wrecked. He just glares straight ahead while our hero stands there, stunned out of his mind. He can't believe he screwed up this badly, like an absolute noob. He stares at his hand, dripping with his own life juice, and realizes with a jolt that he totally wrecked his MP game. Then a flashback hits him, someone special begging him to run, and it all clicks as he realizes he's been hit with feelings he never saw coming. Right in his head, a voice screams, "Run!" because a giant monster is closing in. Right on the ground, there's already someone in a terrible state, like they're seconds away from kicking the bucket, and the kids watching aren't doing any better. Bison snaps at Nayuha to babysit Takumi, then launches himself straight at the monster, while Nayuha blurts, "Are you out of your mind?" Because the kids are already locked in, fired up, and ready to take on the beast. The boys are hyping him up, saying his healing magic is so insane he can't even feel pain. Yet he's terrified he won't be able to clap again, and while the girl's crying, the kids are like, "Don't worry, seriously, we wouldn't be here without you guys." Jokingly, he brushes it off and says he won't game like before. Then Bison's heart drops, he says sorry, and straight up blames himself for the entire mess. Because he was the one who pitched the dungeon adventure. Then his buddy snapped, "Nah, that's dumb. I'm choosing the dungeon. Why are you apologizing?" Nayuha snaps and bursts into tears, and the kid whispers that even though he's just an everyday guy, he still wants to be special someday, just like his buddy, Yo. Bison's stunned, like, what is he even supposed to do alone? He can't shake those words, and right after that, his crew scatters, because this isn't some game where you can just retry, and they've had their fill of fun. Then an announcement hits. Dungeon exploration is on the table, and the goal is to climb from S rank straight to L. Bison is getting ready when two kids roll up, ready to tag along, and they're dead serious. Like, "This isn't playtime, we're going with you for work." The little ones look crushed, and he coldly tells them he'll deal with them later. But everyone's like, "Dude, that's not okay." Right there with the squad, someone spots it instantly. The kid just isn't acting like himself anymore. Now we're back in the present, and he's still crumpled on the ground, fighting for every breath. Makoto's grinning while he admits he ran dry on MP, and yeah, he says it was a nail-biter for him too. Then he leans in and tells the kid to just quit. And just like that, Bison starts getting hit with visions again. They're kicking back, talking about a life with no more risks, acting like this tournament's meaningless, shoving it in his face that he should trash his dreams. That suit-up vision of him looks like the perfect escape, quit the chaos and become some normal office guy. But Bison is like, if he can bail, he swore he'd never forget him. Then that vision starts slipping out of his grasp, fading into nothing. Makoto's face twists with confusion, like he can't figure out what's going on, while the kid suddenly gets to his feet. He's buzzing out of his mind, already locked in on these feels. At that exact moment, Makoto gets blasted out of his mind, like the world just hit max volume. It's back with a vengeance, snarling with hype as it lunges straight for the Bison. Two opponents lock in and start trading savage punches, swinging non-stop at each other. Both land two near-identical blows. They keep launching into wild swings, then slipping out of every hit like it's nothing. Bison throws a move and tags our hero clean, and his siblings erupt behind him, cheering like they're watching history get made. And his old crews were still there, cheering him on like heroes. Then the stadium erupted and went completely wild. But those two probably can't even hear a thing. Bison tells the kid he copied his exact style during that last attack. The arena blazes to life again, as level 10 fire magic erupts everywhere. That kid totally stunned, because it happened at the exact same time, and I still can't believe it. Then, out of nowhere, something lunges up from below and snatches him. His foot gets yanked by some icy crystal clinging to the ground. Then our player yanks control back, firing magic through his feet and sealing it with, "Real recognizes real." In the very next instant, fireballs explode everywhere across the arena, blasting the place wide open. In the arena, the presenters are completely stunned. Like, did that just happen? The fans are on edge, praying their favorite players are okay as smoke rolls through the venue. Once the smoke begins to thin, it peels back inch by inch. And there's Bison, sprawled on the ground like he's done for, moaning that he's wiped out. So our hero strides over, grabs his hand, and admits he's stuck in the same bad spot too. The boy beamed with gratitude, shouting that going up against him was straight-up epic. Makoto was having the time of his life too, then. And in that battle-scarred chaos, Bison finally cracks and admits, yeah, he had fun too. The moment our hero grabs his prize, the stadium erupts, presenters screaming at the top of their lungs as they crown him the winner. On that podium, our heroes just stood there, soaking it all in, stunned, buzzing like it finally hit them. The presenter announces the top 3 snag medals, and cash too, what a deal. But for our champ, the prize gets even cooler. Makoto stares at the so-called rainbow egg and thinks, my vocabulary needs a glow-up, like right now. Momono bragged that he grabbed 3rd place when Ryudo bilayed, then shot our boy a little sass and told him he did awesome. Then the presenter kicks off with, yeah, we're supposed to do a closing ceremony. But he instantly shuts that down, no boring finales. Instead, he rolls out the ambassador and boom, they've got a brand new singer stepping in. With a burst of over-the-top fireworks, she makes the grand introduction, Maria Fine Gold. The crowd erupts for the young singer, and that girl just keeps tearing the stage up with every beat of her musical show. Seems our hero didn't have a clue she was famous, while Bison just stood there watching her bounce around as the stands shook. Maria asks if everyone's really staying after, and our guys go, yeah, like, instantly explaining that Kaito and Yumasaki had school. But the girl is like, cool, because she needs to say bye before she jets out of Japan. All of a sudden, someone shouts Makoto's name. He whips around, and there in full shock stands Bison. The girl is buzzing with excitement, declaring she'll go first, and Makoto cracks a joke about not getting kidnapped again. Bison instantly assumes she's Makoto's girl and he's thrown off completely, but she leans into it and confidently insists, I am. He checks the card he just got, and boom, it's an invite for dungeon raids. Our hero then calls the boy a communication beast, and since he's been dubbed a beast too, they click instantly and become buds. Makoto is stunned by his kindness, so stunned he tells him he can call anytime if he needs help. Bison thanks him right back, saying his eyes have lit up again because being a player finally feels cool, and he hasn't felt that way in ages, so yeah, he's genuinely grateful. Our boy is pumped about it, then bam, someone rolls up yelling, yo. And it's those same pals from Bison's past. The player thanks our hero like crazy and hypes him up for the win, and he graciously returns the favor. Then that trio turns and heads out, right on to the catch-up. Then out of nowhere, a furious girl barrels in and confronts our hero about teaming up with ESO. Everyone's buzzing with excitement, but our hero steps in, tries to calm the whole room down, and asks, so what's going on? The girls are torn up because she's into Makoto and also into another dude, but she still wants Makoto to swear that nothing weird will happen when they're alone. And Makoto just goes, promise. Our hero shoots back. No way they're going through this alone. Exodia's got their backs, and even Gargantua's in the mix. Then chaos erupts in the rear, and sure enough, Kamashiro's here. That kid just strolls past like it's nothing, leaving the whole crowd itching with questions as he heads straight for our hero. Makoto was *way, too excited, he couldn't wait to see him. Kamashiro drops the secret about a massive V-dungeon, and our crew basically goes, all right, let's go. Everyone's blown away by how youthful and full of life they are. And then the battle tournament's top player steps into the spotlight. He wrapped up the day by throwing down in a full sparring match with Kamashiro. 2 days later, our hero swallowed his pride, apologized, and said, ISO hit me up. Then they tore into Morioka City in Iwate Prefecture. And the girls were stunned as the boy swooped in like a pigeon. She was way too hyped for their first dungeon adventure, and she couldn't even sleep a wink because she was bursting with excitement. But Makoto swears he knocked out like a rock all night, readying himself for the trip. He asks if this is the dungeon her brother warned about, because judging by what's inside, some seriously super strong monsters are lurking in there. Sure, it's a rank G dungeon, but the duo's all fired up and ready to dive in. They finally blast through to the first floor, and the second they're there, everyone's already blown away. Makoto shivers and says it's kinda chilly, and Iso leans in like, no way, this sand feels like snow. That's when it hits him. Exodia bills itself as the spirit of fire, but its heat's surprisingly normal, and the moment someone says that, it gets furious. Meanwhile, where Iso lives, it's scorching, yet she's just relaxed there, using it as her ultimate summer hideout. Boom, 2 colossal beasts slammed into the scene like thunder, rocking the entire party. Meet the frost behemoths, and don't even think about stepping in unless you're level 130. He's like, whoa, those things are massive. While Exodia is practically bouncing out of its seat, begging to jump into the fight. As they push deeper into the chaos, something rips across the sky above them. They're stunned to spot yet another beast, because Exodia's jaw literally drops to the floor. And our hero just scratches his head, confused by that dragon like he's seen it before. Momonokari struts in on her dragon like this is nothing, like it's just another Tuesday. She finally shows up and blurts, sorry I took so long. but Makoto and the squad. 1 second they're standing there. Then boom, those giant beasts turn into monster confetti in the blink of an eye, and Momono's dragon erases them so fast it feels like game over was never even spoken. Makoto's totally lost, blurting, why am I here? And what's with this waiting thing? She blurted that they were supposed to hang around until the egg hatched, and our hero shot back. Nope, we never agreed to that. Momono teased him for dodging responsibility, and Iso snapped, Makoto, keep your promises, making his face go tomato red. Just when things settled down, Momono suddenly clocked her. She moved in all tense and said, you're on top of the player charts. Then she introduced herself, asking if something was on her face, but Momono interrupted like, hold up. What? Makoto shoots in on the spot, firing off. You mean that egg over there? And that's basically catnip to her. She snatches a look, and while our heroes are all like, dragon egg. She's so stunned she can't even breathe because Makoto somehow knew it. But the real kicker, Momono has no clue why the eggs keep shouting our MVP's name, yet everyone knows he's the chosen one. She can barely contain herself, dying to find out what kind of baby dragon this little thing is about to become. The friends lock eyes, and you can feel everything that's about to happen. Isasol and Momono get on our dungeon squad, because our hero can't stop wondering about that egg while she's completely frozen in stunned silence. Once everything's sorted, Momono finds out Iso's a total dragon fan too. She's like, welcome aboard, and Iso jumps in, nice to meet you, while Makoto stands there staring, clearly not buying it. The monsters dumped loot on the ground, but it was barely worth a second look. He didn't even need it. Then one of them cracked out an ice fang. Makoto's sitting on a whole stash he can't even sell, and Dragon Girl's freaking out because this dungeon's gonna be brutal. But then she shrugs and says, relax, I've got it, my dragon's got this. The dungeon brawl is raging even harder, and it's still not letting up. Battle after battle, the boys kept feeding his level up. His shot power blasted up by 410. Momono's jaw drops because the tourney proves he's way stronger than he's been letting on. But hey, keep it quiet, it's a secret. Exodia the chatterbox starts whispering that Makoto's not capped at max level, and the moment he hears it, he gets scolded. Then before Iso can even react, a giant monster creeps up on her while someone yells a warning too late. Looks like she took the hit. Nah, not today. She's still standing because she's fine, she dodged, and it turns out the monster is the one getting shattered into pieces. She's totally fine swinging that massive axe. Exodia's all kinds of terrifying, even worse than Makoto and absolutely unstoppable, while Momono's just yelling, back up, back up. The brawl keeps tearing forward, and our heroes are leveling up at breakneck speed. Then more monsters smash into the scene, and the dragon finally steps up. Makoto realizes it's been holding back the whole tournament, so it unleashes a roaring blast and fries those monsters, and our hero unleashes the same fireballs he used on Bison, lighting everything up. One beast is still on its feet. Now the dragon's coming in hot, ready to clash for real. Makoto lunges forward and blasts the beast with a surge of magic, striking the monster hard. The creature feels it clawing up inside, but it's still standing, until the dragon clocks that moment and strikes without hesitation. Out of nowhere, a towering monster lunges in and tries to bite our hero in half. Our hero thinks he's got this, until the dragon swoops in, and before he even realizes it, the creature's toast. First, the boy just stares as the dragon wreaks havoc, step by step, and he's staring at the chaos, praying this is finally where the game ends for good. Momono spots just how close he's got to Iso, and green-eyed jealousy hits, while our hero bows to the dragon and shouts for the girl. Makoto's like, does your dragon even have a name? And the girl's stuck in naming chaos, flipping through a list so long it could fill the comment section of a whole TikTok war, so for now, she's calling it just dragon. Momono's spiraling again. Those endless levels have him in his feelings, and she's completely clueless about this whole egg situation at this point. Does she even need a therapist or what? Our dude's convinced Exodia ratted someone out, but it's all good. Turns out it was that girl. She tells our hero, you were insanely cool back then. Makoto turns beet red and blurts, thanks. But Exodia just stands there, staring off, lost in deep thought. As they're jawing about the fight, someone's leveling up Exodia, and the second he realized, he would have wiped it out in a blink. Then it hits. Makoto just unlocked a brand new magic skill, but nobody's spilling the details yet. Momono's been hearing whispers about dark magic, resurrection magic no less, so she's like, why not try it on something? And he's totally in, immediately blasting it onto the ice fang he'd grabbed earlier. Magic crawls into the fang piece by piece, taking control. And boom, he snaps into action, and suddenly he's gripping an absolutely legendary ice sword. Everyone is stunned. He just snapped up an ice sword out of nowhere like Miko. Makoto gasped as the magic gobbled the material and snapped out a sword in his other hand. Then he fired some ID magic into it, forged it from ice fangs, and the thing became a beast, insanely strong, loaded with special powers. Turns out the rumors weren't lying. This magic forges gear way stronger than anything you can pull from dungeon drops. He's thinking, what if I mix different materials? So he drops down, snatches his backpack, and leaves his dragon-obsessed buddy staring in confusion. Makoto's all fired up, bragging that he's loaded with stuff to build every kind of thing. He's buzzing out of his mind, and I'm crazy excited to see her buddy. He's absolutely fired up. But the dragon girls, they're the ones who hold it up. Mimono perks up, remembering a dragon tale about the one item you'll never find in any dungeon, something that can hatch an egg. And now she's wondering if Makoto could magically summon it. Up the boy leans in and tells the dragon, got it. Meanwhile, Momono tells the dragon what she knows about the item, but doubts swirl. Can magic really make it work? Our guy fires back with a big thank you for the intel. Makoto can't stop wondering if that dragon really hatched from an egg, and then he goes looking for answers. Fast. She discovers the truth. She didn't just get it. She pulled that thing out of a dungeon herself, and now she's beaming, reminiscing like the whole nightmare is a sweet memory. Iso catches Exodia trying to peek at her, and she swears it was just like us. Except the creature is way too shy, begging, don't come too close. She's totally confused, but our heroes brush it off like it's just the chaos of puberty. Then he decides to push harder with his creation magic, like he's got a fire lit under him, hammering out new stuff non-stop, while ISO runs hard tests on every one of his creations. She can't stop herself from asking, and our favorite player drops, trust me, it's unbelievably cool. So yeah, turns out it's basically a live camera that flashes straight-up creature stats. Iso just goes, you brought a modern camera into a dungeon, that's hilarious. And the kid fires back, I only need a few more shots to finish my sister's request. But then bam, the dragon goes full dramatic mode, and Momono asks if they really needed the rabbit, but the crew just shrugs like, nah, we're good, because apparently they've got nothing better to do, right? The girl swears XP is pure gold, and that snaps Makoto's attention instantly, because she's stuck at level 99. Then she whips out a magic wand-looking thing, aims it straight at the dragon, and boom, something insane kicks off. Makoto snaps to attention and realizes her extra XP can be shoved straight into the summoned dragon, only now she's mortified because she thought everyone already knew. Iso breaks in and admits, wait, I didn't know either. Momono asks if he realizes summoned monsters can be brought back to life, and our heroes already beat her to the punch. That EXP is a total budget killer, so summoners slap on special items to bank the XP instead. After rank 10, she tells him he can power up the dragon, basically like video game skills and talents leveling up. Makoto can't believe this. Whole situation feels weird, but it turns out Momono's not just awesome, she's the only level 10 summoner around. With zero shame, she lunges at Iso, demanding proof that she and her dragon are truly awesome. Then she blushes like crazy when she locks eyes with our MC. While Exodia's like, what's going on? They just stare at each other, and then the girl finally calls Makoto over, straight up asking if he doesn't think it's way too chilly in here. Finally, the young guy clocks it, and his nerves spark instantly. His protective instincts blaze up, and he throws himself in front of the girl, barking at her to stay behind him. Right out of nowhere, this fully kitted staff member just materializes out of thin air. In the distance, some figure starts strolling over, and that weird creature suddenly zooms straight in on our hero, leaving him totally blindsided. It slams its hand into his chest, freezing him in place like a statue. Then it revs up its power and hurls our MC flying with a savage, full-force yeet. His squad roars his name as the monster snaps its attention away from him and locks onto them. ESO immediately senses something's off. Right on cue, Momono rockets in and tackles her, slamming them to the ground just far enough to dodge the attack. Iso blurts out an apology and thanks her new buddy for the clutch save. Then, right when she thinks it's over, bam, the girl gets nailed too. Far away, our hero starts shrugging off that brutal attack, but the moment the dust settles, his heart sinks. His crew's on his mind, and he can feel how wrecked he is from the hit. Yet something darker is messing with him too, and it leaves the boy completely baffled. This isn't how it was supposed to go, because a boss is here, and it's super sus. The thing crashes its staff into the ground with a brutal bang, and you can tell right now something savage is about to explode. Claws burst up from the ground all around them, snapping into place like they'd been waiting. A giant hole rips open, swallowing everything, and our MC carefully slips inside. These tunnels could have hauled the boss straight here, but right now our boys are wiped out. He had no clue which floor he was on. The whole place looked totally wrong. Then something below started grumbling like it was about to blow. He's shocked, he looks down and realizes he's literally crushing Exodia, and it gets worse from there. He's yelling that someone plopped on him like a beanbag, and Makoto is stunned he can actually slide out of his summoner's grip, while Exodia snarks. So if you step away from your room, do you croak? He can't shake the feeling about ESO. She's probably caught the same bad vibes, and Exodia nods along, fully agreeing. Then he protests, panicking that it's not smart to blast ahead at this speed, while the creature looks absolutely wrecked and insists it has to get back to her ace AP, only it can't quite explain why. In his head, he's replaying Makoto like he's the coolest guy around, and then he tells everyone, "Let's head straight for the dungeon center." She blurted out that she finally figured out why she'd been feeling so off lately. It was all because of our MC, and then she admits she wants to team up with him. Exodia immediately tenses, tells her to hold her ground, and she's left confused until the spirit taps her phone and basically orders her to call him. This sends the girl into a full-on panic. The girl blushes so hard she turns tomato red, insisting it's the kind of thing you say face to face, while Exodia shoots back that the problem is on the other end of the line, and Makoto answers, to her absolute horror. In the middle of that recent tournament, the narrator called it, Sato got absolutely wrecked, and somehow they landed in the final four. Then she spotted something way off in the distance. Makoto suddenly finds himself boxed in by kids who are celebrating, and right when it's starting to feel good, Exodia cuts in, saying he got ditched, so they should strike. Then the girl is like, sorry, because she's been pulled into another world. Iso says it'll be a pain since he's stuck in the middle of the tournament, and Exodia can't wrap her head around how insanely calm she is about being friends with him. Then he tells her the boy is about to be thrown into a new dungeon, and she better remember to put herself first sometimes. Then he leans in and asks what the girl thinks about him waiting there, and Iso finally gives in. Yeah, that actually makes sense. She gets painfully shy, then squeezes out the words, asking him to wish her luck. Exodia admitted she was buzzing all day, and that girl wouldn't shut up about it even once. Desperate, he blurts that she was way too excited about this squad, and our hero nods like, I get it, because they're basically cut from the same cloth. That creature looked absolutely desperate, so Makoto snapped that they can't just zip around like that, and Exodia immediately demanded, then what do we do? The boy can't stop thinking, is there a way to find my summoner and get back to her? And the spirit smirks, saying he's got real instincts, then tells him exactly what to do next. Then he shuts out everything and locks in, only for it to get messy when he rockets off in the exact same direction they just came from. The duo keeps sprinting, like they're racing the next disaster. Up ahead, you might even spot 3 more of those creatures, exactly like the ones you saw before. The girl sprints through the chaos, shouting that ESO is okay, and you can practically feel the boiling panic in her. Because Momono has never seen anything like this before, and the dragon girl looks like she's suddenly spooked by something lurking nearby. The boss isn't by himself anymore. He's already closing in on them. She goes ice cold with nerves when she realizes the creature has multiplied. Right beside him, our hero keeps sprinting, and then he spots the monsters closing in fast. Exodia loses it, eyes wide, and suddenly he realizes the clock is basically out. Then he bursts in like a bullet, already stomping down one of the creatures before it even knows he's there. With one more swift strike, he lays the other 2 out, no sweat at all. The boy storms in, buzzing with adrenaline, and hurls fireballs like he owns the whole room. 30, Exodia's jaw hits the floor, completely frozen in shock, until our MC snaps and calls out to him. Then he shouts, keep moving, no time to relax. And you can tell he's blown away, still trying to process what just happened, but as they speed off, a strange, unsettling vibe suddenly hits him. 1 second later, he wipes out hard, because he forgot the creature's touch messes him up, so he immediately pleads with Exodia for a piggyback. Across the dungeon, the creatures are already on the move, closing in fast. Those monsters are gunning for the girls, but a barrier slams down in their way, blocking them cold. Momono shoots Iso a glance, and for a second she's convinced she's totally the coolest, until. But her barrier is trembling like Wi-Fi in a basement, flickering between holding and falling apart. The next second it explodes into shards, and the girls bolt for their lives. A thick cloud of smoke rolls through the air, oozing mystery from every breath. And boom, a colossal dragon crashes onto the scene to battle the monsters, and Momono shoots out a warning. Don't you dare touch those monsters, but tells him to go all out and absolutely smash those creatures. The dragon wastes zero time, blasting fire like it owns the whole battlefield. And just like that, the monsters won't stop. Again and again, the girls get slammed by their attacks. Maman hard shields her friend, breathless with a sorry, while the two of them tumble away. Meanwhile, the dragon is still holding the line, blazing in the zone and protecting his crew like nothing can touch them. Right then, a creature lunges forward, snapping to grab him, but he's right on it, flipping the whole script with a slick move, and the next second he's lining up to breathe fire again. While Momono keeps up ISO, a monstrous creature suddenly lunges straight at them. That monster is closing in fast, and I've got zero chill. Amid all the chaos, she grabs her new buddy's attention and laughs, telling him she pulled off second place. Not too shabby, even if it's only a bronze. She promises ISO he can count on her, then sets her focus on her magic, because more mana means more power. Then she snaps and goes all in, burning every last drop of MP, before unleashing a level 10 sacred magic blast like a colossal cannon. Feeling way too smug, she says, "If I hadn't bylaid, we'd be champs together." Then ISO suddenly crumples to the ground and her friends freak out, panicked and desperate. Panicked, she blurts out, "Can I borrow your bag ASAP?" While she's scrambling, that dragon keeps hammering her with zero mercy. And that creature, Espen through the ringer, this thing is hanging on by a thread. Then the dragon rockets forward as the monster crawls back, snatching its staff. Boom, stone claws erupt and clamp it in place, and the dragon grins like, "Tough luck, master." He's pretty bummed like, I let one slip away," but Momono keeps it cool and shrugs, saying, "Nah, you're good." Now that the worst is gone, they can finally zero in on all the remedy containers scattered around. This girl was totally wrecked under 5 nasty negative statuses, and Momono just stared, because somehow she had a cure for every single one. ISO, just like always, rings herself up for putting her friends through all that trouble. Though she insists it's no big deal, deep down ISO is still grateful and burning to thank her. But the real mission is locking down where to meet Makoto and Exodia, while ISO is out hunting for something, and the girl's friend spots a huge axe in the distance. She's been assuming Exodia can track her with an item, but she realizes he can't, because the one thing he needs is missing, her lighter. A little while later, the duo finally reaches the spot where ESO's lighter was, but the two girls are nowhere in sight. Somewhere deep in that dungeon, a colossal door creaks and groans as it finally opens. And the last of that monster is crawling toward it, dragging its broken body like it refuses to die. In the next heartbeat, the creature gets smashed and pinned by a massive stone stake. And just when you think you've seen it all, the ultimate boss form finally clicks into place. Now get ready, because another epic showdown is coming fast on the horizon. All hyped up, she can't wait and tells him to meet her downstairs. They're completely turned around, arguing whether to charge ahead or hold tight and wait for Makoto. Then ESO lunges to his feet and heads for the soft ground, and the girl warns him they're surrounded by endless intersections and floors, like they have zero clue where he could be. But it looks like there's only one route left, down to the lower floor. Momono admits she's not sure those two are safe at all. ESO struts in all confident, insisting they're totally fine. Then her words slam the other girl right out of her shock, and the two of them start brainstorming how to clue the rest in on the plan. Right nearby, Exodia looks half frozen, like it forgot what it's supposed to do. Because without the lighter in the girl's hands, the creature can't pinpoint her anymore. Right out of nowhere, a voice yells his name from inside the backpack. Turns out the camera he got from ESO is totally up and running. Then the boy snatches it up and freezes, shocked out of his mind, because the picture comes with a note that says to meet on the lower floors. With a chill calm on his voice, Exodia tells the girls they're all good. And just like that, they're locked into a one-way chat line, then bam, another pic suddenly drops in. ISO's grinning like he's harmlessly adorable, and bam, one little squabble erupts over who gets the girl's pic because both boys want it so badly she's just too cute. ISO's like, "Wait, why would she send a pic like that?" While Momono smirks and tells him, "Trust me, she'll thank her later." The boy shoots Gargantua a quick thank you for the heads up, then slips the lighter right back to Exodia. Then he's all fired up and orders, "Keep moving." And right there, ISO's is just as hyped, loving how everything's playing out. The boy barrels onward to the 6th floor, while the girls spin in confusion, totally clueless about where they even are. That kid barrels down the path and collides with a giant monster, while deep in the dungeon, the girls stumble into their own massive threat too. The boy gets swallowed by the creature, then drops straight into the chaos of the battle. While the girls strap in for war and summon their dragons, Makoto keeps fighting on the 7th floor, then does the same thing up on the 8th straight to the 10th. Meanwhile, ISO raises her massive axe and swings at that strange monster. On the 11th floor, they finally dragged themselves there, worn out and running on fumes. As soon as Exodia snags his attention for something, it's like the world goes still, and you can tell he dropped an item there. There, our player shoots him a thanks, then bolts off to check it out. While Exodia can't stop asking why they have to smash every monster they run into, though he finally gets it when he realizes it's all for leveling up. Honestly, grabbing loot is just a waste of time. Makoto knows that, but he can't ignore the real problem. What happens the moment everyone finally comes together? With a smug grin, he dares them. Are you guys really not here to conquer this dungeon? Not far off, that duo stumbles onto a colossal door and realizes, wait, we've really come this far. The thing is insanely huge, and even the steps underneath look massive enough to swallow them whole. The girls whisper about whether this trek is a bad idea, but their curiosity wins. They just have to peek a little further. As Momono pushes ahead, her friend notices something's wrong, then bolts toward her, desperate to catch her before it's too late. And just as fate snaps forward, she yanks the girl back in the nick of time, saving her life. Her foot hits the ground, and the ice snaps up instantly, climbing halfway up her leg from one single step, like the whole floor is ready to freeze anyone who dares walk on it. People ISO freaks out, blurts that she needs a sec, and tears into her backpack searching for something. Pack up, she's calm now. Momono spots what the girl came for but can't wrap her head around why she snatched all those things along the way. She claims they might be the key to battling monsters, then swings for it with creation magic to forge armor. So that's why she's stockpiling all this while Makoto's out here doing the same thing. But she can't shake the feeling she's just overthinking it. And then, right on cue, Momono's totally fine, thanking ISO for all the help, so she's finally ready to go. They huddle in the corner, catching their breath and getting back on their feet. But ESOS looks like he's getting hit with a cold. Momono panics, totally lost, and her buddy tells her it's probably been around 10 hours. She asks if ISO and Makoto go way back, and the girl laughs. Nah, only a few months. Momono's stunned by how much the girl trusts him. She grins and blurts out that they're friends. The dragon summoner cracks and admits she's jealous, because it's awesome, and she's clueless about what real friends are supposed to feel like. Momono straight up admits she's terrible with people, and she's still figuring out how to keep her distance, but she's not buying that friends have to stick together every minute. Dragons and dungeons are already more than enough for her. The girl lit up with joy, soaking up every second of the chat with them. She desperately wants to trust her friends, but she can't shake the feeling she's misreading the whole thing. ISO jolts up and rushes over to wrap the girl in a warm hug. She slams her arms around her tight, catching the summoner off guard. Momono's eyes widen because it feels weird and a little scary. But then she realizes, wait, it's not that scary after all. It's actually cozy, and it instantly makes her feel safe. And then ISO leans in and says, I feel the same way. She tells the girl, we've been friends forever, and the girl hugs her back on the spot. Yet as ISO says the same thing to Makoto, the girl's still not fully convinced. Right then, Makoto comes crashing into the scene and finds them. The whole squad was back together, and everyone was absolutely buzzing with excitement. Then he's like, I've got Momono's stuff, and I've got ISO's photo idea too. That's a straight-up genius move. Wait, the girls go, whoa, what? And they're all stunned while the boys just stare like, why the heck are they in short clothes though? They're swapping pics and laughing because Makoto's convinced they're trapped somewhere, while Momono watches with that ridiculously cute face. She's like, so you're really happy you met me too? And our poor hero immediately goes all shy like he always does, standing there totally flustered while she just waits for his answer. Finally, he blurts, no way out, then admits he's just relieved, and the summoner's beaming like, yep, perfect, totally satisfied. Meanwhile, ISO lunges for a huge hug, but the squad's like, nope. They're way more focused on eating and bossing Makoto into cooking, while Momono keeps demanding ISO's pick and won't take no for an answer. The whole crew locks in for a legit dinner meetup, and you can feel the excitement in the air. They're just vibing, trading those warm, friendly looks like they've both got a secret smile between them. Then boom, our hero shatters the silence, and just like that, he's fired up. All right, it's time to take on that boss. ISO's buzzed with excitement, zipping through the air as these insane magical items clung to her, and she's flying high because of the MC's work, while Exodia just stares, mouth open, convinced she's an angel. Then Momono finally storms in, burning up with guilt for keeping them waiting, and she's dressed to impress, showing off the gear our guy made. ISO's hyped out here, straight up saying she looks insanely cool with all that going on. And our dudes went full mad scientist mode, running experiments after experiments to finally nail it. He's spilling what he learned about forging items, while the girls get stuck living in another world. But after all that chit-chat, he finally spills the real tea about negative statuses. Turns out these potions are insanely rare, and one sip shields you from all the bad vibes. Makoto can't stop staring. Turns out Exodia and that dragon are naturally built to shrug off attacks. Momono's like, wait, how long does this potion last? But with so few, they can't test it, and that's terrifyingly huge news because every floor is ice cold, and if the potion flops, they're done for. So the boy snaps together a hairpin to break the freezing, and Momono's hyped, like she's finally on a real team. Isos blurts out that everyone trusts him completely, and the praise hits our hero so hard he turns beet red. Fired up, he leans in and says, "All right, team up with me, we've got this." Momono is fired up and ready to grab a team name. Right away his mind flashes to something with a dragon. The fresh squad barrels straight into the icy zone, no turning back. Everything's working perfectly, keeping the items nice and toasty, so they can chug the potion the second that door swings open. They pull up to this colossal entrance like they're about to crash into destiny. The door slams open, and they gulp the potion down, only to gag at how brutally awful it tastes. Bursting through the door, they plunge into an underground forest, marching deeper with every step. Our heroes are casing the place, clocking every corner like danger might spring any second. But Momono suddenly notices something. Even in the pitch-black chaos, she shoots her finger up at the sky. The crew stares, and then their jaws drop as they spot a hulking monster tearing through the scene. Then the shadows burst open, creatures spill out. Before they can blink, they're surrounded by a horde of freaky monsters, and to top it off, the giant boss is just lounging in the back like he owns the place. The monsters suddenly snap into motion and come charging straight for the squad. Momono snaps open sacred magic and blasts those creatures into nothing. But down there, ISO is in real non-stop trouble. Right as something's about to snatch her, it eats a full punch to the face. In the most epic fashion, our MC rockets in out of nowhere and snatches his buddy out of danger. He's freaking out like, "I'm like you, what if it never gets better?" And she just shrugs like, "Yeah, I'm fine." Like a tiny angel, she unfurls her brand new wings and dashes away from the baddies, leaving Exodia absolutely stunned. Makoto launches his fireball technique and blasts every monster to the ground. He's fuming because his leveling's crawling, while Momono's staring at the monsters like, "Are we really getting this little XP?" Our heroes push to wrap this up before the potion's power ran out. All he has to do is land the biggest hit. The girl realizes something's terribly wrong. Nothing moves at all. As her dragon cranks up to unleash its breath at full power, she keeps moving, like the world is about to ignite. But she notices something sketchy brewing behind the creatures. Things are going south fast, and she screams at the dragon to dodge in time. But time's running out, and it's already speeding toward the big creature, charging straight in. Spikes start blasting out of every direction, straight up even where the evil army stands, like the ground's turning on them. Then the monster lunges for the dragon. Yeah, you can already tell this is about to go horribly wrong. Momono snaps the opening. Too bad the attack is already on her, and she's a heartbeat late. Then the creature rockets forward and hammers everyone flat to the ground. Our hero locks eyes with the monster right as it lunges to snatch the dragon, and the girl too. He lunges in at full speed, determined to save his buddy before it's too late. The monster viciously smashes the dragon to the ground with a bone-shaking impact. It's brutal, but Makoto's insane speed rockets in at the last second and saves his friend. The boys' minds were blown as the monster crushed the dragon with a single, unstoppable hit. Meanwhile, Momono's blood is boiling. She can't believe it had the nerve to pull that. As she yanks her partner's attention back, she goes full attack mode, bringing that thing down fast, then vaults onto her revived dragon and taunts it like, "So you're the loser this time, huh?" After her pep talk, she practically dares them to go crush some monsters. Then Makoto steps right up. He tries to take on the big guy, but the girl, so fed up she's practically fuming, shuts it down. No way. Momono swears she's done losing. She wants a real fight, so it leaves our hero stuck in a brutal no-win spot. Just then, the dragon yanks off a slick, jaw-dropping move. As our hero watches, he suddenly hears the girl shouting his name, begging him to come back. Our hero tells Iso he trusts her, and Iso's face instantly floods with a blush. Exodia bursts in, snapping at them to drop the gooey trust talk and get moving on something real. As the battle rages, she finally realizes she has to trust her friend again, and she pours out her gratitude, because he's done everything for her. Looks like there's real chemistry in the air. The girls are grinning like total goofballs, and Exodia goes full big bro mode, yelling at her to stay locked in and focused. First, he fires off the reminder, "You're the spirit of fire and you can control them." And then Iso shoots back, asking if she needs to do anything first. First, it looks like he's telling her to pull everyone together to crank the impact up. So he channels his power and orders her to scatter the flames however she wants. He's going to snatch it all up and unleash it straight at her, right on her cue. He starts roaring out spell words, and a huge fireball blazes to life in his hand. Then he hurls the magic, and right then Isla realizes she completely forgot the signal. Fire projectiles slam into the monsters non-stop, and then he unleashes a towering blaze he calls the incineration of hellfire. In a blink, everyone's wiped out, no one's left standing. ISO admits it got brutal, and Exodia cuts in like, "Try it again, I'm immune." All pumped up, she blurts that he's super cool, while Momono zooms through the sky, watching her friends tear into the ground monsters. The girl can't believe she had to obey Makoto's orders, until the dragon shrugs and says they only dragged the boy down there. She asks, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" And the dragon nods like, "Oh yeah, this boy keeps shocking us again and again." Makoto forces his mind to lock in, shutting down overthinking so it doesn't wreck his instincts. And sometimes it's him alone he's got to throw down solo. The monster doesn't care at all. It lashes out and rams him with a storm of spikes, but our hero dodges every single hit, darting around at impossible speed like a tiny fly that just won't be caught. Then he slams the giant monster with a brutal, earth-shaking hit. The creature reels as his attack hits, power blasting through it, even with that massive size. Makoto figures it's just like going up against a Juin, so he holds back and refuses to burn all his levels at once. He blasts himself with a fresh stack of power-ups and charges back in, smashing the monster again. He stacks level drain with lightning magic, then unleashes extra damage like it's electricity on steroids. He slams that attack straight into the creature's core, then unleashes fire magic, vanishes with teleportation, and rockets through the air like a storm. Late, he unleashed a swarm of homing projectiles, locking onto his opponent and refusing to let up. He unleashes his level 10 electricity magic and blasts the monster twice, zapping it back to back. Makoto surveys the damage after his attack, but this monster is built different, and it's still standing, glaring back. Since this creature is built like a tank, it makes total sense to hunt its weak spots. Just when things got brutal, a level 10 holy magic stormed out of nowhere, smashed his ID magic mid-sentence, and blasted 2 ugly holes straight through it. The creature gets blasted flying as Momono storms in and orders it to chow down. Because this is how the Dragonheart team's teamwork really hits. Our hero chuckles, doubts that's really their team name, but he snaps his focus back to the massive monster and blasts forward like a meteor, crashing into it again. Looks like the boss is finally done for. Our heroes at level 15,000 are here to crush him, and he decides he has to drill the level consumption skill until it clicks. He finds it totally weird that you've got to climb through all those levels just to beat up the monster that's hovering over the girl, while she and her dragon argue about who actually brought it down. Exodia wants to prove he's the real deal, bragging that he wiped out every creature. Then the girl snaps back that it was her firepower that did it. Momono pushes hard that he should be the MVP because he did more against the boss. Then a friendly debate explodes over who's truly the ultimate MVP. So they both threw the decision to ISO like, "All right, you decide." Our dude Makoto is already stepping back when he tells the girl, "Don't even think about it." And yeah, he's basically speechless, but the second he calls her, her face lights up with this massive grin. Honestly, it's pure good vibes. High fives everywhere for that teamwork. Then Exodia and Momono get all green with envy, acting like little kids who can't wait to crash the party. The whole squad's packed in together, cheering like crazy. It's a full-on victory party. That fire spirit remembers everything like an elephant, and it straight up grills RMC. Did he snag the drop he's been hunting? But that boss is a colossal beast, and there's still tons of loot out there, so the whole crew splits up to sweep more ground. Iso strides up to the other girl and spots the same thing. She's got nothing in her hands. She starts to. She laughs and says, "We only used one tiny potion." And then, boom, it actually lasts 10 whole minutes, and they finish everything with just enough time to spare. Time passes and Momono can't stop thinking, would it taste better with sugar? So they're already planning to run the test next time. Suddenly everything flips on its head, and her dragon gets launched like it's getting yeeted into another dimension. Right out of nowhere, another beast crashes in and smacks Iso's head hard. She's tough as nails, but that hit launches her, straight up, sailing through the air. Makoto stays razor-focused as Exodia rockets in to back up his partner. The monster snaps toward Momono, and she immediately throws up a level 10 barrier to shield herself. But the attack hits like a wrecking ball, shattering her shield and slamming into her with brutal force. No time to catch her breath, it barrels back in again, and then boom! Makoto swoops in like a hero, slamming himself between her and the attack. He's absolutely furious right now. He points, then unleashes a scorching combo of fireballs that slams into the monster and won't let up. Those blazing orbs rocket toward the beast like they mean to end the fight. Explosions hammer the battlefield as the boy rockets toward his crew. Exodia's sure he wiped them all out, but he can't shake the question, what even is this thing? And the speed he's moving at? Off the charts compared to everyone else. Makoto reels back the memories of his toughest dungeon battles. And it slams into him. That was the creature from the second floor, the brains behind those giant things. All those bad vibes are pouring straight from the floor boss, the monster at the center of it. Makoto yells at Zodia to get the girls to the stairs, because something feels seriously wrong. He trusts him completely. He even hands over the fire spirits and says, "Leave it to me." Now it's only the two of them left, standing face to face on the battlefield, ready to clash. So he thinks the floor boss must be holding something back. Then bam! Something colossal rips out of the ground and nearly smashes our hero to pieces. Makoto darts aside with ninja-level reflexes, locking eyes on his foe and sprinting straight in. Then our MC rockets forward and launches a brutal attack. He blasts the monster and nails it down for good. But he can't figure out why this thing is so desperate to tear them apart. Then he snatches the monster like it weighs nothing at all. And he yeets it so far it disappears, baffled that it didn't drop him sooner if it can floor hop. He froze, his gut screaming that something was seriously wrong. This time, the monster slams in and blocks his attack like a seasoned fighter. But Makoto's got real moves. He connects again with a clean, crushing hit. It doesn't hit him the way he prayed it would. And that's when he knows something's off, like that monster wasn't fighting them at all, but playing with them the whole time. The fight is still raging, but it's clear. Our heroes are taking control, pushing the attack with everything they've got. They're out, and those fiery balls of doom don't stop. Each one locks onto its target and closes in like it's obsessed. Then the young guy dives onto it, yanking it down with him. Makoto figures if he won't start pumping levels into his consumption, he can't even make a dent. While his stats are tanking, the monster crashes in and lands a brutal, solid hit. Now it reaches out for something and lines up the target on him, while our guy is fully on edge. He snaps out of the way, barely dodging the creatures that get hurled straight at the staff. Makoto spots a stake sliding into view, but something else steals his attention. Turns out the monsters aren't just moving fast. They're closing in from every angle, waving and attacking from all sides. Makoto throws his all into every move, defending like a hero, and refuses to stop. He's still searching for the perfect opening to hit back. He's got a scheme to jack up his stats, using the items he crafted on the road. Today he summons Gargantua, snatches the item and slams him to a stop. No. From his backpack, he yanks out the ice sword he forged earlier, and slides out of the way as the next attack comes flying in from the beat. Then the chaos hits full force, and the buckle on his backpack snaps clean off. No matter how he dodges, the monster still smacks him hard on the shoulder. The creature spots its opening, so it lunges and it rips him apart with its legs, dragging him miles away. But Makoto springs back to his feet, eyes blazing, ready to throw down again. Once more, the two opponents explode forward and charge straight into each other. Right near them, Exodia clearly didn't get the memo on how to wipe away all the bad vibes. The girl bounces back and rocks his world. He realizes that jolt was the formula meant to fry paralysis, but ISO tries to leap in while her super protective buddy grabs him, saying she can't go all out. Still, the girl breaks down and screams, because they finally got their hustle and managed to help their friend. But Exodia is not having it. This whole situation is killing his vibe. Right next to our hero, his level is crashing as he scrambles to stay ahead of that monster, and every hit he throws lands like a punch. He drops in, then his level nosedives again and again. Makoto charges in like a feral beast, and his power is creeping dangerously toward the breaking point. The battered monster clamps a grip on his head and yanks him close, so he instantly realizes the potions are wearing off. That monster chews up the boy, while he forces his mind to fight back. Because he knows it's already low on HP, so he just has to last a little longer and push through to the win. The creature slams its weight onto him again, like it's counting down to the end. Then boom, Exodia crashes in and blasts the monster with a wall of fire, leaving our boy completely stunned. The fire spirit snarls that it's not letting him take out the MVP, especially not its own. Iso sobbed until the tears ran non-stop when her parents died, and it felt like the whole world just collapsed on her. Exodia looks totally baffled and blurts, "Why am I even spilling this?" Like she's losing her mind. Then the girl snaps back, "Don't you dare disappear like we did." Exodia warns him, if he ever makes her baby cry, she'll make him regret it hard before it's all over. Then Exodia just shrugs and says, "Chill, he won't pull off that wish." The monster keeps growing, then he spits out, "This is my own wish." From the ground up, our hero stares as the chaos explodes around him. Then, out of nowhere, something completely wild hits with a sudden snap. He still can't make sense of how that fire spirit just gets smacked by a whole swarm of blades. The creature, totally healed, won't stop. It keeps coming back at him non-stop. The monster lunges for the boy, still speared by the weapons jammed into its chest. And he goes for another blow. But Exodia throws everything he's got into the fight and squares up to the creature again and again. Our hero strains to crawl, eyes glued as his buddy goes all in, pushing through every second. And then he shoves past his breaking point, sprinting to the absolute limit just to keep moving. Then bam, his backpack starts glowing with some wild, mysterious energy, and the boy whips around to see a rainbow egg rolling right out. Suddenly, from nowhere, it cracks. Wham! A tiny wing shoots out, the egg hatches at lightning speed, and something starts clawing its way into the world, leaving our hero and Exodia absolutely rattled. Right out of nowhere, a tiny, adorable dragon suddenly pops into view. It immediately goes zipping all over the place, and Makoto's mind is blown by how wild his little creature's debut is. That tiny troublemaker spots our hero in the blink of an eye, and it streaks through the sky, thrilled to finally see its mom, while Makoto can't stop himself from staring, baffled about why that little creature hatched right now. Gargantua tells him the XP he dumped into the system went straight into that egg, and that's probably why it finally cracked open. Something bizarre hits out of nowhere. Your boss looks straight up spooked, like he's seen a ghost, and for one crazy second it almost looks like the little dragon is the one causing it. The tiny creature kicks off whatever it's doing, and in the next second, our heroes wipe away every nasty bad status like it never existed. No hesitation. Seeing the distraction, the monster lunges in for the kill, but Exodia snaps into action before it can land. He gets the warning, and our guy slips out of the danger at the last second, dodging the attack just in time. Makoto keeps scrambling to defend himself, and then, boom, he finally slips in a sharp kick right into that thing. The boss gets launched straight into the air from the crushing impact. He thinks it's weird. Why does he tap the boss and nothing bad happens? Then he realizes his recovery is ridiculously fast, so he turns to the little creature and asks its name because he's still trying to figure everything out. That adorable little thing answers back, Kion, and then he snaps his focus straight to his opponent, who's clearly brewing up something big. Again, he rips open his magic and yanks those monsters straight from the ground to build a shield around himself. He yells at Kion to do it again, then slings his own magic, until he finally unleashes a giant blast of fire magic that pulverizes the monster. Makoto's jaw drops at the sheer power of it, and then a massive fireball rockets forward, blasting those stone claws until they start crumbling apart. Then it swallows the boss whole, blasting everything down to dust. Just seconds later, all that's left is the wreckage trail, and it finally looks like it's over. Exodia leans in and demands, "So what kind of power was that?" He reckons the dragon isn't just curing his bad statuses, it's pumping him up with extra power buffs too. That helps a ton, but looks like that little dragon's fighting sleepiness right now. He totally overdid it, then faceplants into Makoto and drops into a deep sleep. Exodia's done, and hey, check this out. Everybody's freaking out. That thing is still coming for them, still kicking. But the new squad member has bought them a breath because it's more zombie than alive. Our MC hurries up to Exodia and begs it to babysit Kaon, while he slips some potions to the guy. No time to waste. He snaps into action for battle, while the fire spirit keeps playing caretaker like it's babysitting chaos. That monster's back at it again, unleashing stalagmites like it's hunting for its next victim. But our MCs slipped in like ninjas and closed the distance in a blink. He snaps into full beast mode on those things. He shattered everything midair and didn't even land yet. The air turns vicious, like the monster can't catch its breath anymore. Then, out of nowhere, it suddenly starts burning to ashes. Exodia's unleashing the storm, bragging that this is payback for making Iso miserable. Because right now, the monster's getting wiped out. It scrambles to flee, but the fire spirits slam it in place. Makoto's already locked in, ready to finish it. He drives a brutal punch straight into the monster's gut. The creature unleashes a deafening roar, and boom, it's cleaved clean in two right before his eyes. Our MC admits he'd be toast all alone because that monster, it's absolutely not playing. The brawl's finally over, and our hero skyrockets, gaining a whopping 44,000 levels. Makoto mends his torn backpack with magic. The other dudes hover like, hold up, make sure it's really fixed. But our MCs snap back, don't jinx it. Our guy brings up Momono, like the one who dragged him into this dungeon. Though honestly, the whole whatever that means part is killing me. Exodia is everything. Look, I don't know every detail about who I am yet, but I've never stopped knowing what I'm chasing and what I'm meant to become, even if my destiny still feels unfinished. Grinning like, thank goodness this hasn't happened yet, the MCs start hyping the crowd, until someone suddenly screams their names. Exodia blurts out that it was actually the boy who made his wish come true, and the moment it happens he's bouncing with hype, thanking Makoto, even though Makoto looks completely lost. ISO barrels in grinning like he owns the place, and you can practically see Makoto starting to connect the dots. Exodia's freaking out like, dude, say something, I'm dying of embarrassment here. And our MC just loses it, cracking up like, sorry, sorry. Meanwhile, that adorable little creature is soaking up all the love it can get. Momono, who's already obsessed with dragons, is absolutely buzzing over the new little. This tiny little creature's all about it, and somehow Kyun's totally vibing with him too. She blurted out, so what happens now? That's QN the white dragon, but the MC couldn't shake one thing. Why was she calling him? About that, she remembers nothing, at all. And maybe he thinks Makoto's his owner because he's racking up way more XP from him in that egg. And yeah, that's pretty solid. Meanwhile, this little dragon's just hanging out near Iso, and Exodia's like, without that dragon's help, we're totally toast. And he says Iso usually trusts Makoto, but this time she was crying nonstop, and now he's mortified that the spirit just spilled all the tea. Our MCs are like, sorry for the chaos, today's monster wasn't just strong, it was a whole other level. He brings up how he's seen this in old dungeons, but these high-level ones hate getting snooped on, so the whole squad sinks into deep thought. Momono's relieved they all made it out safe, and our MC just goes, wait, hearing that from you feels weird. And says everything's going amazing, like they're all vibing for real, and Momono, she's beaming so hard it's basically a victory speech. I'm happy, queens, she cheers. But now it feels kinda lonely. Makoto's like, yo, you good. And she's crouching to play with the little creature as they press her with one question. Are you really leaving the team? Then she leans in and says, yeah, the whole deal was simple. We'd stay until he was born. The crew barrels onward, pounding up the stairs. Then an ISO breaks the silence like a thunderclap, saying you shouldn't take the deal way too seriously. And then these two buddies slip into the bath together. While our heroes were having a blast with Exodia, she watched over them like a game plan. Because if they didn't stick together 24/7, she wanted everyone to do their thing and meet up sometimes, just to make sure nobody was falling behind. She's desperate for everything to be perfectly tight. Finally, they break free from that spot, and the second they step out, the heat hits them like a punch. Phones are exploding with notifications, and yeah, this is what dungeon life looks like. Mom's already like, all right, let's grab some grub, and I'm all in. I'm just hungry for food talk, and I want to try Wonko soba. The dragon girl clocks that movie time with her cousins is right around the corner, just like they planned, and then she blurts out an apology. She apologizes and says she wanted to land them right in the dungeon's center. Then Iso shrugs, no worries, we'll catch up, and the little dragon nods along like it's totally fine. Right after that, she remembers she still has to hand something to the boy. Boy's staring at it, totally curious. He says it just looks like a normal drawstring bag, and that Momono is probably just trying to flex by calling it a Pandora's bag. She blurts out a quick sorry, then bolts to take a call from her cousins. She chats with them, buys time on the line, and keeps insisting, I'm on my way. But she figures the moment they spot her luggage, everyone will realize it's just a cover story, and our MC even thinks she'll get caught anyway. The girl says she's heading out, but our hero blurted, hold up, hang on a sec, because they still haven't swapped phone numbers. The girl goes full-on electric, shocked, thrilled, and grinning, saying this is her very first time adding someone who isn't family, and she's pumped to the max, just like Isa. On the phone, they're scrolling through the Friends tab, and she's fighting back tears as she pleads, invite me. Her heart is thumping, she's brimming with emotions, and when they dive into the dungeons, she's dying to score an invite. And the duo grins as they watch her walk away, clearly thrilled to the bone, swearing they'd bring her back. Later on, her phone suddenly buzzes with a fresh ping. She slows down just long enough to take a peek, and right there she spots a group called Dragonheart with the three friends right beside them. Elsewhere, the radio keeps crackling and sending chills down everyone's spine. Makoto glances at the little bag in his hand and fires off a question. Was that awesome name Momono dropped, Pandora's box? Exodia gives a nod and tells him to open it, but even if it's just a name, they'd better not test fate. Iso then snaps everyone's attention, and our MC blurts, "Sorry for the noise," before asking if he's free right now and inviting her straight to the dungeon center for some grub. And everyone's jaw drops. She blushes and straight up tells him to come over to her place. Makoto's left completely shaken, and Exodia's buzzing with nervous jitters. Looks like the invite got the green light, because before they even blink, they're already there. Right there, our hero blurts out an apology for barging in as ESO proudly announces, "I'm home." Then bam, someone shows up and greets them like family, and it turns out it's the girl's sister, who sweeps in and orders everyone to sit down. The two plop down, ESO crackling with excitement, and our hero's nerves are on a hair trigger. Then the woman studies them like she's sizing up every move. Iso straight up asks about the sunglasses, but the woman shuts her down and orders her to make tea, and just like that, Iso does it. Then the woman says this is their first real conversation, so she introduces herself. Mika, Iso's sister. Our MC starts pitching himself, and before he can finish, the woman cuts in. She claims she already knows his story, even how he hooked up with her precious girl without her. ESO swears her sister is acting strange. She's grinning while she pours the tea, and our boy just thanks her. Then Mika erupts, screaming that they're way too close. The woman shoots upright, clutches the girl like she'll fight the whole world, then freezes. Because this tiny dragon suddenly pops up as our MC explains. QN hatched from that arch egg, and warns her, "Please don't freak out." She's about to lose her mind because he's just too adorable, and Kian is totally spooked. Then she swoops in and snatches the little guy as he tries to wriggle away from her over-the-top cuddles. Iso tells us her sister's back to normal, and our hero is instantly on edge, because that is exactly how trouble normally starts. Then a tiny battle erupts over who gets to sit where. She's determined to park herself right next to Makoto. Exodia snaps from being fed up and blares, "All right, cut to the chase." Kyun and Mika stay frozen at the table in total silence, and Kyun can't resist fiddling with Mika's sunglasses. As he asks if they finished the dungeon, she keeps staring at the cute creature, and somehow our hero can't shake the feeling that it's a little bit scary. He tells you that the dungeon was packed with insanely tough enemies, and then hits you with the terrifying freezing effect. Honestly, they don't get it. These enemies aren't supposed to be this strong, and Miko's sitting there panicking, wondering if she should finally spill the beans. As they tore through the dungeon, the researchers worked on the side, and somehow the floor boss still hadn't been beaten. So in unbeaten dungeons, every monster gets stronger and stronger as the levels rise. It happened because the level 99 players had hit the ceiling, no more XP to earn, so all that XP had nowhere to go and just piled up there. That XP grind from level 99 players isn't just for flexing. It gets pumped straight into reviving those monsters after they're beaten. So these EXP don't just sit there. They get shoveled into other dungeons, pile up like a ticking bomb, and the monsters start getting nastier and tougher with every new stack. Or ISO gets rattled by this thought, because if dungeons keep getting cleared, it means there's more and more to conquer. The more they push, the stronger everyone else gets. The woman agrees with the boy's theory right up until this last dungeon, because in the others, the changes were so small nobody even noticed them. Then Makoto blurts out, "So when were those dungeon changes reported?" He goes stiff the moment he hears it happened about a week before the tournament. Then his memory slams back to the fight he had at that event. Finally, he blurts out a confession is coming, and the two girls just freeze, stunned. So yeah, whatever XP he ripped out with that level-consuming ability totally wrecked that dungeon. Mika's mind is totally blown. He can level up forever and keep going past that. And this dude is like, "Pinky swear you won't tell." She can't shake the feeling he's humanity's secret weapon, built to take on the monsters that will be terrifyingly strong in the future. Then she shoves her sis with a massive congrats, and the poor girl just stares, confused out of her mind, while pinching her own cheeks like she can't believe what she just heard, muttering that they had a chat about the plan that's already moving. Then Makoto can't stop wondering if the girl wants him to jump into the action too, and me. And Mika's like, yeah, this is the whole plan, so if he jumps in and pitches in, he'll climb right up with his sister. ISO's got a jittery feeling, but the guy shrugs like, nah, I'm not joining the SSD crew, leaving Mika totally baffled like, what? But Then he hits me with, let's team up with that girl later, and her big sister shuts it down like, no way, never. He knows he's being a little extra, but even with no SSD in play, he can still back her up. Like there's no way those dungeons aren't meant for them. Only the two of them can take them on together. Mika blurts out that the moment she saw his skills, she figured he'd never be a real team player. Yet she can't stop herself from wanting to know why he's teaming up with Isa. Then he laid it all on the table, talking about the terrifying truth of facing himself head-on. She's totally confused by that, and honestly same. Meek's got it all and my little sis is awesome like always. Then this lady invites him over for dinner, and the MCs start side-eyeing hard like, is she trying to bribe him with food? First things first, Mika has to sprint to the supermarket, and everyone else is already heading for the dungeon center. The duo rockets out buzzing with adrenaline, while the SS pushes Exodia hard and Exodia snaps back. My whole job is to keep Kayan safe. Our MC is freaking out, worried Mika's mad at him, but Iso's like, nah, she's chill. The girls are hyping up that Makoto and her sister are totally tight now, though that feels like a bit of a stretch. Out of nowhere, the girl slams on the brakes. Then the dude snaps around to catch her, face-palming like she's at her limit. Super embarrassed, ISO's basically like, oops, I called you what my sis does. Our hero doesn't even care about the fuss, he just shrugs and says, no worries, I called you by your first name too. They keep rolling forward, and Mika slips in sneaky little peeks at them. Exodia's all, looks like your whole plan just got obliterated. And he doubles down, he's still leagues ahead of her. Then boom, 2 weeks vanish like they never even happened. He can't stop thinking how those two got so close, and then he drops the bomb. The dungeon crew is still missing. But the lone escapee sent word, and trust me, the whole thing reeks of danger. Mika lays down the warning. If anything happens to her sister, he's toast. Then she blurts out that help is on the way, and the two of them lock eyes. She goes, it's someone you already know. Fast forward to Fukuoka, Bizen's phone buzzes and Makoto texts, I'm on my way. Then he bursts toward the dungeon, ready for whatever horrors are waiting inside. Fuming as the dude kept running late the whole time. At a buzzing restaurant, the server strides up and greets the two like they're the main event. Then our hero shouts for the bison as they roll right up. He blurts, sorry I'm late, and the dude just waves it off like, no big deal. Still, our MCs felt the guilt crushing them. Bison heard he's got a crew coming and his whole world shook. Then it finally clicked. He cracks jokes like it's his girlfriend, and the whole crowd turns betrayed, while Exodia is literally steaming with embarrassment. She steps up and tells the young guy her name, and the server instantly snaps in, like he's sure he's heard it before. The counter guy is like, wait, she's ranked #1, right? And he's ready to chase her autograph because his kid's a huge fan, but she's suspicious at first, and then he even clocks the other two guys from the tournament. The girl keeps munching, completely thrilled like nothing in the world can touch her joy. This time, the whole squad heads for a rank J dungeon. Everyone talks about it because groups keep vanishing inside. 10 SSD members stormed in and never came back, and Makoto's like, tell me nobody bylaid and ratted them out. But nope, turns out Makoto's the one stuck there. The report comes straight off the cameras, and Bison's grinning like, don't worry, I'll grab you a copy. RMC's scratching his head like, does ISO have a camera too? While the mission flips to finding and saving people, then Kiyun just shrugs and goes, my job is to slurp noodles. Bison's thrilled you two finally showed up, while Exodia is squaring up with Kyun over food, and Makoto's just smirking like, all right, we're even. Even the glasses guy still hears his buddies cheering him on. Meanwhile, Kyun just keeps on munching, drooling all over the place. He stares at that tiny critter, and weirdly he can't help but find it cute. Then he blurts out whether it's some kind of summoning magic, but our MC trips over his own words, trying to explain that it's tied to what happened in his past fight. In the middle of the fight, the squad keeps rolling through the first floor, like they've been dropped into some eerie mystery zone, stopping to study photos they shouldn't even have. They start freaking out, convinced they got separated, and that some Taoist demon is sliding in out of nowhere to wreak havoc. A demon suddenly bursts from the tree like it was waiting for the perfect moment, bragging that it's right on time, and then it lunges in and snatches a brutal, thorn-filled sphere. But then, poof, he gets wiped out like he never even existed, disintegrating into nothing. He glances over and, boom, Bison is flexing his magic like he was born for it, right before our guy even gets a shot. Iso's is losing it because it's vacuum magic, and Exodia's all pity and dread, silently mourning any monster dumb enough to challenge him. Bison locked eyes with the spirit, held his breath, then the words burst out of him. What's his deal? Why's he pushing to know if Exodia's a monster? That question hits a raw nerve, and Exodia fires back like, nah, I'm on a whole other level, I'm the spirit of fire. Kyun's salty as Exodia tries to talk things down with the little dude. Bison cracks that this feels like a game hack, but our MC shoots back. Nah, I can only grant ISO's wish. That's it, nothing more. He keeps rambling about the last time. Exodia is panicking because he swore to keep it quiet. And now he's straight up spilling everything, so Makoto just goes, yeah, my bad. But ISO, no fool, presses them for what they're hiding, and it leaves our poor MC totally flustered. She blurts that she can't stand lies. Then, out of nowhere, a girl comes sprinting in. Bison clocks her instantly. Then she bolts forward and launches herself at the young guy like it's the only chance she has. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Terrified out of her mind, the girl pleads for help with shaking hands. Iso bolts over, panic in her eyes, checking if she's really all right, while Bison grills her, convinced she's part of the whole scheme. Breath-shaking, the girl blurts, something's coming. Our heroes came running in, eyes wide, nerves screaming, already primed to fight. From out of nowhere, that ugly sword-wielding monster looms on the horizon. The creature barreled in for the kill and swung at our MC. He juked aside at the very last second. Makoto goes, are you kidding me? The moment that thing attacks again and then it hits him. He's gotta dial his power way back because the target isn't a monster, it's a human. But Bison steps in right then and there. In a split second, he shoots forward and snatches the guy's arm, yanking the weapon toward himself with smooth, slick precision. Then he throws a martial blow, bam, dropping the guy on the spot and pinning him down instantly. Next thing you know, he's done with all that. He's overpowered, and he hurls his magic like a knockout punch. ISO blurts out, asking if they've got something to tie him up with, and the girl who just showed up lets out a huge, relieved breath. Soon after, the man ends up fully tied up. The crew is convinced he's one of the missing people, and now they're stuck wondering if it was that girl sending all those messages. She tells you, we hit the dungeon a few days ago, then chaos struck and we got torn apart. They finally clock it. The dude's carrying a mind-controlling parasite that wipes people clean and makes them lose their heads. Magic's a death sentence, try ripping it out and the human body crumples into toast. And that girl won't hesitate. Purification magic is the only way to stop it. She demands they knock out that giant on the lower floors, because if they refuse to go solo, they'll get parasitized. Bison snaps, asking if anyone in her crew can use that magic. She says there used to be one, but now he's been parasitized too. They're hunting down the one player who's got the magic Bison needs to copy. Then they'll smash the boss and save everyone. No kidding, this is gonna be a huge mission. The girl begs to come along, but Iso snaps into worry and tells her not to overdo it, because deep down she's been hit with guilt. Finally, the girl shoots you a confident smile and says, I'm Bianchi. She tosses her name into the air later, and suddenly everyone's caught off guard. The squad is staring down this massive dude with a parasite latched onto him. Isos keeps drilling Bison's lessons, how to slam that immobilizing strike right to the head. The guy lunges at the girl, roaring like a wild beast, and she gets twisted up in the chaos, convinced she can't possibly take him. Exodia dives in like a hero, slams him with a crushing martial arts hit, and orders him to bite the dust. Then he keeps hammering him, and Iso rockets in to pull the poor guy out, while the others mutter that this spirit has totally gone too far. Bison sizes the guy up, warns our MC to stay sharp, and the boy keeps his eyes on him from afar, while the girl stands right there too. She's genuinely impressed, and shoots back that her team is insanely strong. Suddenly, ESO bursts in at a sprint, yelling for the two. She looks absolutely terrified and blurts that it's an emergency just moments later. Then someone jumps in asking, can't you copy that? Bison tells him he can copy up to 3 spells, swap them out for new ones on the fly, but there's one catch. He has to witness the magic firsthand. And he adds passive abilities never shut off, they're always active. So get this, he can copy moves just by watching players with his eyes, but when it comes to spells, nope. He can't steal those just by looking. Makoto's like, there's no way you didn't think of this, just use purification magic on them when you find them. And he can't stop wondering why that guy didn't realize it sooner. The girl goes, wait, let's try using the dragon's power. Makoto shot a skeptical look like, can we really trust this? But the little creatures were already buzzing with energy, and Iso just blurted, wait, what is that? While Exodia went, first time seeing it. That little monster flexes its strength and names it the Kyun boost. Bizon scratched his head, totally baffled. Did anything even change? And our MCs were like, all right, hit that copy magic again. Suddenly, the spells he once missed slam into view, and now he can copy them all. Exodia breaks down how the dragon cranks up every single ability, and the girl lights up and goes, that's amazing. Looks like they finally cracked that copying code. so they turn around and thank Kion. But then he's like, wait, how do you even know about the dragon's power? The girls acted totally unfazed, whispering like she just felt it. She watches the tied-up guy like a hawk while Bison talks, saying the poor host is still getting hit with recovery and that creepy hypnosis magic. Out of nowhere, our heroes crash the scene and start beating a guy who looks exactly like. He's totally into it, and man, he's absolutely buzzing with hype, loving every second. Now he's locked in a room surrounded by bodies everywhere. He lets out a laugh, and that freaky creature from the next dungeon laughs right back, like it's trying to figure out if his earlier XP somehow did that. They're basically yelling, "This is the justice you begged for, look how the monsters are tearing it up, you pulled this whole thing off." He blurts, "Wait, didn't you say that before?" Yeah, they're pretty much the same vibe. Our hero jolts awake, drenched in sweat from that nightmare, while everyone's hanging back, chilling and camping out. Bison slides in like, "Morning, dude," and admits he nodded off on guard. Then Makoto throws a shaky, "Sorry, we're all wiped out." What? Then he rushes over, asking if the dude's all right because he's sweating like crazy. He admits he's been getting nightmares, and the other guy fires back that dreams are basically a spotlight on your mental state. He shrugs it off, "Don't stress," because this advice comes from someone still haunted by nightmares. He lays out the level system and how the monsters got powered up by his XP, and Bison clocks that the monster actually relished his suffering. Asks if he's terrified of turning into that monster, then promises him he'll be fine. He says if he was the lazy kind, he wouldn't be gunning for the level 99 tournament. He'd just coast and let this infinite level up take care of the rest. Power S out of control, but this guy, he's got none of that terrifying aura. In the fight, this dude stepped in and saved him, and they traded blows in a real showdown. Still, when it came to a Juin, our MC went straight at him head-on, so yeah, something clearly cracked open inside him because his powers started acting like they had heart. And honestly, the fact that the guy with infinite power is a total goofball who's obsessed with dungeons feels weirdly reassuring. Then he blurts it out, "Oops, shouldn't have called you an idiot." But Makoto stays cool, laughing it off and saying he's just relieved because now he finally gets it. With infinite level power, he's got to wrestle his real wants and decide what he should do next. So he grits his teeth and declares he's taking every single dungeon for himself. Bison is pumped, yelling that's his dream too. Exodia's all fired up, saying they're in this together as a squad and they share the same goal, and the MCs just go, "Got it, my bad." The young dudes were like, "Relax, next time I'm not losing." And Makoto's absolutely fired up, ready to go. And suddenly, something woke me up. She strides right up to our hero, leaving him completely baffled, until the young dudes start to. "Hey, so you're here." The girls are hyped. Exodia's freaking out like, "Bison just got smoked." And Bianchi straight up points out the next route. The crew pushes forward, buzzing with excitement, but there's a tense worry lurking in the back of their minds. Our hero yells over to the girl, asking what's wrong. Then bam, he hits her with a shocking question. "So, you're not human, are you?" ESO is completely lost. What are you even talking about? He admits he's rattled, then tries ID magic on the spot, but it won't work on humans. She realizes the girl is Tsukumo, a level 99 monster, and after a beat of nerves, she finally confirms it, but tells them to call her Bianca, right as Bison starts working his spell on her, and our MC steps in to stop him. He's staring at her totally lost and blurting that she can't be real, or if she is, then is she a monster? Makoto's sure she is, but then he feels it. Something about her is off in a way he can't explain. The guy's like, "Wait, this isn't what I meant when I said his power was the heart." He tells Makoto this is a dungeon, and he can already read that chill on him because he's strong enough to feel it. But if Makoto lets his guard slip for even a second, this could become a memory he never forgets. She pulls up at ISO, hearing that people keep disappearing there. Then her eyes lock in because she knows it's real trouble when a monster wears a human mask. Two girls are just sitting there like, "Wait, why are you two even beefing?" And that's when they stop dead and actually think it through. She thanks the girl, then they glide across the floor safe and sound. She heals the player for real, and she doesn't play games about that parasite. Makoto presses her. Did she really think she was human before he called her a monster? Bison hears that and shuts it down fast, saying it's just more stress piled on. Finally, he shrugs and says it's all cool, because he's the one who hired him, while Iso and Kayun jump in, backing her up as hard as they can. But if she even tries something shady, he's ready to step in, because he won't let his squad get hurt, and for now he's locked in, listening to her side of the story. Isa waits and waits, but the girl won't say a word. He demands to know her whole deal. why she's helping the players, and what drives her obsession with taking down the floor boss. ESO says this grilling is absolutely brutal. Then Bianca cracks a joke like, "Seriously, again?" And Makoto rushes in, apologizing to the girl for everything that's going down, and tells her that when she's comfy, she can finally spill everything. Then the girl flashes a grin and shouts for our MC. She tells everyone she's got a soft spot for Makoto's kindness, but she can't quite find the right words. Meanwhile, our MC reassures her that she's doing great, and she jumps in again saying she's into QN22, and she's not done yet. She darts in and tackles Iso into a hug, because, yeah, she's a huge fan too. But Bison gives her the creeps, and she can't help noticing how spooky he seems. They just soak it all in, until that desperate Exodia snaps and yells, "What about me?" The adventure keeps roaring forward, as the crew scrambles to save the dude from that parasite. The squad keeps clashing with enemy after enemy, and so far, Bianch hasn't made a single shady move. In a blink, a monster erupts into the scene, snapping at Bison like it's about to pounce. And just like that, the monster is crumpling to the ground before he can even react. Surprise, turns out it was the girl who saved him, and for a brief second her actions made everyone forget she was a monster. While everyone else keeps chatting, Bison watches her like a hawk, clocking that smile, and realizing she feels almost superhuman. The whole place is buzzing with pure joy, until they finally stumble onto the very thing they've been hunting for someone who wields level 5 purification magic. The entire cruise is going wild. Then the girl suddenly shouts for Bison, and basically tells him, "Give it a shot, what's the worst that could happen?" And of course. And just like that, he's down for the count, then he hurls purification magic at the problem. And the parasite starts to vanish, and he's instantly pumped. Yes, it worked, but the victim collapses, so they'll yank him free and let Bianchi take it from here. But the dude finally snaps awake, cackling, and asks if it was them who brought his good looks back. Then he straightens his hair and blurts out how unbelievably thankful he is. The boy swears his favorites are Bison and Makoto, but the other guys have zero idea who this random dude even is. He goes on and on about being a prince, then drops the name CEDO like it's a royal announcement. They ran into each other at the tournament, but the guys are still coming up empty until the charming guy swivels to ISO. He drops to his knees, crowns her princess, and then starts spitting pure poetry, right as Exodia snaps on the guy for flirting with Iso, and our MC steps in like a full-on hero in the background. The boy spots Bianchi and feels his whole body light up. She's safe. He cheers that the girl called for backup, then watches in horror as the rest get parasitized anyway. The girl blurts out that everyone got captured and knocked out, and Makoto tries to ask the guy a question. Then the guy suddenly calls him love, swears he'll do anything for his savior. Now he pushes the boy to step in, rescue his tied-up buddies before it's too late. But Bison slams in and warns him, get the parasite again and it'll be a disaster. Here's the truth. Somebody has to ride with Cedo and it can't be Bianchi. So the guy throws out an apology to his two pals and then, finally, he says he's going. And this rips straight through Exodia's focus. He goes full over the top, blurts that he wants to tag along, and tells Iso to keep her lighter within reach so he can spot her. The spirit's delighted as the girl rushes over. Iso frets that her friend might end up lost and stuck by herself, but he shuts that down fast. He's not some kid. Exodia snaps the moment and beckons the boy over, then lands a quick light jab because the boy just shot him back with, "Going with you isn't fabulous." Meanwhile, the crew is already tearing around on the 10th floor, and Iso is still spiraling, worrying about her faraway buddy. Our MC spins up this fantasy convo between them, showers them with compliments, and fully believes they'll be fine as a pair. Bianchi strides in and declares, "We made it again, we did it." And right in front of them stands a huge door, like it's daring them to open it. The girls all rush on ahead, together. But Bison keeps throwing her suspicious side-eyes, right as they smash into the dungeon's hive, way down there in the deep. Monster girls are everywhere, and they act like it's the biggest deal on Earth. Bison hates the idea of crawling in, but our hero shrugs, no choice. The boss is in there, and we're walking straight into trouble. Right out of nowhere, something starts flinging webs straight at ISO. Though trapping her like a fly, our MCs all wait when ISO gets yanked back. Now they're staring down a swarm of spider-like monsters, too many to count. And up top, more flying bugs crash the party and crank the chaos even higher. No chill, those bugs hit the move and swarm like a living nightmare. And Bianchi's apparently got a bombshell to drop. Bison's getting ready, and you can practically feel the stress crushing down on him, because this is way too much to deal with. The girl leaned in, curious as anything, and demanded to know why he'd hauled her into his protection. She stares him down like, "Don't you hate me for being a monster?" And he just shrugs, "Nah, I don't trust you," leaving her totally stunned. Then he's basically like, "If it's weird, just help out Bianchi," and the girls all chime in, "Say what one?" Bison was like, "Just one more chance, do you trust me? Then fight by my side." She's stunned for a split second, then breaks into a grin. "All right, let's do this." In the chaos, our heroes went all in, pushing harder than ever. He steels himself and sprints after his buddy he just lost. He's deep in the hunt, realizing the crystals are op, but nobody even notices him. Then suddenly he hears her, and bam! Web clamps onto his arm, and now those spiders aren't just a threat anymore, they're his new target, Makoto. Kodo is screaming for ESO, and the spiders are like, "Oh no," grabbing him. His friends are like, "Use your magic, and it's totally fine if you blast me with it." The girls all heard me, "I'm invincible, remember." But Makoto still looks a little unsure. Kion's got his back, and suddenly he's like, "All right, let's go." A giant spider swarm engulfs them. Then a wave of energy starts leaking up from the ground below. Boom, an absolutely massive explosion ripped through the spot. Iso's soared through the air, and our heroes swooped in fast, catching her like they'd done it 100 times. She's practically glowing with relief. Everything clicked, and when our MCs followed Exodia's plan, it all landed perfectly. Yeah, it held up strong, but they're not interested in doing that again. The duo barrels into Bison, leaping in fast to help and turn the tide. "Makoto, don't worry. I'll carve a path through these critters, and then Bison's gonna leap in right after me." Our MC's tearing up the hype, and now even Bianchi's stepping into the ring. The young legend surged forward, all synced up with ISO. He's hurling fireballs left and right, and the monster girls are just staring, too curious to look away. The squad barrels forward, and she's eating up every second like it's pure awesomeness. Somehow those cocoons stole the spotlight and had everyone staring, like the whole world just paused. It shatters, boom, and they back off fast, eyes wide and cautious, stepping away from the safe spot while Makoto blurts, "It's Paris Nova, the boss." Those giant bugs were closing in fast, and Bison didn't waste a second. He blasted purification magic straight at it. Magic lands it perfectly, no way the bug survives. Monsters disintegrate into dust right in front of them, and everyone just stands there staring. He's cracking jokes, because this time that thing isn't getting up again. Thanks to Kion, we nailed it. Monster Girl showed up, started calling everyone over, and then blurted, "That was epic, you guys are seriously strong." She's grinning as she thanks them, but there's no time to rest. She's got more. More to say, she's like, "All right, now we can all bounce." They start hurling monster at her, whispering it might be a disguise, and straight up telling her to back off. Another line where she says she's cute, like, "If level 5's cool, we're good." Then the parasite finally catches her, attacking her and using her right in front of her friend, while the guy screams at the chaos, slashing the air with his weapon and blaming her. Then boom, his hands start disintegrating, and some poor soul can't stop stuttering. All right, this other group leans in, asks if she's a player, then hits her with "good afternoon." After that, they start chatting, probing where everyone's from, and it's obvious they're sizing her up. She's an outsider, straight from beyond the bridge, and while the girls flaunt pictures of places beyond it, she's totally clueless like she's never seen any of it. Then she leans in and patiently breaks it down. This is what the outside world really looks like. Bianca's all, "I don't know what's out there, but I'm dying to see it." Then her worry spikes. She asks, breathless, if she's allowed to go outside now that they finally crushed the boss. They're pushing the idea of teaming up, and she's completely thrown off, like, "Wait, what?" She never even suspected this was a dungeon, didn't have a clue the outside world existed, or that other people were out there waiting too. Then she spots that cell phone and practically feels like she's just cracked the whole mystery. And now that hollow feeling, it's gone, she finally feels full again. Suddenly chaos explodes. This boy's got a parasite, and some armed guys rush in to pin him down while the girls scream and fight to stop them. Time skips, and the girl is just gone, slumped against a tree. Bianca shows up, clocks her friend, and you can tell she's still totally confused. Finally, she realizes the truth. No matter how hard she pushes, she can't haul her friend back like she can herself, and that crushes her. When it hits, she's devastated, and she pleads with her friend to wake up. Right then, she can't shake the question, why in the world is she human like them? Bianca starts losing it, begging to run and never look back from that horrible place. She claws back the memory, throwing herself at Bison, sobbing for anyone to come rescue her. Then fast forward, ESO's just goes, "Whoa, that totally took me by surprise." Right after Makoto wipes out the boss, she says something like that, and then Bianca snaps, "My bad." Now Makoto's freaking out because monsters aren't supposed to crawl out of the dungeon, and Bianca keeps calling him like she's never even heard of a monster leaving once the boss is already down. The girl clocks that there are 0 pictures of the outside, and her mind instantly screams, "Wait, are we not even fans?" RMC's like, "Yeah, it's cramped as hell and it's straight up annoying." With a chill smile, he shrugs and goes, "Outside, it's pretty damn sweet." Bianca perks right up at the idea again. Then she leans in and tells Iso she wants to see it with her own eyes, while Bison just looks completely baffled. Makoto shows up in a flash and yells for his buddy to come over. Curious, he blurts, "So, do you trust Bianca yet?" Then he's straight up eyeing Iso's phone, and it's nothing but food pics, and yeah, it's clear Bianca's already in the loop. B-Sun drops a truth bomb. Once you learn something, you can't unlearn it. So if that's how she plays, the boy just flashes a grin. "Then she's one of us," he says. The two new buddies are absolutely tearing it up, having the time of their lives. At last, the whole squad blasts through to the first floor, and then a dungeon barrier slams down. Monsters can't cross it, and Bianca is absolutely fired up. She shoots her hand out to grab it and slams into a shimmering magical barrier. Looks like the barrier didn't drop after the boss fell, and now she's trapped there. Reality crashes down, and she finally realizes she's still trapped, so panic rips through her as she screams. They said beating the boss would mean freedom. The girl pleads, begging ESO and Makoto to finally let her out. Then she grabs Bison's attention and blurts that she's desperate to get outside. Again and again, she keeps trying to break past that barrier. She bursts into tears because she can't stand being alone again, just like always. Iso throws herself at our hero, begging, "Tell me there's another way, please." He's stuck in a hard think, trying to figure out how to drag that monster out of there. Bison bursts in with a spark of genius and blurts out the bold plan, summon magic. Then he snaps, "We're leaving together right now." They'll get way more than just the bridge. He's aiming to copy the summoning magic, forge a contract with her, and help her walk free. Then he begs her to trust him, swears she'll hold on, and promises he'll never abandon her again, because this time they'll be together forever. Everyone's reeling. Bison's move just totally blindsided them. Turns out the guy's not cold at all. And everyone's buzzing with hope, ready to bet everything on this plan. Then Beyonce's eyes brimmed with happy tears, and she looked forward to what was coming next with pure hope. A little while later, somebody sprinted straight for the dungeon door. Bison is sprinting down the stairs, racing to catch up with Bianch. He's shocked she's still been waiting, but when he gets there, her whole face lights up. She's practically buzzing, happy he finally made it. Then she shoots her hand out and declares, "I promised, so here we go," and kicks off her summoning magic. Grinning, she reaches out her hand to him, ready to join in. A few days ago, everyone who'd been rescued was all smiles and full of gratitude. Then they started saying their goodbyes, and Exodia just looked thrilled. Makoto can't help but stare, wondering what's going on. Seeing just how close those two are getting, our ISOs went into overdrive as everyone started streaming out. Bizon's freaking out. That's it, all that's left is the summoning magic. And the MC jumps in, saying once he casts it, he can command whatever creature he summons. He claims a bunch of people rely on a special item to keep that creature under control. But there's another way. 2 people can forge a trust contract with a blank summoning. Then ESO reveals she saw this exact second method play out in a tournament. She's on the edge of panic, but she clenches her courage and charges straight through that barrier. She's super relieved. She's just realized she crossed clean, no problems at all, and when Bianch gets totally hyped, she can't hold it in. She blurts out that it's freaking awesome. But the boy snaps, reminding her they're not in the real world yet. Then he grabs the lead and guides her straight to the exit. Finally, they push forward until they smash straight through and hit the outside. Bianca just freezes, jaw dropped as pure awe hits her. Then she snaps back and shouts for the boy. Then she demands to know where the bridge is, because she's dying to see it, ever since her buddy showed her a pic of it. The boy finally gets it, grabs her hand, and sprints up to a high lookout so he can show her the entire city spread out before them. Then she yells for the boy again, and this time she just can't hold herself back. She's barely holding it together, tears flooding her eyes as she breaks down and thanks him through the sobs. Then she blurts out a whole flood of sweet words. She's happy now, she's really got feelings for him, and she wants him to know it. Bison cuddles and pets her like she's his own tiny puppy. Tell me that's not adorable. Right after he wastes no time, he decides to take her out and chow down on real comfort food, soba and ramen. Elsewhere, our Makoto skims through the ranks, feeling like forever since he's been out here on his own. Yep, he's heading to meet Momono, because he needs to figure out how to copy her summoning magic, and Momono even drags her buddy Iso along too. RMC shows Kyan 2 girls on his phone, and Kyan can't stop wondering how he roams around so freely. Then, right out of nowhere, someone pulls up like they own the moment. He drops the bombshell and says there's a celebrity right in the area. The girl winks like she's holding a mic and goes, "So, how's pro player Makoto been doing?" Then the boy swings over to greet you, Masaki, but the girl fires back with a sharp hello, clearly salty that you're talking to you. But the second she spots that tiny creature, her whole mood flips. Just like that, our hero dodges a bullet. After everything that happened with Iso's sister, he flinches, still scared. Makoto steps in and insists, "I'm Kiyan," clearly not thrilled about drawing a crowd. Then the girl drops a wild truth: the dragon acts just like a cat. But before anyone can react, that tiny dragon is already clinging to her like it owns the place, bold as can be. Looks like she's heading back to school. She's buzzing that she finally gets to talk to him. She braced for a total cold shoulder, but instead she asks if he cleared any dungeons yet. Yumasaki blurts that she just finished the final exam, tells them to get going, and leaves the boy completely baffled. Then she grins and says, "It's obvious where you're heading next, right?" They're clinking glasses together at some diner, like it's the calm before the storm. The girl says this post-event celebration is totally needed, like it's the first time our MCs have ever done something like this. And then she claims it's just a regular spot. But our hero bursts in, screaming, "No way." Because the moment you label it a celebration party, that plain place turns into something awesome and special. She's clearly hooked, thinks his smile is lethal, and then goes, "You're totally different from last time." Yumasaki called her friend into the conversation and instantly wondered if she was somehow bugging ISO, like something big had just gone down. Our hero takes a shaky sip, sweat dripping like he's about to get caught any second. Now it's interrogation time, and the girl is all about the scoop on the last dungeon. But our MC swears she's trying to read his mind. She stays sweet and cute anyway, saying she just wants to hear Makoto's story. And if that kid lies, she'll catch it instantly. So he's on edge and asks carefully whether she's really trying to read his mind. The girl gets all fired up, calling Bison's move a marriage proposal, but Makoto snaps that she's talking way too loud. Then he clocks the real problem. Keeping that contract running will always eat one of his magic slots, leaving him with only 2 left. He's totally eating up the romance in his head, but our MC's sure bought it, and he still didn't realize a thing. He lays into the boys real slow with all this, and Yumasaki's convinced it's not just him. Maybe she's slow too. Then the girl checks herself in the mirror, pops up with her glass, and slides right next to RMC. She asks straight up if he's about to hunt down even more dungeons, and whether he's planning to level up to higher ones next time. She leans in and tells him about her powers in a shaky voice, admits she's terrified of those dungeons, and after that she keeps coming back over and over. But now that she wants to stay glued to his side, and she's convinced Makoto is hers, our painfully slow hero just stands there and mumbles about taking on the next dungeon, leaving her to wonder if he's even listening at all. Then he cuts in with a real lesson. It's not about where you go, it's about who you bring with you, and he points out that Aji said something like this before. Makoto jumps in too, saying he's been feeling that same vibe lately. Yumasaki leans in and asks if she's one of the special ones, and our hero fires back with a confident thumbs up. She blushes a little, then nods along. She and the others agree to storm a dungeon together and celebrate hard afterward. The girl clocks how much our MC has changed, and while he hands a snack to the adorable Kyan, she says he's gotten kinder, way more empathetic, but she also clocks that he's a little more distant now, because look, Kamashiro's calling him right this second. Then Iso bursts in, sprinting toward us and yelling for our hero, who greets her with a warm, easy smile. He teases that it's been forever since they last met, even though it's only been 2 days. Turns out little Kian really missed her. Meanwhile, Momono's recorded everything from their karaoke night, and they're laughing like, "Bro, that room was a full-on sauna." Kamashiro suddenly pops in and barks, "Hurry up, I've had enough of your little act." Then he fires off, "So you're a team?" And the dude nods, confirming it. He even tosses in, "Makoto once turned down my invite," and that hits Iso like a slap, pure shock. Everyone's buzzing because the Thunder Guild is blazing its way into SSD, and the boy drops a bomb. He skipped the tournament because he's joined too. As they push ahead, Kamashiro swings open the doors and gives RMC a warm welcome. Malcolm and at the SSD HQ, the boys were completely blown away by how insanely massive the place was. Makoto fires back that they're not joining SSD. They're only teaming up. Then boom, a crew rolls in, and Kamashiro is stuck on intro duty. They're the brains behind SSD. Takahara Juzu is the founder, and Haida Rene is the engineer player. Our MC and ESO step up to introduce themselves, and boom, everyone already knows them like asterisk legendary asterisk status because the guys have heard of them for real. Then the truth hits. One of them is a huge fan, so our heroes get flustered and embarrassed, but they still soak up the gratitude. Then the questions hit like a wave. Did he finish that F-rank dungeon, and what loot did he pull in? He's already gearing up to ask ISO, but the founder cuts him off instantly. That's enough. The man breaks it down. This place is basically the dungeon hub, where you can grab items and even hop into dungeon teams. Sounds like he's stuck on repeat. Cover your weaknesses, flex your strengths, and build a squad. He keeps pushing the pitch, telling everyone that if they join right now, they'll score a limited-time bonus. This guy never stops hustling for new recruits until he finally cracks open a spot and flaunts it like, "Look at what you can get." It's a training room built from dungeon gear, and it drinks up any magical attack like nothing ever hits it. The founder basically tells him, this is Kamashiro's hero, someone he truly respects, so of course Kamashiro's itching to train with him. That guy won't quit. He's bored out of his mind, and it makes our hero feel like the man's got way too much free time. Then he leans in and demands High to show him what he's got. It's a special item that eats the damage for you, shatters after the save. But once you upgrade it, it recharges and lets you use it again. The training plan is dead simple. Land the first hit and you win, and he's pushing that boy to go all out. RMC can't stop questioning why the ring's on his toe, while Kamashiro smirks like, "Yep, I'm back in my suit again." Man, he couldn't wait. He shoots out with pure, over-the-top hype and says, "All right, let's kick things off." He kicks on his power, and then transforms in the strangest, mind-bending way imaginable. The founder slams on level 10, size-boosting magic, and transforms into a towering giant muscle mountain. The entire crew is stunned, including our hero, because he had absolutely no idea magic like that even existed. Makoto slips out of the attack like he's done it 100 times, and then drops a clean hit like it's nothing, stunned by the thought that maybe it's a little too unfair to the rules. The guy ricochets around the giant hall as Makoto laughs and says it probably stung a little, and Takahara's like, "That was insane." But he's still staring, baffled, thinking, what the heck was that? Meanwhile, the MC squints, doubts the guy's real skill, and straight up asks if he's ever won playing by these rules. But the founder snaps, kids just don't understand. He claims every time he loses, it's proof his eyes are still razor sharp. Kamashiro then presses, "So why aren't you strutting around half naked if you're gonna break the rules?" But the founder can't, because he's terrified of his wife. Kamashiro swears he's wildly talented, but the founder laughs it off, like he's just pranking him. Then boom, someone yells that they absolutely knew Shinichi would show up. This girl's showing up asking, "So how long do I wait?" And the AC turns the reception area into a freezer the second the doors open. Kamashiro tells her to just shut off the air, but nah, she's not chasing answers, she just wants to blow off steam, and Iso's like, "Whoa, she's kinda scary," while our heroes press on, dying to know who this girl really is. Then she finally blurts it out. She introduces herself as Watakashi Tsugyusa. Someone drops that she's the same age as Iso, and the girl snaps, still furious, asking if the girl's already 19, then demanding, "What's your name, too?" And she's like, "Let us be friends, you're adorable." Then the MC clocks it, the whole place is crackling with energy. Then the founder calls it Q and A time, but the girl snaps at him to get dressed first. He just shrugs and says the dungeon's leveled up, and with the cap stuck at level 99, they're locked in place. He tells them it's simple. If they want to fix this, they've got to storm an E-rank dungeon and take it down. He says you might even land rare items, but the real jackpot is chasing the clues that crack open the higher levels. Today, he pulled together the 5 Kamashiro recommended, and now these 5 are about to team up into a squad. They're going in as the crew that's going to crush the very dungeon nobody's ever beaten. He tells them this dungeon is called the Dark Forest, thick, pitch black, and swallowing everything in sight. Everyone's freaking out over how they scored those picks, like someone pulled clone magic out of thin air. Our MC swaggered in like he didn't need a team to clear this dungeon. Then reality hit hard, and it was way trickier than it ever looked. On the 5th underground level, he hits a dead end, 3 doors ahead and not a single step left beyond them. They try the spots one by one, and boom, another door slams shut, refusing to move, so he fires off his clones, flooding all 3 doors at the same time. Then the entrance door refused to open anymore, while the exit door yanked itself wide. Makoto suddenly realizes the dungeon needs 3 people to start, and Haida leans in, asking if he caught that. The young dude nods and goes, "Yeah, but there's a whole other problem." He tells them that the second he cracked the door open, an attack slammed him and his clone got yanked away. The masked guy huffs, "If we're gonna split up, we need a way to talk, since the girls are already losing it." While Kamishiro keeps the conversation going, Iso's mind is basically exploding because magical clones are just ridiculously cool. That young dude claims he invited one more person to the party, then blows it off because he's stuck chasing yet another dungeon. And he tells our hero he's praying they'll team up and hit another dungeon together again, because then, and only. Then he cracks a joke about not slowing them down, and Makoto snaps right back with the perfect comeback. Isos finds herself trapped, staring down the monster while Exodia leans in like, "Hey, am I doing okay?" Right then, the creature yanks our MC into its grip like it owns the place, while the girl throws everything she's got at it. And then out of nowhere, Watakashi suddenly appears, thrusts food toward Isa, and orders him to open wide. She munches away and her eyes light up like it's delicious, while our MC stares like, "Hold up, this girl's feeding ISO." A few hours earlier, our hero, super shy, slinks along the path and dodges the food, while a girl catches him staring and asks if he wants some too. Then she rushes up to Kamishiro and offers it straight to him. They're rocking fresh gear, stitched from training room fabric that drinks up hits like a sponge. Looks like someone hit the gear limit. Kamishiro got stuck with a tiny one, while Haida's came out ridiculously huge. And these weren't just any gears, they were the world's first artificial gear, and still. Nobody charged a damn thing. He tells you every dungeon item comes with a maintenance price, and if you blow past it, the item shuts you out and you can't use it anymore. Makoto's bag comes with a strict maintenance price, so it can only haul about 2 at a time. But with artificial gear, you can patch that problem and stuff in way more. As Makoto and Iso's explanation wrapped up, the spirit of Exodia shrugged it off. "Not my problem," and said it didn't care, and then the whole group finally decided to strike first and launch the incursion. They plunge into the dark forest dungeon side by side, and the second they step in, monsters come crashing at them. Right then, Kamishiro blasts out insane ice magic and slams a force field into place like a wild storm. Those icy shards tore through every monster in range, smashing hit after hit. Then Haida gets all fired up about the numbers, and Watakashi snaps at Isu and Makoto. "Not yet. No fire magic now." He tells Exodia to chill for obvious reasons. Then rushes to apologize to ESO, and she's totally cool with it. It's brutally dark in there, but the girl snaps her fingers and lights everything up with light magic. But if he does, the whole place will start swarming with monsters. Watakashi stood there, locked in a dead stare with this crazy pack of creatures, and under the light he finally got a clear look at them. Suddenly the girls flashed this slightly unhinged grin and came charging in, going full beast mode like they'd snapped the air in half. She's mowing down every monster in her path. That ISO is just standing there, completely stunned, like his brain just short-circuited. Then she screams that it's insanely annoying and orders everyone to duck. And boom, she blasts out level 10 darkness magic like it's the end of the world. The girl didn't just push forward, she tore through every obstacle like she couldn't be stopped. And ISO is getting absolutely hyped while Hyde muttered this could get risky real fast, and somehow she didn't even flinch. Out of nowhere, a swarm of monsters creeps up behind the boy. Then he snaps into action and traps them with his magic before they can strike. Then he makes his move, and just like that, someone blurts out, "Nice job, me, now keep that energy up." Meanwhile, Haida flicks something up, snatches it midair, and watches every monster get absolutely demolished. Just as he's freaking out, searching for where Makoto disappeared, a whole bunch of giant, unstoppable monsters start crashing into the world left and right. These colossal skeletons loom over the squad, swallowing the air in shadows, and then what are you telling me you'd actually hide us like that? For real? And right then, our MC bursts onto the scene, right as the other girls are already cutting down monsters. Kamishiro spots Makoto from across the arena and blurts out 62. And just like that, our heroes go 102. Because that's how many he's already knocked out. He storms out admitting he lost, but swears, "Next time I'm beating you." Only now the girls are side-eyeing him, pretty pissed at his score. Haida's like, "This E-rank dungeon is way too easy." And then he spots Iso's grinning like he's having the time of his life. After all that mayhem, the crew finally bursts onto the 5th floor. They push through the door, and boom, there they are. The 3 doors they've only ever seen in pictures. Everyone's staring, completely stunned. The place looks exactly like the photos. Kamishiro snaps into action and starts barking orders, telling them they'll split into 3 groups. With the whole crew locked in, he snaps it shut. "All right, I'll see you all on the other side of that door." Iso just stomped into the toughest dungeon yet, and he's going for a totally different door than Makoto. The squad fractures into two groups, frontliners charging ahead while the rest hang back in the rear. Hanging back, Kamishiro slips into the clone memories and remembers. When they swung those doors open, they got ambushed side by side. But the middle door finally swung in a little later, so he told Haida and Iso to stay on their guard. Another girl straight up says Kimishiro trusts our MC. Then he snaps, "Don't worry, Kayan's got my back." Haida steps in to back up Iso, while Makoto's wondering if Watakashi even has cats at home, because her vibe screams Kayan. Still, Iso's heart is in pieces since he's stuck not being with Makoto. So the whole squad breaks off with a loud farewell, yelling good luck to everyone before they scatter. But right when they're about to grab the handle, the MC snaps his attention to Iso and calls out his name. He lifts his hand, and like that, he grabs her attention. Grinning like he can't believe it, he's thinking, "I've never done this before, so let's go all in." And Iso and Hida are absolutely buzzing with excitement. She grins and slaps a high five into his palm, promising she'll give it her all too. Then the group split up and marched through their own doors, one by one. At door 3, the girl yanks the handle and finds it won't budge. Then Kamashiro's all, "Don't worry, that black door is about to swing open." And he warns that the second it does, they're getting hit, but she just grins and says, "Call me Tsugyusa," because she's got a seriously wild plan. Then she whips out her level 10 shadow magic and drives the sticks into the fight, fast. She smashes her arm through the wall, peeks through the gap, and goes, "We can start any time." Kamishiro slaps up a solid barrier. Then she hustles toward the door, telling him to stay sharp and careful as she goes. Suddenly, a brutal surge of energy crashes into the room like a living storm. And suddenly he sees it. Its fire hits him like a shockwave. That's a direct hit against his powers, so he braces and starts canceling it out, step by step. Right then, Watakashi bursts in and lunges forward, reaching out to pull him to safety. She lunges for the opening, and in a blink, every room is suddenly empty. Meanwhile, at door 1, our heroes were scrambling out of the way of a non-stop barrage of attacks. It's a death trap waiting to snap shut, so he braces himself and calls Kion for help. At door 2, the duo starts poking around. Then one of them taps the energy and goes, "You okay?" Before the other snaps back, "Nah, it's a teleport gate." Suddenly his eyes snap to something, and he shoves her out of the way, yelling that it's dangerous then. Right as the portal spits it out, something lunges forward and snatches Haida in its grip. Iso's panic erupts as she screams her friend's name, over and over. Then she lunges forward with her axe and chops the massive beast clean in half. Hyde's blown away. She's insanely strong, yet she still shows up for him, Joe. Joking around, he's like, "I can walk, no need to drag me," and then they head in. Right inside, this totally bizarre creature suddenly materializes out of nowhere. In the other room, Kamashiro's duo is staring down a creepy fire creature, and things are about to go sideways, because they're just getting started. And our MCs face a monster that's basically a walking lightning storm. The boy suddenly spots wild lightning crackling everywhere, a jungle of traps laid out in every direction, and right over the whole zone, a magic seal that's holding the danger back. Not cool at all, but he refuses to let it ruin his vibe. He straps in his tiny dragon, grips tight, and dodges the monster's massive hands like it's a dance. Then he snaps closer to its face, fists clenched, ready to explode into a full-on showdown. He absolutely smashes it, but deep down, something feels way off. The monster's down, but the squad is screaming, "No way did it really resurrect that fast." He hammers it again, shattering it into scrap. Wait, no flying or teleporting. That's weak, until he spots the real body hiding inside the beast. Gargantua lets out a deafening roar at RMC, and it hits so hard it gives him a mini heart attack. He claims the main body is skulking somewhere sneaky, even now. Even when it finally appears, it skitters away, slippery as an eel and almost impossible to grab. He's determined to slam all 3 parts at once, but magic won't cooperate, so Kion cheers him through the chaos. Makoto starts to wonder if that's why Gargantua won't shut up, but the creature's like, "Nah," and then Gargantua barks at Kayan to snatch the left arm. He'll lock onto the right, and with that, he'll haul our MCs aboard. They hype each other up to the max, then they all strike at once, every single part together. Makoto takes control, biding his time for the perfect moment. Then out of nowhere, the little dragon rockets off, completely brushing off our hero's frantic protests. He's freaking out because he thinks the dragon can't handle that arm, but Gargantua stays icy calm, like, "We'll be fine." Then they sink their strike, and now he's left wondering if there's some kind of status effect hanging over it. But none of it works. Every time the monster tries to rip Kion loose, Kian just hangs on like it's their fight's true trigger. Gargantua slams into the other hand while, heads up right now, all three are gearing up to unleash their strikes, and they absolutely obliterated the creature down to the last piece. Makoto screams that the real body is hiding somewhere, right as it begins to move. Kian clocks it, then bolts straight at it without hesitation. The dragon surges forward, bites down on the monster and hooks tight then. Then bam, tentacles snap around the little dragon and the moment of reckoning hits. He unleashes a scorching breath attack and the monster's done for plain old toast, and Gargantua just confirms it. The lightning cuts out and the dragons are wiped clean off the map. Makoto blurts out an apology, but Gargantua just looks totally lost. He tried to fix his arm, yet right now there's no chance. He's totally cool with it, and Gargantua declares that Kian was pumped to jump in and help. But the second they hit the door, it feels wrong, like it's fused shut because it won't budge an inch. In a separate room nearby, Kamishiro and Watakashi are teaming up and going toe-to-toe with the monster. This fight is brutal, no way is it a walk in the park. They slammed into it as a team, attacking with everything they had to bring it down. But the boy freezes when it sprouts a whole extra limb out of nowhere, and he realizes, yeah, they're not strong enough. They jump back at the last second, Hugh, because that heat is brutal, and right there he can't even tap his ice powers. The girls are like, come in, and boom, everyone ends up roasted here, come on. Yamashiro asks, can I use my first floor attack? But she hits a roadblock until Aisu steps in and helps her. Her shadow strikes with power that scales with how big it is. She says if Crimson Lotus Flash could tap into his light magic, that'd be pure gold, yet the boys still got wiped. They finally unleash the attacks, and now those creatures are just scrambling like they're out of options. They scramble to dodge, but Watakashi's still going down with him no matter what. The boy throws everything he's got at her, then blurts out, are you serious? Then the monster whips out its extra limb and snaps it into place with a giant mouth. Right when Kamishiro starts thinking she'll never stick to the plan, Watakashi bursts in and shocks him with another twist. With razor-sharp precision, that girl tears off the extra mouth in one violent, unstoppable rip. She flashes the signal, and he snaps into action instantly. Kamishiro fires off his magic, dead set on beating her at her own game. They're absolutely revved up, and the boy turns to her like, come on, dive in with me. Then he snaps into action and hurls a force field magic spell, ending it with a crushing blast of ice magic that leaves everything frozen in its wake. Watakashi is absolutely over the moon with how everything turned out. Locked inside with the monster, this is her moment. Kamishiro grins, now's my moment to shine, and everything inside is my shadow. Before anyone can blink, the girl is already throwing up her victory pose, like she knew she'd won the whole time. Then she scans the results while they banter about whether Kamishiro really used her first name or not. Watakashi can't help wondering, does this guy always pull off his force field from outside my reign? He grins and insists he's been training non-stop, and she teases him, calling him a total freak with a playful laugh. She makes it crystal clear it's not an insult, and he instantly thanks her as they rush toward the door, turning. Turns out that door won't budge at all, and they're sitting there completely clueless as to why. Across the hall, RMC figures it out. This door won't budge until every single one of them clears their challenge. And just like that, ESO flashes in his mind, and a nasty, cold, bad vibe hits him hard. In the next room, the duo squares up with their monster, while Iso's staring at the thing, wondering if that's water. Staying in the water, too, long unleashes a curse, and Exodia snaps that it's just another nasty status effect. Haida drifts up to the monster and studies it up close. Then he spots it instantly. It's vulnerable to pure physical hits. While Exodia is busy admiring its super cool mask, the boy thrusts his arm forward and blasts a whole swarm of projectiles. Reptiles slam the creature down, pinning it before it could wriggle free. Dodia's like, what the heck was that? And Haida cuts in, explaining he's dropping its defenses for now. Iso's already up there, swinging that massive axe like she owns the sky. But the monster locks onto her, and then she snaps into motion, counterattacking instantly and blasting him so far away she disappears from sight. She cannonballs into the water, then drops out of sight as the waves swallow her whole. Exodia's freaking out, but his friend's totally fine. She just has to scramble out of the water like right now. Her clothes literally unravel to bits, and ESO is left staring in horror. Haida snaps that it must be corrosion. It's a brutal attack that smashes everything in its path and can rip items apart. She's seriously unstoppable. She's absolutely crushed, no way, because she remembers Makoto crafting it from the Black Lynx materials they just took down. But the monster won't sit around soaking up all that drama. It charges back in and attacks her again. Exodia's power kicks in, and suddenly it starts realizing everything. Things spiral fast, and he throws everything into saving his friend. The girl knows if she stays, the curse will slam into her. So Haida snaps his command to the fire spirit, urging it to drag her out of the water fast. The monster locks onto the boy and lunges straight for him. Even with a shield up, he rockets away from the blast, then crashes hard to the ground, panicking because he just shattered the entire thing. The boy looks wrecked and terrified, and the monster snatches him in a heartbeat. His mask gets ripped away the moment he locks eyes with the creature. Zodia just watches, stunned, as Haida's trapped body roars in a scream. He spots his buddy splashing in the water and thinks, I've got just enough time to reach him. Then he barrels straight to her. Heroically, he hauled her out of the water just in time. The spirit leans in and asks, can Iso really stand? Right as she thanks him. Then she grits her teeth, drags herself upright and squares up to the monster. She can't shake the feeling she's about to get left in the dust again. It's the same every time. He just keeps leaning on other people like that's his whole lifeline. Even Makoto can't stop it. No matter how selfish her wish is, it still pulls her heart where she doesn't want to go. But she still remembers the way he promised. He's not done with teaming up with her in the future. And then, right before he left, he said his goodbyes and pumped her up to go all out. Exodia hurls a savage curse at the water, draining her energy. The girl snaps to the truth. She's not the strong one, and decides to step back, leaving the burden and the support to everyone else, because that's the real story. Everyone knows how insanely strong this girl is. The fight never lets up in that cursed water. It's pure chaos, and it won't stop. Exodia lunges again and again, but every strike gets dodged, and it can't close the distance. He knows he has to step it up, but right when he does, everything gets thrown off by something that hits out of nowhere. The creature gets blasted by level 10 light magic. A little further back, ESO squared her stance and threw everything she had into it. Exodia unleashes a savage curse, growls that he hates this thing, and Iso just spirals in grief over losing her wings. The girl figures she'll apologize later, while her buddy yells at her like it's an emergency. Then she rockets forward with everything she's got straight at the monster. She rockets forward with every strike, and Haida instantly realizes she's not even touching the ground. The girl yells for her fire buddy, and Iso promises he'll hold the monster off before rushing away, leaving the boy to him. Yeah, it's annoying, but Exodia figures this is all he can do right now. Channeling magic through her feet, ESO keeps slipping past that corrosive water like it can't touch her. She can't help but wonder, this is exactly what Makoto meant, right? She remembers them talking back then, swears this kind of strategy isn't her thing either, and still, Mamanu grins and gives her a forehead pat while his dragon puts on a show. She swears it's invincible, and our MC fires back, fully agreeing. Iso shoots a shy glance at our hero and grins, saying she's not planning to lose today. Then Makoto quickly snaps back that that's not exactly what he said. Being invincible is a total waste. Use that power smarter and find way cooler ways to turn it into something legendary. Right now, the girl snaps into full ninja mode and carves that monster to pieces. Exodia's all, dude, you good. You went boom, but the boys are like, nah, that's my escape plan. They're wondering if Exodia even knows what the girl's cooking, and surprise, she's cranking up her barrier-busting magic to up her game. Not what he expected, but yeah, she's leveling those skills for real. That girl's got insane gaming skills. Like, you can tell she absolutely wrecks in every match. She's totally underwater, getting hit with the worst vibes, but she powers forward like a total pro. Exodia goes, while I've got its attention, you sneak up on it. To get close, they have to make a move. Hyde is already all in. I'll hit you with the same heat, or even go lower with a sting that matches your sting. Then boom, more of her gear gets shredded to pieces. Monsters go, yeah, and then they point out their weak spot. And Exodia, S on the move. Hader bursts in, blasts the monster with paralysis, then throws up defense and holds the line. Exodia swoops in and saves the boy, urging her to hustle while Iso goes all, thanks, fam. The girl's totally in, then she sprints straight at the monster. He's staring at her like, how are you still standing? Because there's only one thing pushing her forward. Her vision blurs and her breathing labors, but she just shrugs it off and stays calm. She lunges straight in, crashing down on the creature and smashing it from head to toe. Bottom lands the final hit, and the monsters fold in half down for the count. In the middle of the chaos, Iso stood her ground, frantically wiping her face with her busted weapon. Haida's just grinning at him like, you're incredible, and her smile lights up the whole place. Meanwhile, Kamishiro and Watakashi are just hanging out in their room. Sweat is pouring like a sauna. and they're not enjoying a single second of it. But then the door swings wide, boom, and there's Mac Code, and you can tell she's absolutely crushed it. RMC's like, ISO's crew didn't even touch the door, hit the main one. Inside, they spot the doors jammed shut, and panic hits, like the others are still locked in there and not finished. Exodia was like, that monster is the toughest, and since those were the last ones, they're basically trapped there. All right, take a breath, time to regroup, then crack the whole mystery wide open. After you'd smashed through 3 rooms, the door finally burst open, because it had to. Thanks to the clone's camera, they could finally talk, but the rooms still gave off major trap vibes. Rooms 1 and 2 were easy as pie, but room 3, that thing fought back every step. Watakashi's all like, let's beat the boss. And just like that, the door swings open. Easy, right? She laughs and our MC gets teased for missing ISO. Then Kamishiro snaps, keep it moving. Our hero jumps in like, what about backup? And the guy says, yeah, I reported it, but there's a snag. If they don't slam the boss right now, the room monsters will respawn. And sure, they can burn with speed, but backup won't save them much, not this time. Right from inside, Haida's eyes lock on Makoto as he clutches a message. The boys were losing it, fangirling over Exodia, and Exodia just goes, do I really need to show up? Then he shrugs like, duh. They finally figure out they're trapped, right up until the floor bosses break into a toast, and Exodia starts itching to leap in. He's grilling everyone on when the monsters will respawn. And that's when you realize this dungeon is hiding a mystery. They may have to throw down with that monster again, and that's rough, she's out of gear. But Haida's already got a plan. He's like, if we've got nothing, we do fold, we build something. Meanwhile, right there on the 8th floor, our hero spots a white door sitting there like a secret waiting to snap open. The squad pushes forward, while Watakashi charges in and clears the path. Makoto rams his kick into the door, but it hits back way harder than he expected. The girls keep trying, but it won't budge, so Kamishiro decides they've got one shot, beat every monster before anything changes. Up on the 11th floor, they finally snapped for a snack break, because the dungeon had pushed them way past their limit. They're acting like they're crushing it, but our hero's running on nerves, he's stressed for real. Makoto just clocked that Kamishiro had insane speed, almost as fast as he is. Then the guys slipped ice into his cape, like they'd packed a secret weapon just for him. The girls lean in, hungry to see what he's got, while the guys try to play it cool, but it comes off awkward fast. Someone's asking if this level is free, then the debate heats up like almost 5,000, while the height is crafting an axe. He's basically like, this is the new deal, mana. And he breaks down how it powers mana stones for crafting, then whips out even more tech that runs on mana too. He's like, man, thanks to the dark material we found, every single day has been pure awesome. Last, ESO can't help herself. She blurts out that she's curious and asks if she can join the fun and hide as well. Yeah, sure, if it's not too hard, I'll walk you through it and show you the ropes. Up on the 15th floor, the squad barrels forward, and bam, they crash straight into a gigantic beast. While the whole fight is going wild, they all stop and snap. Hold up, what floor are we even on? They slammed into 2 more doors right after that. Looks like the setup's the same as the 5th floor. Makoto, just assume one room will stay locked. Kamishiro's like, I'm gonna take it easy here, one stubborn person is enough. And the girl's clearly not feeling it, so our hero and Kian stand there like, whoa, drama alert. Those tiny dragons were roaring with energy, and our heroes were buzzing just as hard. Ripping across to Kamishiro, and there's Kamishiro, so smug he practically dares him to blink. Our MCs go, I'm in, let's do this. And he snaps back, Kamishiro, you're totally underestimating us. Then Makoto fires off, no holding back, this is our chance to conquer the challenge. They split apart, pumping each other up like, you've got this. In one room, a hulking crystal golem towers up, and in the other, a giant elemental golem looms like a living storm. Kamashiro's so insanely grateful to Kian that he nearly forgets everything. Then, out of nowhere, he's stuck there anyway. Now it's up to our hero and Watakashi to turn the tide. No backing out. ESO's all jittery like, yo, can you chill? Her buddy tells her, but she's locked in training mode, and Haida's just thinking she's straight up loving every second of it. And he's out there forging an axe, and she's absolutely over the moon. Meanwhile, the other crews hauled themselves forward, right as they finally slammed into the 25th floor. She screams, how many more of these stupid door puzzles? And our hero immediately realizes she's about to need a breather. But nope, she pushes through anyway, forcing her way forward. Makoto's teasing hits hard. Turns out some dungeons even have hot springs, and she's this close to giving in and almost buying it. He snaps back, you're talking a mile a minute for someone who's supposed to be tired, so what's Akashi really like? If she can't chat for a second, she starts fidgeting. Then out of nowhere they spot something, and she blurts, "Thanks, dude." And get this, after all that searching, they finally stumbled onto a hot spring. Our MC's like, "Let's chill here," while his buddy's down, refusing to faceplant in front of the boss. So she kicks off her shoes, smooths her hair, and dips her feet in. Wadakashi's loving it. She gets her HP and MP back all at once, like the game just healed her wounds. But our heroes tore open their pack, double-checking every potion and snack they had stashed away. Looks like the rest of the crew scored some picks, and they're all solid, no doubt about it. Perfect, they get everything, but they can't give a single thing back, and he's firing everyone up like, "Everyone's counting on us, now let's end this." Out of nowhere, she drops like a shot, and I'm thinking, yeah, I'm totally into Kamishiro. She admits she's terrified of meeting new people, and in a total accident, she ends up freaking them out. She skipped school, shoved off alone into dungeon diving, and then boom, she ranked 1 in Kansai. Then she collided with a semi-naked dude and got pulled into the crew. Later, he marched her straight into the Blazing Thunder Guild. And then she tumbles head over heels. MCs are like, "Whoa, there's a lot to unpack here," because she's saying he actually listens to her, which lights her up, and somehow his stories are absolute bangers. And she can't stop it. Our hero flashes her a warm look, and Wadakashi goes, "Love stories are dope," like she's always wanted friends like him, but now it's finally his turn. Straight up, she leans in and asks him, "So, do you like ESO?" He gets blindsided, snatches his face away, and then, there's no mistake, something moving in the water. Wadakashi ghosts out of there. There's no way this stays safe otherwise. It's just us now, and if they don't start chatting, this gets way worse. And yeah, the guy's giving off major, something about to go down vibes, Makoto's like. Honestly, I don't even know what it feels like to have a crush on someone. But he truly, deeply respects ESO, no question about it. Wadakashi grinned like he just hit the jackpot, finding it weirdly sweet, and just like that, he wants to crank the pace. Everyone's fully recharged, no extra breaks needed, and the whole crew is itching to get back together. In one of the rooms, Haida's coaching the girl step by step, while Exodia keeps a close eye on the boy. He's itching to help her because this is way too tricky to handle alone. The guys are like, "What's up?" And the girls are eating it up. Then he suddenly clocks the gears for Makoto. Suddenly, the fire spirits burst in. "We're here, get ready." The monsters kept crawling back, so we're treating their respawn like a rulebook and sticking to the plan. Kamashiro's about to square off with his monster again, and this time he's ready, fully prepped, with the perfect counter lined up. Down they go, and the duo smashes their way to the 30th floor. At last, they slam into the bottom, and whoa, it's freezing cold down here. Makoto barrels forward, and I'm like, "Rank Iha." Then the girls step in and say, "Let's finish this together." They yanked the door open, finally, and the whole moment erupted. Finally, he squares off against Phantom, the floor boss. They step inside and instantly go, "Whoa, the place is gigantic, yet the boss is somehow just a tiny little figure." Makoto can't shake the feeling that something's deeply wrong. Just like that, the monsters they already defeated come roaring back from nowhere. The room is swarming with monsters left and right, and Phantom's just sitting there, cool as ice, watching it all unfold. They're watching, but don't get it twisted. This duo isn't scared at all. They're pumped and ready to charge straight into that challenge. Those monsters unleash hell all at the same time. Like a chaotic monster mosh pit, the duo tore into the chaos. No breaks, no mercy, just pure chaos crashing around them. Duo's got nerves all over him, but he's not backing down, not even for a second. Makoto lunges straight at the stone monster, fists clenched, ready to smash it to pieces. While Wadakashi fights a whole new monster, she can't help thinking about those mini-bosses, because they're stacked with rare loot. Our MC clocks that the monsters are straight up ignoring him. Then he snaps, goes full beast mode, and storms after them. With zero effort, he rips into that creature and smashes it to pieces. The girl keeps throwing down, fighting that other monster again and again, throwing punches like it's a damn video game. She hammers it again and again, and the moment she does, she can't ignore how ridiculously weak it feels. Then the creature snaps over like a rolling thunderstorm. As the fight rages on, she snaps her head over and realizes her weapons are getting smashed to pieces while Makoto is already squaring up with another massive monster. Our hero snaps at his partner, shouting for him to duck, and he swings that monster like a wrecking ball, whipping it around and around. Sound slammed into the other creature, sending it crashing, and leaving Wadakashi completely stunned. Right as the next creature crashes in, our MC tears it apart without breaking a sweat. She's pissed off because she wanted a heads up, so she asks where the boss is, and Makoto just shrugs, "We'll sort it out soon." Then Watakashi blurts, "We're on it," and the free levels go so wild she can't help wondering what level they're at right now. Makoto's like, "Bro, the level's not moving at all," and everyone's standing there scratching their heads, totally confused. The girl calls them stubborn, but our hero suddenly clocks the bigger problem. The boss is missing. And just like that, they yanked her weapon right out of her hands. They know they can't just kick back and relax, because the girl's counting on them. Makoto stares at her. She's holding the last scraps of her weapon in her hands. Then he lunges forward and drives the blade straight into her leg. Out of nowhere, the girl gasps in shock, then crashes to the ground, bleeding from a wound. And she screams, "What did you do?" Then her eyes catch three girls whispering. She's totally thrown off when she realizes it's not the boy. She tries to scramble up, but the girls start throwing shade at her. Turns out it's a boss attack, and it absolutely stings. Now Kamishiro barges in and starts trash-talking her eyes, but it just pisses her off. She's itching to smash that thing. Meanwhile, Makoto is still fighting off monsters, one brutal encounter at a time, until his eyes catch something. He whips his head around, but his new friend is gone, nowhere in sight. It's not just him. This whole place has flipped upside down around his eyes. He's staring around like, "Wait, what's happening right now?" Right as the moment hits, someone else jumps in, and Makoto's still confused, but he's already braced to throw down. Out of nowhere, his hand gets ripped clean off, and just as he turns, a door yanks open behind him, and his hand drops straight through. He barely catches a glimpse of it right before he gets hurled into the crushing darkness. Right nearby, Watakashi squared off with a version of herself. She clocks the truth. It's a shape-shifting monster, so she hatches her counterattack plan. But the girl can't stop wondering, since when did it start? But none of that matters. She's got to deal with this, no excuses. As she battles herself, she finally blurts out that she's always believed her eyes were weird, all along. Then she launches into the dark without warning and reappears. Comes charging in, and lands a brutal kick right on her doppelganger. She screamed, claiming Kamishiro said he would dig her eyes out. She slips off a smooth play and taunts them by calling her own copy a dummy. He hurls the copy with full force, and it detonates into a roaring smoke explosion. Unmasking the boss, Watakashi snatches her weapon and rockets forward. But then the creature morphs into Kamishiro, and before she can react, it catches her completely off guard. That split-second pause is all it takes. She gets nailed by a storm of stakes. She stares at that horrifying version of her friend and unleashes a curse through her teeth. She blurts out that she likes him. Elsewhere, our heroes are trapped in pitch-black darkness. Out of the shadows, someone shouts his name, and our MC locks eyes as ISO closes in fast. User smiling. Later, the monster springs its trap and leaves both our hero and Watakashi stuck inside. Right now, Makoto looks completely out cold. Now back to the present. ISO calls in our MC, and he clocks the trap instantly, piecing everything together as the clues click into place. Just when it looks like his power won't budge and his partner starts acting totally off, ISO storms straight at him, snapping that he left her behind. He realizes the moment he steps in that he's been trapped in the illusion, like the place swallowed him whole. On this floor, none of it is real. He blocks the act and the whole thing stops dead in its tracks. The axe swings down, smack, then bites the ground and the whole thing drops out of sight as it falls. He drops through the hole he carved and there, right in front of him, stands Kamishiro. He's left staring at the real world, panicking over whether Watakashi's even okay. Then the copy revs up to strike, and he realizes he has to break free fast. Makoto rockets toward the door, like he's got to get there before everything explodes. He swings the door open and stares in shock like, "Wait, this dungeon has no end." Then all at once, a whole swarm of his copies spills into view. He's stunned when his own copies lock eyes with him and send that dark, chilling stare right back. He nearly slips past it as something sneaks up behind him, poised to strike. He whips around at the last second and slams the move out of the way. But his buddy still smacks his arm, and he keeps telling himself it's just his brain messing with him, like it can't possibly be real. He figures he's got to knock them all down fast, because the fake ones keep multiplying and popping up fast. Then it hits, everyone barrels in to pin him down, but the kids stay locked in, because they know he can't afford a single mistake right now. Right now, his whole crew is counting on him, and he snaps, raging and cursing that boss. The Icyclone strolls in, grinning like it owns the place and rage burning in our hero's veins. He shouts at it to vanish. That boss just smirks, snaps, "You fool," and leaves our hero absolutely reeling. It all dissolves into swirling mist, flooding the entire room. Right in front of him, another person suddenly appears, and tension spikes through his whole body. Suddenly someone snaps, "Wake up," and he jolts his eyes open, drenched in sweat. That guy drives a brutal punch straight into his gut, and the impact launches him flying through the air. That clone is already revving up for round 2. Another attack is right around the corner. Our hero doubles over in agony, terrified he might have been dumped back into the real world. Then he blurts, "How did this even happen?" As that person shrugs and says, "Even with infinite levels, you're still kinda weak." Then the kid yanks the cloth off his face, showing his calm, sharp skill, while that guy just stares at the confused one like, "Seriously?" One is him, while our hero, Ijuin, stares in disbelief as he mouths, "Ma." Makoto reveals that Kamishiro dropped one last twist. Someone else is coming to join them. He's dying to know if that kid joined the SSD guild, but the kid just shrugs and goes, "Nah." But he points it out. Those vines are the real problem. They keep everyone down, and the boss was using the girl like a human shield, until he finally snapped awake the moment he got hit. Makoto admits he has no clue when they got caught. Reality and illusion are tangled up like one mess, and the moment those vines snag them, escaping turns into a brutal nightmare. Finally, our hero leans in and tells the kid, "I need your help just a little." Juin raised his argument, but the moment it mattered, he backed down and agreed. He remembers Bison praising this kid, and then it hits him. This kid has definitely changed. Iwan's always fires up, then snaps at our poor hero, telling him to stop laughing. Then he told the kid, "Hang on," and said he'd show him the tracks. At that moment, our hero cracks his knuckles and charges straight into the fight. And Ijuin does the same thing. Both of them are so tense it feels like the air could snap. They finally crash into the place where the boss has Wadakashi locked away. Up our hero slams. He poured his magic into his eyes, and boom, could see his buddies at level 10,000. He's at 10,000, and the boss practically dares him, claiming he can dodge every physical hit. The creature glares them down as the kid blurts, "I get it." And yep, it's using the girl as a shield with vines everywhere closing in. Makoto's already worried they'll get caught again, and right when it matters most, they can't even use fire magic. Now they zero in on the boss, and the second they do, he unleashes his magic to blast them back. Like the boss hurls a whole swarm of tentacles into the air, and our hero slips out of danger in a flash, teleportation magic, making him vanish and reappear like a blur. And with a snap of magic, Ijuin tangles every single tentacle up in spellwork. He twists out of the way again, slipping past that attack like it never stood a chance. He's poised to strike, but Makoto lunges in to warn him, danger's right there. Suddenly, the kid gets snared by the boss right on the spot. Before he even realizes it, he's already inside the illusion world, straight into a clone sprinting right at him. Ijuin suddenly clicks. This has to be the illusion world Makoto warned him about. His clone lunges at him, and right away, boom, the fight ignites. As he gets battered, he can't wrap his head around it. Our hero tells the kid, "Keep acting so lame and you'll get smacked again." He sprawls in a cave and just lets the hours crawl by. Staring at her own wrists, the girl shouts for her brother. She can't stop herself. She needs to know why he's throwing caution to the wind like that. His sister snaps into shock and worry because seeing him like this is almost unheard of. Yet Ijuin insists he's totally fine. She says it's not just a fight at all. It's even rarer than the chance her kids get one. And he just clams up, staying silent while the girl keeps calling his name. And she spots the tears streaming down his face. He couldn't shake the feeling of that level up. Then he realized he didn't just chase strength. He tried to bury his family's mess so nobody would look down on him. He became a player for power, only to find out it was all empty. Go swap some cash. He's got top priority in the tournament because he's high-ranked, but there's more going on than that. He snatches a card from SSD, and the second he looks at it, something about it screams sketchy. Just as he's looking into it, someone storms up, throws an apology in his face, and begs forgiveness for the interruption. He steps up, says he's Kamishiro, and straight up asks if Iwan is the top-ranked player. So he tells him, "I clocked you because you remind me of someone from my past." Then he shoots him an invite and drags him into SSD. But the kid blurts out, "No way." Kamishiro's all like, "Man, what a bummer." While Iwan's there like, "Dude, you always bail instead of facing it." And the only one dragging himself down, who else? Yeah, it's him, he's like, "I need to switch it up," so he calls for a quick timeout to think things through. I mean, once he's all pumped up, he still goes, "I gotta say sorry," like he can't hold it in. Sorry, next thing you know, he's taking a punch, and who's throwing it? Our main dude. He rushes over to Ijuin and drops a heartfelt apology for flipping out and going full Hulk mode. Those young dudes are like, "All right, we're handling these vines first." And they turn to Makoto, Yo, bust out the ice magic. Ijuin's all about it, water magic. Magic surges through the room like a tidal wave, and he whips his arm out in a sudden, blazing swing. He slams his arm into the vines, smack, then boom, the whole place gets drenched. Makoto's losing it. He's cracking up, convinced he's just pulled off something truly epic. Then bam, he goes full Elsa, blasting solid ice magic everywhere. Suddenly, everything explodes into towering ice crystals. The monster just stands there, staring him down like, what? It finally loosens its grip. Then Watakashi drops straight into the fall. But she snaps into action, slinging magic like lightning and popping out a whole army of copies, leaving the duo completely stunned, because even without Vine, she's still got that power. Vines, they can yank off a whole stack of mind-bending illusions. The boss is yanking players in with deadly vines, and now he's dragged Watakashi off as his hostage. Then he snaps into a spell and screams for Ijuin to team up with him. He rockets his lightning magic straight at the boss, zap, zeroing in on that one perfect spot. He's going all in, betting everything on Ijuin's skills. He aims like a pro, fires off a crackling zap, and suddenly bolts of lightning rip through the area, hitting the creature and his buddy in the blast. While Iwan's gearing up to unleash one of his spells too. Lightning snaps between the girls and slams into the monster's hand like a strike from the sky. Right then, Ijuin gets it. This is his moment, and he launches his reversal magic. A barrage of blasts crashes into the boss, and then the real Watakashi starts to black out, right on the spot. Ijuin rockets in and grabs her just in time, then throws up a fresh spell like a lightning flash. A colossal blast detonates right where the boss stood, and the powerful duo stays fired up, pumped and ready for what's next. Right then, they absolutely crushed it, moving like one unstoppable unit. From the smoke, the boss bursts out with a sickening grin. Makoto's spiraling, asking himself what happens if they never split. The boys stare like, what's with that grin? While our MC cranks up his fire magic. He blasted the creature for good, leveling up hard by 18,000. Then he rushes over to make sure the girl is okay. Ijuin's like, yeah, I'm just gonna snooze, and she's out cold. Makoto's practically bursting with joy. He finally caught her. While I'm completely wrecked, done with the chase, and then the doors swing open. The boy starts to apologize, but Makoto just cuts him off. Nah, it's because I was late, and the boy gets shut down, begging forgiveness for letting pride poison everything with his own crew. He thanks him for the save, totally blindsiding our MC, then cracks a grin and admits he was insanely happy. Then he leans in and demands what Juin means to him. But honestly, even now, he's still completely clueless. Saying it, whether it's my friend or just some acquaintance, just feels completely wrong. He's over the moon they finally teamed up to take down that monster. He grins as he admits, even with the win, he's still not totally sure. And boom, they lock eyes and slam their hands together. With every jolt, Watakashi's nap shatters, and she jolts awake. She bolts upright, her mind replaying that terrifying close call. But when our hero blurts out morning, she jolts like, snap back to reality and check herself fast. Between bites, she laughs and teases the monster as if it's the grossest thing imaginable. She needles Makoto for being so harsh, but he snaps back. That wasn't me. Then she drops the bomb. In the illusion, Kamishiro is the one who took me out. The boys trade nervous looks, trying to figure out what's up with her. Then she shrugs and tells them it's only groggy morning fog. She says her body feels like it's drowning in weights, and she's barely moving. So Makoto, a little uneasy, tells her to crack open her status window. They try it out, and their jaws drop like, no way. Seeing her levels drop to just 5, Kamishiro and Kayan rocket through the area, and the girls finally go, yes, we made it. They slam the squads back together on the 25th floor. Iso and Hyder are posted up upstairs, the monster chaos finally cooling down, while Kamishiro loads up the gratitude and everyone slaps high fives. Then he notices something seriously off about Watakashi. She teases the boy like, so you're the real deal, huh? And her and RMC burst out laughing, so hard that it leaves him totally baffled. Puzzled for a second, then the crew surges ahead, dragging Kamishiro up to speed with every juicy detail. They try to lift Watakashi's spirits, insisting ESO had to begin at level 1, but she's still cranky as ever. He insists levels can bounce back. What matters is that everyone's safe and all right. And then they say a Jew even signed up to help, and everyone's completely cool with it. He brings it up like, yeah, we went straight to hit another dungeon. Kamishiro blurted out that Makoto was there, and even though it was late, they still wanted to swing by, until Iwan's hit them with a hard nah, like we're not doing that. Then he cracks a joke, saying the guy's face already screams sorry, but the other dude stays dead serious anyway. Gargantua, honestly, it's not a thing yet. I'm just saying it's still not there. Ijuin throws out an apology, and just like that, everything turns calm and chill. Our hero flashes a grin and tells Haida, "Yeah, you're gonna fix my arm, no questions." Then he turns to you and says, "All right, let's hit the 5th floor." Right there, ISO was grinding non-stop, leveling her skills higher and higher. Then she spots trouble rushing her way. She sees the squad charging in and rockets toward them with a ninja leap. She clamps onto our MC super tight, not letting go, turns out the other. All the others grin and stare as our heroes go. Whoa, what's going on with her? The boys huddle around, asking what's going on while everyone crowds around Izo's. Look at this. And leaves him totally baffled. She says it's been forever since they last hung out. The whole squad can't stop buzzing. This reunion is gonna hit hard. And ISO got completely hyped. Snatches everyone's attention right as our heroes are still scrambling to catch up. He remembers Watakashi asking him, straight up, if he's into her, and then she winks like it's an open invitation. Exodia's like, "Make your wish, I'll grant it, just one." Ijuin watches the fire spirit turn up with RMC, living its best life in the flames. Watakashi flexes a crazy upgrade item that can level you up for just $199. Kamashiro's like, "I've seen it," and Haida is absolutely buzzing. Then he admits his own reaction was kinda just meh. Now the boys are getting totally frozen, and we're all like, "Whoa, an item can do that? That's insane." And that's why this dungeon is worth a fortune, because the price is only going to skyrocket from here. Haida's like, "We need to dig into this, like right now, no way we're guessing." Watakashi is fully banking on him, and they're trading ideas like crazy, pushing hard on their main goal and hyping it up for real. But ISO can't shake this uneasy feeling. The heat's blasting and Watakashi blurts, "Yo, can I get some water?" She asks if Haida's roasting alive under that mask, then flips the truth on its head. It's got a built-in cooling system keeping him chill. The squad starts arguing. Do they bail home right now or push through and wait until tomorrow? Our heroes hold their breath as everyone waits, glued to the moment he finally makes that call. Then he drops the idea, "Let's throw a party." The whole squad is fully bought in, ready to bet everything on this plan. Makoto's like, "Ijuin, you're coming too, let's go," and he's totally on board. The girls suggest they kick things off with a hot spring run together, right now. Iwan's was like, "I thought Makoto was just like me." But nope, turns out he was dead wrong because Kamishiro somehow ended up being a total people magnet he definitely didn't see coming. Iwan says he's learning to trust people's kindness and finally treating it with the care it deserves, while our MCs hype themselves up to be seen as lovable nuisances. Exodia is like, "Leave it to me," and boom, I spot the perfect place to chow down. And then ISO watches show up too. The hero gets bumped in passing, and she grins like it's all part of the fun. Then she waves him over. She's calling it a massive win, like she just crushed the final boss. Makoto stares at her like, "Why are you whispering?" while the squad barrels forward. And then they roll out, grinning hard because they just crushed that dungeon. A little later in Shizuoka, our MCs lean in like, "All right, is this the spot?" And his buddies chime right back like, "Yeah, it's gotta be." Yeah, back then, Iso's beaming like crazy said, "We're wrecking that dungeon tomorrow." And he nods. Then she leans in and says she's dying to check it out. He realizes this is a rank W dungeon, and it's already been wiped clean. Some conquered dungeons flip into tourist traps, and honestly, it's perfect. Sit back, relax, and soak it all in. Makoto tells everyone he's hauling Gargantua to Haida first thing in the morning, and while his sisters are busy snooping, RM squints like, "Wait, are we stopping at some tourist spot?" The girls grin and go, "Nah, we picked one that's way less crowded." She pitches camping, but because she's already zeroed in on food, Makoto blurts, "Enough talk, let's eat right now." Then she proudly flashes the delicious grub she brought along. The whole squad huddles up and tears into a mouth-watering meal together, like the calm before the next storm. Iso's is basically our MC channel's Jertya at the party. Then our guy snaps around to Exodia and just starts talking like, speaking of which, he can't stop wondering, does Exodia hold that kind of power in the infinite level, or does it just wipe the rules clean? The spirit's all like, "Yeah, probably," but our MC's just squinting like, "Wait, I don't know about that though." Exodia leans in and tells ISO, "We're just like everyone else's memories, so don't worry," then tosses out an apology like it can fix everything. He claims he's the spirit of transformation, and that no hello or goodbye can ever trap him. Then Makoto barrels in and demands he finish the thought. The spirit's basically like, "Yeah, whatever, this is about him now," and right after that he goes, "Isos has something to tell you." and she instantly turns bright red, stammering and tripping over her own words. She finally blurts out, "Are you really handling everything by yourself again?" Because he looks absolutely wrecked. He's totally caught off guard, thinking, "Wait, is it that obvious?" And Exodia's freaking out right along with him. Makoto is itching to talk. He wants to tell them exactly where his team is headed next. After that last dungeon, he kept replaying how ESO trusted him. But really, he'd been faking the whole tough guy act just to impress her. But he tells them, from now on, when it's just us in the high-ranked dungeons, we're setting limits. He thinks joining SSD might not be such a bad move. Then the girl shoots in, bursting with excitement, saying she thinks it's awesome. The girl's flustered as she blurts out the real truth, that if she's with him, that's what it means. No matter where they go, it's going to be a blast. The girl apologizes for piling pressure on him, but our MC just shrugs it off and says he's totally chilled. Chill and tell her anything because she's got doubts too. She even says she's always gotten something from him. So she wants to give him something too. Our hero, stunned, because the gift she made with her own hands is incredible, and it also hints at where the team's headed next. The girl trusts him, so she's asking for the same back, and he can't just bolt when it's time to trust her too. Makoto can't shake the feeling that other people's words constantly steer him. Or when it hits, he gets totally tangled up inside, so confused he can't even tell who he is anymore. And then, finally, he leans in and declares that, in the end, ISO is nothing short of amazing. The girl's disappointed. She only pulled off a plus 50 HP effect, but Makoto grins and tells her she's seriously amazing. Suddenly, they snap into an argument over who's always the one getting all the stuff from the other. The duo pushes ahead, and ISO flashes him something new as they go. They charged right up to the edge of this giant cliff, when they finally saw the bridge was totally busted. Our MC rockets forward, then the girl snaps her ability into action and everything changes. And she rockets through the air beside her buddy. That place looks way too dark. Like the internet promised, I expected a whole sky of dancing blue lights lighting up the entire area. Our MC squints at those weird lights, totally thrown off, and then he notices the empty stretch with not a soul in sight. And he insists the girl put in real effort for all of this, so just hand it to him, it's gonna be a blast. He's determined to make her smile even brighter, no matter what it costs him, even his levels. So when the lights start popping, ESO is completely shocked as the whole place explodes into bright brilliance. And right in the middle, their MC is flying through it all. She grins, totally blown away, just like CUNE. She blurts out a huge thank you the second he says it costs 200 levels, but our hero shrugs it off like it's nothing and is absolutely pumped about it. And he soaks up that happy moment, sharing it with ESO. Exodia laughs and says, "If someone from my past ever shows up, it won't be me. And honestly, this right here is the happiest day I ever lived." Every single person looks insanely happy, like nothing can touch them. So she grabs their attention and pushes them to go deeper, because the moment they do, it gets even more epic. Meanwhile, Haida's hustling in the corner with pure excitement, locked in, trying to crack that magical item open. And it looks like he's finally starting to make real headway. Next week is summer break, and then, boom, someone starts bragging about their wild plans. Someone asks if Heimra's got a problem, and the second she clocks it, she winces, then rushes in with a sincere apology. They're like, "Wait, are you hiding someone who invited you to the fireworks?" And she shuts it down, saying it's not exactly like that. "Looks like someone's been waiting at the school gate just for us." They can't stop wondering who he's waiting on, and then Heimra drops the bomb, she's the one. Then right away, the girls get all worked up, teasing her nonstop, but she fires back, claiming it's her cousin. The Juin's on edge, just standing there waiting, like she's already bracing for what's coming, yeah. She says she'd only heard rumors about Makoto and didn't expect him to actually show up, and then the Juin shrugs and says, "It's all good." He drops into a bow, throws out a full apology and says the words. He knows saying sorry won't fix it. Then she shoves him silent with a punch straight into his chest. She glances at him and blurts that his heart's pounding right alongside hers, and that she was terrified back then, and tells them to just let it go. Her friends stay put, trading rumors and gossiping like it's their favorite sport. Yumasaki tells him, "I'm not here to hate you, I forgive you," then grabs the reins and says he needs to calm down, and suddenly they're walking like nothing happened, and the guy's left staring, shocked. Her friends swear everything went great, but she fires back, "No, it's not what you're imagining," then insists they all meet up anyway, even if it means talking about those fireworks together. The girls ask if they should comfort her, and she snaps that she wasn't rejected at all, while the guy stands there, eyes fixed on her, secretly checking messages on his phone. 2 weeks before all the chaos, A colossal ship tore across the sea, cutting through the waves like it owned the ocean. Our MC and his partner are on board, and you can tell it's her first time on a boat, pure wide-eyed nerves and wonder. That girl is asterisk so asterisk into it, like completely. Exodia jokes that today the girls way more hyped than usual, and Makoto shrugs like, that's just her. Then, Bianchi and Bison burst in out of nowhere. The girl sprints right up and smothers ESO in the biggest, fiercest bear hug. Like, they're clinging together because it's the cutest thing imaginable. That dude finally tracked you down, and the moment he did, he lit up. Warm, relieved, and totally fired up. Makoto's like, whoa, are you really this buddy-buddy with those bison? And the kids just shrug, yeah, that's what my family calls me, so I roll with it. The boys are absolutely buzzing to team up again, but our hero's still completely in the dark about what's going down. Then boom, two more of them show up out of nowhere. And just like that, boom, up goes the plan, but Ijuin and the whole crew are nowhere to be found. He's like, they're totally obsessed with this game. The game dragged on, boredom hit hard, and we bilate. All our MCs are like, wait, what's going on? Then they rush straight to Mizukawa to get the real scoop. Turns out Haida cooked up this genius gadget that boosts your buffs, heals, and all your gear. He spots a jellyfish and boom, realizes Hyde nailed the girl's favorite. Makoto just goes, "Aw, that's sweet." Kamishiro blurts out that Takahara and Haida have been hanging out for a whole week, but he already has the 411. While they cruise the boat, he spots two more SSD guys. He spotted Ryudo Tatsuomi, and right there too was Haruma Yuyuga. Kamishiro was like, these two, they're on another level, top tier, no doubt. The squad was vibing hard, munching snacks, laughing, and soaking up the night like it belonged to them. There aren't enough rooms for VK, so they cram together and bunk up. Then the whole crew crashes peacefully. The very next day, everyone packed together and swapped theories on why they're all stuck here. On Jima Island, there's no way a dungeon should exist, so when Haida gets cut off and the founders go, "Us sorry for yanking you here with zero context," the whole situation goes off the rails. Wadakashi's all fired up, acting chill on the outside. Then bam, he lands a smack and sends him right back to business. As a pic pops up, the dudes go wild, like Black Forest Dungeon just got conquered. He starts ranting about how, during the research, two maps suddenly popped up out of nowhere. They dove in, hunting answers, and went straight for it to see what was going on. Down in the crushing depths, they stumbled on a mysterious dungeon that felt like it was waiting for them. Turns out it's not one, it's two, and the whole squad's minds just shattered. That limit break kicked everything into gear. Then inside, a hidden key waited to unlock it, and our MC clocks a helicopter swooping in out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, a girl crashes through the door, shouting our hero's name like it can't wait. She rockets into his arms and he catches her perfectly, like it's second nature. Meanwhile, Maria's hitting him with a nah, saying she's not trying to fight, just help you out while you go dungeon hunting. She spots her friend, the true diver. Then boom, another girl barges in and she goes, all sorry for the wait. She brushes the dust off her dress and walks in greeting everyone like she owns the place. It's like everyone's running into her for the first time. And just last month, she burst onto the scene as Maria's idol. And finally, she turns around and goes, "Hey, I'm Sophia." Our video stops right here. If this hit you, smash that like, then I'll see you next time.